You're a spiritual dude, right? Like you get it. You understand, like during a season, it's like, I can't not do this. Like when it's here, I'm doing this.
That's actually, it's funny you say that because that actually kind of correlates back to the line here.
I see your eyes getting wet as I'm saying that.
I didn't think they were, but
HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by DeerGro.
Man, we've been using DeerGro products for a long time. The Plot Start and Plot Boost, more recently Plot Till. Now we've got 3 new liquid fertilizers that have been put in the mix that will cover everything we could want for a food plot program.
It's huge, man. The more food plotting we do, it's like, man, the liquids just make sense. Like whether it's herbicides or the Plot Start and Plot Boost, and now the fertilizers getting mixed in. It's like, man, I can combine all of those in certain cases and do less passes for more results.
I mean, it's all about efficiency. I mean, like you said, less passes. If you're out there treating your beans with glyphosate in the summertime, you can mix in this fertilizer, do that all at once. You have the boost in there to help some metabolism. It's all about efficiency when we're talking about food plots. And really the big difference on these liquid fertilizers is you're bypassing some of these soil limitations, pH limitations, the soil type. In a lot of cases, we talk about dry fertilizers only being available for 17% of what you put down in the first year. These liquid fertilizers straight into the plant are 90% available in the first year. Huge difference in what you're going to see in growth.
It's huge. And so right now you can use code HUNTR15 for 15% off any of the DeerGro products on their website. And as always,
better food plots, bigger deer. And we're back.
Hey,
HUNTR Podcast, episode 196. Nick did keep us in line. He's just not here right now.
He's here. He gets credit for today.
He's editing. Set us up. Go edit. Standard Nick procedure.
Working hard. Well, we're getting into, it seems like, I mean, we didn't plan it, but we're trending towards like a couple weeks of doubles here potentially. So I don't know if this is one, but there are some coming. So if you are hungry for HUNTR Podcast, there's a few coming.
It'll be Tuesday, Thursdays. Essentially, whenever they do start.
Yeah. So to kick things off, thank you guys for being here, wherever you're listening from, YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts. We appreciate it. Give us a like, follow, or subscribe, whatever is appropriate for the channel. One of those will give you a notification whenever these drop, but generally they're Tuesday nights at 6 p.m. Eastern, sometimes on Thursday, probably at the same time. Mm-hmm. If you've written us on Instagram DM or the website, I know there's a few backlogged in there. As always, we're trying to get back to those as soon as possible. We appreciate you guys reaching out. It's super cool to see the feedback and stuff. And here we go.
Here we go. We have an in-studio guest. It's back-to-back in-studio guest.
Yep, and many to come here. So we got Cody D'Acquisto sitting here with us. And it feels good, doesn't it?
It feels really good.
Something feels right about this trio here.
I'm getting comfortable. This place is epic.
Dude, from the moment I saw you this morning walking from the van, like this is the first time we've met in person.
Yeah.
I've seen you at shows from a distance.
You haven't met in person before? I saw him at Great American Outdoor Show.
Did you?
I saw Cody maybe before that one time, but
no, this is our first time, I guess, hooking up here, and I was like, that's Cody D'Acquisto. I was like, that's exactly what I expected.
Oh, that's good.
In a good way.
That's good. I was gonna say good or bad.
In a good way.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, man, it's awesome to be here. I'm stoked. Yeah, dude, this is a different setting for me, man. I don't really do like in studio stuff like this. They send me in, or usually through Skype or something online. Or
well, that's what we did last time.
Yeah.
So your second time on. The first one was remote.
Yep. No,
about this time last year, actually.
Yeah, but this is cool.
Well, it was good timing. PA Mobile Hunter Roadshow coming up this weekend.
Well, I know, shit, how long have we been talking? I'm like, I'm going to be in Pennsylvania.
I know. You're hard to pin down. I'm sure your friends have told you that. People close to you.
There was like, probably 3 times I was traveling like in the vicinity, and it's like, maybe I'll be swinging through. But yeah, this worked out perfect. On the way, we got the PA Roadshow tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's right on the way, and yeah, I'm jacked. I'm stoked.
Is it the first roadshow of the year?
Yeah. This year we stacked them all in August, so just to make travel kind of man, last year I split them up and I did May, June, July,
That's
August.
Tough.
And I thought, originally I was like, this will be awesome. It's just one show a month. It was the worst decision because then it's like you're never on or off.
Right.
So when I first started the roadshow back in like COVID 2020 or whatever, I just hit the road and never came back and was just bumming around. So I kind of wanted to get back to that. So yeah, we got 2 East Coast, and then we got Michigan, and then we end at the home farm, which I'm jacked. You guys are going to be there, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That should be an awesome event.
So how many are there now?
This year there's only 4. So we've done 7 a year. It's just like we're constantly. we want to bop around and get new audience, but at the same time establish like, locations. It's interesting because, or it's not your typical show, right? So there's all these shows and everybody is accustomed to shows being, oh, well, I'm going to go there just to see a bunch of vendors, see a bunch of products. This isn't that. This is more like it was meant to be super personal, kind of a hangout, good time, and like a workshop, So we get down to like the goal of this show is just to make people better hunters and help them out with problems they're having, whether it be gear, scouting, advanced whitetail stuff. So, I'm fortunate enough, like over the years, I've been in this for a long time. I got a lot of good buddies, close friends, awesome hunters, super consistent dudes, and they're all over the country. And, we're all always refining our system, right? And our how we are as hunters and evolving and stuff. So it's cool because I can cherry pick those guys from the area. So for instance, PA, I got my Maryland guy. I got a couple PA boys. I got North Carolina. We got Virginia. We got Ohio. And then, I'm the Midwest representative. We got Iowa. But so we got always like this plethora of speakers, right? So there's somebody for everybody to connect with. But really, it's just a day of learning and a good time. Like that was the whole premise of it. So a lot of people, might see it, oh, it's just another show. It's not just another show. And at the same point, if you're looking for a show to just go shop a bunch of vendors, that's not our show either. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's awesome, man. I've been doing trade shows for literally as long as I can remember, man. Like when I was like probably 8-9 years old, like I would be climbing up, I would be running the climber up and down the pole at the deer and turkey expos. And like, I wasn't like working the show, slaving there, but I would be there majority of the time. And when I was there, Dad would just be like, oh yeah, climb up and down on that climber. And people would see it like, dude, if freaking
an 8 or 9-year-old could do that,
doing this thing, like, oh my God, I'm
just better.
Yeah. I'm just bopping around. So like I've been in the trade show circuit for a long time. And then, as a younger kid, 13, 14, 15, I would work the booths and all that, before the company was sold and all that. And then I transitioned, and so it's been a lifelong time of shows, and that connection you make with dudes just, bullshitting in that, environment is awesome. So when it went to shit in 2020 and they just stopped, that's when I was like, all right, man, I got to figure out a way to get to people. And it started off, I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to be in this spot.
Did they shut down a bunch of shows completely in 2020?
Yeah, I mean, most of them.
Dude, so ATA, no ATA 2020?
No ATA in 21.
Okay.
So 2020,
that would make sense.
2020 it happened
because it's January.
Yeah.
So I remember in 2020, I was in Harrisburg, and how many people come through Harrisburg, and I got wiped out. And
did you?
Oh yeah, I got wiped out, but that was before everything released, and I got back, recovered and all that, and I'm just gearing up. Like that's like the starting line of my show circuit normally. Well, ATA, and then you got Harrisburg, and then it's just like bam, spring.
Blitzed.
But then everything got shut down.
And
March
then was like lockdown.
Yeah, and then
that's when it started. Yeah.
And then even when it cleared,
March 17th is a notable date that I remember.
It?
That's when we shut down the Dairy Mart. Yeah, because my wife and I bought our business in 2020. It's a family business on my wife's side. We bought it on March 3rd, which is my birthday.
Oh my God.
It's a seasonal business. It's an ice cream shop. We opened on March 7th, so a few days later, and then we closed it down for the first time ever in March 17th. That was when we felt like, hey, and from that point forward, I mean, dude, I remember that was like Armageddon type mindset. Like literally, you see people just driving around like crazy, and you're like, this could be it. Like,
and then there was nobody. Like for long, we did a photo shoot with Nitto Tire on Daytona Beach in June of 2020. It was like ghost town. It's like some kind of like weird purgatory. Like we're sitting on Daytona Beach like in an evening. There's nobody. Nobody around.
Eerie,
You're like,
it is here. Everybody was in their house. They were shutting down.
It was weird, dude.
Deer seasons and turkey seasons. They were shutting them down.
Yeah, Kentucky turkey season
of 21
got shut down. Yeah.
Yeah, it was so crazy. Yeah, you couldn't be in parks and like it was definitely a weird time. Well, I remember watching a movie like right before that. It was like that. Oh, shit, what was it?
Yeah,
it was
like
about that virus that.
Oh,
where
like
they were,
Outbreak?
Where
like
they were
old
trying
school
to,
Outbreak?
Where they were trying
that
to
came out
trace,
after, I think.
They were trying to trace something. No, I think it came out before, or what the one I watched.
Outbreak was the monkey one.
What's that day?
Remember the monkey
This
one?
was the
day
one
48 or something. Day where he's picking them off like just from from the roof.
This wasn't that. This was more. It was very realistic. It was not like zombies or nothing turned like that. It was
that friggin' Mark Wahlberg movie?
No, it wasn't Mark
Where it's in
Wahlberg.
the air?
No, not that.
That was a good one.
That was a good one too, but no, it wasn't that one. So somebody from the U.S. went over to China and came back, and it was a legit, disease that was, and the people were just dying. And then the whole movie was they were trying to trace it back to the source, and it turns out it was like
China.
Yeah, well, it was just
turns out
yeah,
China.
I mean, it was just man. I wish I could think
China.
of the name of that, dude. Somebody's gonna have to throw that in the comments. But like, it was exact. Dude, it was eerie because it was like, holy shit, this is happening. And you looked at the release date, and it came out in like 2012 or something. And I'm like, but I had just watched it. It was weird. But
It's
anyway,
like when the Simpsons predict everything happening like 15 years ago.
Yeah, did they predict COVID? Was there an episode on it?
I don't know. I know they predict the meta
stuff.
stuff, like walking around with the meta.
Yeah, if you look
universe and
closely,
stuff
you'll
on.
see Bart. He's watching a video of me smoking a giant this year too. So, in the last, so
Yes, sir.
It's coming.
Yeah, but so I mean, when they were saying after that first year of turmoil, then there was all this talk like the next year came up real quick and there was no shows. So I'm like, oh man. So that's when I didn't do any spring shows that year, and I took off, hit the road in the summer.
Major impact on the industry because a lot of small companies depend on those consumer shows for a large portion of their revenue.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
And it's. Yeah, and I mean, I think that was also the crippling device for a lot. Like that to me was like almost the final nail in the coffin for ATA. Like it had been struggling up until that point, and then that one just went.
ATA
bam.
was on a fucking hard downward before.
It was a failure to adapt before COVID got here.
It was.
Yeah, for sure.
They needed to open that up for a consumer show 5 years ago, and they just won't do it.
Man, so I would say the last heyday year, or the last legit year, might have been the year that we launched custom gear. I mean, it was a fucking zoo, man. And we, we broke our website when we launched that day, and but that was the last year that they allowed the media to be in there. And then all of a sudden they're just like, oh,
buyers only.
Well, they're getting rid of the media, which is the whole fucking shit.
Are they?
Yeah,
they did.
They banned it for like the first day or two.
They dropped
just
it
for the day, right?
Well, no, they
because we usually have
limited
media passes, don't we?
No, we get manufacturers.
passes.
They limited media to like one day. Well, and they were like, "Oh, we want to make it about the buyers." And the
buyers don't care.
The buyers
They already bought.
sit up in their fucking room the whole time anyway. They don't walk the show.
Yeah, they're
Where do
not
you think
there.
the exposure's coming from? It's coming from the hundreds of dudes there with cameras and YouTube
The
pages.
media. Yeah.
That's the whole fucking buzz. So I was like, I remember when we went back, I'm like, it was a fucking ghost town, and I'm like, dude, especially now there is a loophole, right? I've been in it in direct sale, and I've also sold to retail. So like you mentioned, you could argue, oh, well, these guys who are trying to get, dude, the big retail guys buy their shit anyway.
They already got it.
You're getting mom and pop stuff, and if you're not in those buy group shows, like whoring out a deal, dude, you're wasting money.
Yeah, it's
I
not
mean,
happening.
like that was totally my, and then the worst thing too. So that was going downhill. Then COVID hits. And I could just smell the desperation of them to keep the show going and make the money. They're doing the show digitally. I'm like, okay, we'll
they kept
do
calling about, hey, you went to this booth? They were going to roll it over from one year to the next. And
I'm like, okay, we'll do a digital booth. So we did a digital booth. Then they hit me up with the upcharge. Well, if you wanna have 3 pictures on your digital booth, then it's gonna cost X. I'm like,
digital
nuts.
booth? I don't remember that.
Yeah, dude, they were selling digital booths like because they were gonna have the show
Remote.
virtually. Or
Virtual
virtual.
show.
You're like, you mean like my website?
Yeah,
Like-
yeah. That's exactly what. So yeah, I'm like, I could just paste a link. Well, then they wanted to charge you for links. It was. Man, I'm not trying to bash ATA on this, but I just don't.
It is a bummer that they just from the outside looking in, like pretty
Dude.
clearly everybody's saying the same thing. It's like, hey, why do they have like rifles during November in Missouri? It's like everybody knows it, everybody's asking it, but they won't do anything about it. So ATA is the same thing.
I remember like when I was a kid or younger, ATA was like the spot, man. It was.
Oh, yeah.
It was the fucking Super Bowl of the industry,
man.
man.
It was the archery spot.
Yeah, and it was like everybody wanted to go, and that's what made it so awesome, you know. And the exposure was there, and people were doing, and now it's just like a joke, in my opinion. Like we don't even go anymore.
We go for one day just because we always say, well, if this is the last one, we want to say we went.
Well, we're not paying for booth space or anything like that.
Yeah.
We go and just walk and hope to see, make a handful of connections.
To that point, I need to go and just bum around and network and see some old dudes.
It's good to see
buddies.
some people
because that was the best thing for. Well, shit, I was always locked down in the booth, but I would always make it a point to at least get out and see some industry connections and stuff. And I do miss seeing some industry guys that I used to, because I get so busy otherwise. Like, but when you're at the show, you're there. At least link up with somebody.
We've made some of our best connections even the past couple of years, just walking around, and like the last few people are there are like holding out for the same hope that we are, and they're like, Mick, we met Mick at and it's just like, I'm glad we went every past couple of years.
I met Jake at ATA. I mean,
did you?
Yeah. I've met a lot of people at ATA over the years.
Yeah, it's awesome for that. It still has that. I mean, it is a cool hangout. It's kind of the postseason. Like, seasons just end in most states, like right when ATA hits. And
see, I always hated where they put it.
Dude, I mean, it's almost too close to the end.
Dude, I remember like
some seasons. Like in Ohio, it's the season's still going. I remember leaving and being Iowa, like, I want to get back.
Like the last couple days of the season.
It fucking pisses me off. So when I used to do it, dude, I would be like, I mean, we'd be trying to get stuff ready, be trying to just hunt, and then especially when I worked for other companies, and they're just like, where the fuck? I'm like, dude, I gotta get these last days. And I remember, I think it was like 2016 or something, or 2017. My boss was like, dude, you cannot hunt tomorrow. Like, she's like, you cannot hunt. We have to leave. Like, and I'm like, I can get there like in time. If I leave, I can get the evening in and I can go. And he's like, no. And I remember he got real pissed at that time. And I'm like, fuck it.
You're like, I don't understand. I'm Cody D'Acquisto.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Well, and we're going to get into that, but this is what sucked, man. I'm like, I'm hunting. And I was on one. And I got screwed a couple days before. And it was fucking gnarly cold. But I remember, against everything, I was like, fuck it, I'll lose my job. I'm getting this last day. I got one sit in, and I can still make it. I know I can. So don't fucking cockblock me like that. And I got it done on a fucking mid 80s big drop tine fucking hammer, dude. And I remember, dude,
you bring a skull cap with you to ATA?
No, dude,
you should check it out,
dude. I didn't, but by the time I got there, people were coming up like, dude, you smoked it.
You smoked it. Yep.
I didn't even have social media at that time. I'm like, how the fuck did you know? Like, but I jumped out of my tree stand after I shot that fucker. Just straight jumped, like fucking like Mario. Super Mario Brothers, and fucking landed on the ground and just ran to it because I fucking heart shot it, and dude, I was so fucking stoked, and then I went to ATA with a smile on my face, and I got there and I was like, fuck you, like but
she fired you?
Yeah, well then of course, well no, see that's the thing.
Yeah, she's like, I'm so glad you went.
Well, as soon as
there's so many people at the booth.
As soon as I was just about to say, as soon as I get there, there's all this buzz of, dude, you just smoked a drop. Didn't you just smoke that deer last night? How are you here? I'm like, yeah, I did. Like, and I was
she
like,
made me be here.
Yeah.
That's how I roll.
Yeah. But no, it was, but yes, I always hated that. Like, dude, kick it back 1 week, man.
I know. Like, well, then it's the SHOT Show that's running up. And now there's a lot of archery company trying to go to SHOT Show. But even that, it's like, man, that's a ton of money and you're not getting a return from that.
Well, in the midst of that, I mean, it seems like the consumer shows have exploded like in the past couple of years to the point where we never really even just didn't go before for whatever reason. We're like, we'll do ATA. We'll do. Now, we went to Iowa.
Iowa Deer Classic.
Iowa Deer Classic for the first time. I think in the future, we'll try to go to the Ohio show and like things like the Mobile Hunter Road Show. I mean, that's why they're taking off, and TAC and stuff. It's like the attendance on those things has exploded in the past.
People
3 or 4
miss
years.
it, man. They had a lapse where they couldn't go and do that stuff, and now all of a sudden it's like, holy shit! Like I'm not missing these anymore.
Yeah, there's a connection aspect too, because like I'm a loner as much as probably. A lot of hardcore guys, but I do like the connection with people. Like it's something we all need. We can't just freaking be. And I think especially like with a direct or a podcast for sure, because it's just promotion. It's just talking to people. Spreading the word. But like with us, even being a direct to consumer business too. Like there's nowhere anybody can get their hands on it. Like Like they can't just go to Shields or they can't go to mom and pop. And I kind of have been living through the transition. Like I remember when Amazon started. and I was selling to like dealers and stuff. And I remember, like, dude, man, I fought a lot of stuff for a long time. I'm like a kind of an old soul, and like I was living in but I knew that was dying, and they're still dying. So I think like with those things continuing to fade away, and then like you said, the loss of those connections for a few years, and like guys and there seems to be a boost of community happening. I think more, or people shooting for more of a community aspect, but all those things.
I think from a content standpoint too, like the outdoor channel, I mean, we have beat this into the ground before, but like it was also kind of dissolving at that time. Maybe even prior to that, like it kind of went away, and it's like, that at least gave us like a central, like we all watched the same channel, right? Like that or Sportsman or what. It's like, okay, I know you're not a big consumer of it, but just generally speaking, it's okay. Yep. That's one thing everybody's like, oh, saw it on the outdoor channel or this or that.
Yeah.
That kind of went away when they removed it from some of the major networks and stuff, and they've been fighting to keep it in MOTV and stuff ever since. And so, but then the shows after that takeover. With COVID.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, unfortunately, YouTube in the midst of that, But yeah, we've experienced that too, just kind of like a dissolving of like what it seemed like the industry, like where's we freaking going? And at the same time, not that we have to get into this right now, but like whether it's a reality or like a perception of pressure where it's like, dude, how is this possible? Like it seems like there's like this industry is dissolving, like in a way from a content standpoint, from a show standpoint, but yet every property in America is getting hunted. It's like I run into people on every single border and stuff. And so, frankly, a lot of the premise of our conversation over the years has been like addressing that dilemma. We're like, are there less hunters? Is there, what's happening here? So.
That's, dude, I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'd need to see statistics. I mean, I would have to think that hunting in general is not doing great. I mean, like as far as like new hunt, like what's happening? Is there new blood coming in? And that's been one thing I've been trying to like kind of pinpoint with a lot of the stuff that I do too. Is like, okay, I feel like there's been the same. How do I put it? There's been the same group of individuals like kind of idolized for a long time, and they're just getting older and older and older, and there's been no slide up. And then you had like the hunting public guys, or like, that's where I think, when we've seen this little bit of a shift, like, where's like the up and coming generations, like where's the young guys at? Like, well, like we're kind of now the middle guy, like, but I don't know, man. It's
they're there. I've been encouraged. I mean, you love them or hate them. I mean, there are people that have stepped up and filled. I mean, people would point to, like you mentioned, the hunting public.
Yeah.
Seek One, Chris B, like podcasts and stuff. Bomar in there. I'm just looking at guys our age, frankly, like in our generation. And there's probably a lot more that I'm missing that are stepping up. And I've been encouraged recently. Like, what's still a little unsettling is that like it's on a platform we can't control, right? Which has been the concern and like the argument from Outdoor Channel and stuff. It's like, well, YouTube like tomorrow could be like, no, none of that.
We're possible.
Yeah.
Even like TikTok, we can't put anything on TikTok lifestyle wise. All we can put, we have like 2 strikes, because we posted like a picture of a deer, right? And you can't do it. They won't allow it.
We posted a picture of the Rompola buck, of Mitch holding the buck, and
everybody's been banned. Jury's been banned. Run down a list of people that like, it's just basic
dude.
Content.
It's scary, man. Like I had a buddy who got his Instagram account shut down, and man, I try and preach this a lot, but like I'm not on social media is like really at all. I mean, I should be, but I really got to try to get that balance, and I don't go on there. But he got his page shut down just like that, and then he was dark. And then like I'm getting texts from him. He's like, "Oh, dude, I can't," and he does some brand stuff for us, and I'm like, just think of how easy that was, and just think of how
quickly it can go away.
You're gone right now. Virtually, you're gone. You're nobody.
Off the map.
You have no voice, and you're just like that. And now he's like, I'm trying to send appeals and all that, and but I can't log in to send the appeal. And I'm like, dude, if they want to do that,
if they want
YouTube,
you gone, they got you.
Yeah, dude. I mean, if they like in the snap of a finger, they could highlight all us whitetail guys or hunting guys or whatever, and I mean, it could be pretty.
Yeah, just wipe us off, and then the question becomes like, I agree. I think this sense of community is coming up. We see that like the TAC events are freaking fire anymore. I mean, those things are packed with passion. But if they would, snap their fingers and pull us off that, how do we all still become a community?
It's just the risk of having
we used to do it, right? Like, I mean, we did it for decades. Like, I mean, look at the 90s, dude. The 90s were like the heyday of deer hunting.
I'd love to go back to that.
Right? There was no social media. There was none of that. But like, we still I mean, hell, the only thing you watched was like TNN on a Sunday night for like Realtree Outdoors or whatever. Like, there was nothing but like magazines and stuff, yet the community was really strong.
Yeah, I'd say it was. And like, I remember back then, deer shows were like a must.
Yeah,
like if you weren't doing the deer, like there just wasn't the exposure, or you had to do, you had to drop the print.
Yep, print ads.
Or you had to advertise
on print.
On
about that.
Yeah,
I'm like, how did people? I'm like, oh yeah,
print ads.
Magazines. That was huge.
Yeah. You got a North American whitetail or deer and deer hunting or whatever.
Or you had to advertise on the outdoor channel,
TV.
Yeah.
Like that was your it was
easy. It was simple. You're like, I get these 3 magazine subscriptions, like North American Whitetail, Peterson, but whatever. Yeah. And I watch TV and I talk to my friends. I have my community and stuff. We make calls.
And dude, I remember too, like, because I used to be in the skate scene a lot, but like, just as an example of how content is buried and how nothing like is the same. Like, you used to get guys who would skate all year to film one part in a video that would drop once a year for a brand.
Yep.
And it was like the whole year was about building up the drop of this part, right? This piece, right? This video. And then they'd sell DVDs and then they'd go back to the drawing board. And dude, now every day your mind could go numb on watching shit that is 10 times better than that every single day. It's like, oh, dude.
Which I don't know if is a good thing, right?
No,
well, I think we talked about before, there's a certain amount of like content before it's like overload, right? Like there's only so much in a day that I think the human should really be taking in. And like, when you sit there and next thing you know, like in your phone will tell you, it's like, holy shit, you've been scrolling for 7 hours this week or 10 hours.
We're zombies, man. I want to get into that later too, man. And that's what I meant about like the future. It not so much like is it there? Is it coming up? Like how are we passing the torch, man? Like to me, where it's going, man. Like, shit, we talked about the crossbow statistic last time. Not that that's like the problem, but I'm just saying like it's just trending toward
an indication of
weakness.
Well, no, I think it goes back to that indication of like the state side, especially is in favor of liberalization for opportunity.
Yeah,
and in their mind is good, but I think anybody that's a dedicated hunter would tell you that. There's a line there to where it's not good.
Our stance is pretty simple on it. I think that hunting is cool enough, and like it's not that hard to influence a young person to be like, check this out, like, dude, like they see how you're lit. They're like, dude, this Cody D'Acquisto, he's cool as shit, and like, look, he's doing, and he's going, and that's a really cool thing that I would want to do. The problem is, okay, where are you gonna go? The experience, and Iowa is somewhat protected, right? It's like the last stronghold, but a lot of the states have mismanaged the resource to such a degree that it's like the quality of the experience sucks, the quality of the resource sucks, they have nowhere to go, boom, 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 run down a line. We feel that it's because of all the things that have made hunting easier, to say it generally, but more specifically to target, the bucks that everybody's after. It's like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people just kind of like, I'd love to go, but I have nowhere to go.
There's definitely, I think, a bigger barrier to entry there. Like, I think about it all the time of like, what if I was completely oblivious to anything hunting related and I was coming into it, or I was intrigued, like you said, because that's how it starts, man. Somebody sees somebody online, they're oh, that dude looks pretty cool. Like, what's up with this guy? Or, oh shit, like they may look at his
family member. All of us were influenced by somebody. We're like, that seems pretty cool.
Yeah. And let's say somebody gets that and then they start to look into it. It's a bigger barrier to entry than a lot. Like,
look at those guys you're talking about, dude. The Lakoskis, anybody that like went to Iowa, went to the Midwest back in the day. It was like, the only barrier to entry was to get there.
Yeah.
But tags were over the counter.
Yeah.
Anybody would give you permission. Even after that, you could buy the ground for $500 an acre.
Yeah.
To now, it's like, okay, speaking to Iowa, it's like it's going to take you 6 years to draw, and the ground is $5,500 an acre, and it's going to be hard to find one in the first place. And it's like, okay, maybe I should do something different.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's your boom of your whole public lands thing. And just, I guess, that whole concept of educating people that there is a bunch of land out there that you can go and tromp around on, that you like, that's yours essentially. But there's its own challenges, and it's just hard for somebody, I think, to navigate where the hell to start. Like, you know, and that's where I come in too, with like the gear stuff and with the roadshow. Like, we get so many people that we had guys that were over 50 that drove like over 3 hours just to get there. Like, they want to start hunting. And I'm like, dude, this is pretty cool.
I
like,
love it.
Yeah,
I love
amazing.
seeing the old dudes adapting to like a new style. Who's the guy that we ran into at the PA TAC? He's an addictions member.
Oh, okay.
The Maryland
You know what
guy?
I'm talking about? He came to dinner with us.
Oh, no, that's the
Wolf or
Virginia guy.
something?
Yeah, the Virginia dude.
Oh, Thack.
Yeah, that.
Thack. Yeah, dude,
Brian,
he was
Brian
super cool.
Thacker. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
it's
awesome.
Thacker.
Older guy, and
Yeah.
he's just like, I love
Yeah.
with custom gear. He's like, I'm totally mobile and
yeah.
stuff. I'm like, dude, that's awesome. You're older than my dad. Like,
Yeah.
He's
my dad
good
still
shit.
hunted out of ladder stands.
I
you know?
love his energy, man. He's got
Yeah.
the awesome energy. When I couldn't make TAC, I was like, you know, I was talking to my guys, like the event coordinator, and I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like, we need somebody for the novelty shot, like, and I'm like, Thack. I was like, call him, get him out here, like, you know, and he was able to come. But like, yeah, he's so positive, man. He's a booming personality.
Oh,
He gets it done out in Virginia. So like, yeah, shout out to him. He's awesome. But yeah, he's still getting it, man. He's an older dude.
Well, and that's the kind of thing. I think you go back and you look at like you said, kind of this younger generation coming up, and even a numbers standpoint. So like we've done some basic research, like, you know, if you look at like the 18 surveys, and this is from like U.S. Fish and Wildlife and stuff, like hunter numbers drop, but in the 22 survey, they came back up. Most of that probably COVID effect, right? Yeah. I think my argument would be because of what we just talked about in liberalization of season structures and stuff, that maybe there isn't more hunters right now, but I bet there's a greater hunter number in terms of days of field because of things like crossbow that those guys hunted
Definitely
7 days of gun season. Now they're hunting 67 days of a full
or
season.
1 day of guns. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the number, so when you say, well, I'm running into guys, that may have been hunted 1 or 2 days. Now it's hunted 25 or 26 days. And I think that feels like and it is an increase in pressure.
Well, you used to have to work more too. Like now you can buy 10 cameras, get 10 fucking cell plans and let them soak. And like there's more of a thing there to whereas like I talk to guys even out here, for instance, like the Allegheny, right? If you're gonna look at hunting that national forest or think about let's just say, for instance, that you guys gave up every other property you were going to have and you were going up to hunt the mountains, right, in the Allegheny. And now you got 2 ways to do it. Either you do it with cameras and all the technology you have right now, or you do it 6 years ago before cell cameras were a thing.
Yep.
And like you can still use cameras, but like
normal cameras, bare bones type
dude,
stuff.
it's a total different game.
Completely different.
So now so I think like even with things, so you got the cross, like you got just a lot of things. You got mapping is so much better now. You got you got guys scouting with drones now. Like there's just
any and every resource at your disposal.
Exactly. The resources, you know.
And the content to like figure out how to do it quickly. Like the learning curve is much
well, that's where it goes back. Like
faster.
we talk about the 90s, like we got whatever deer hunting in the mail, and it's like, okay, I'm reading this article on something. That was the resource. That was it.
Guys,
that's what you had.
Guys didn't know anything. Like there was a handful. I mean, not to discredit the generation, but like it wasn't out there. Like the only knowledge that they got was firsthand from the time they could spend in the woods or from magazine articles.
Which I think was, I mean, I would say that overall, guys back then were better hunters and woodsmen than they are today.
Oh,
they kill more shit right now, but it's because of all of the tools that you have.
Without a doubt, man.
I don't think they're a better hunter today at all. You
Yeah.
take away all those tools and you put them side by side with a 90s guy who basically was just walking ridges and looking for scrapes and stuff. That dude will out hunt his ass.
I'm
every
with
day.
you. Yeah, I mean, it depends on like the benchmark of success or of what is a good hunter, but because we are more lethal today for sure.
Yes.
But it's because of the technology, not necessarily because of our ability.
Even things like food plots, which I mean, obviously we do. It's like, dude, nope. I didn't know anybody playing food plots in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different. Hunting has evolved, man. It's a different world, or hunting.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, some of the stuff. I mean, but yeah, it's getting back to like that's why I'm such a proponent of stripping it away, man. But then again, I got my own journey, and I came there in a way, and it's hard for me to look down on it. You know, I feel like I've went through a whole spectrum, and I'm always growing, but like,
let's get into it. The Hunter Podcast is brought to you by Hoyt.
What can we say, man? Another year back with Hoyt. We're both shooting RX8s. I'm shooting 70 pounds in the bourbon, which I love bourbon.
That's great.
And you're shooting 80 pounds in the straight black.
Blacked out as always, man. I got the, so I'm shooting the 500 grain Easton Arrow this year. And at 80 pounds, I'm flinging that thing at like 300 feet per second. I mean, it's deadly. Put a water buffalo in front of me and he's done.
I mean, we shot it earlier. You literally put an arrow through a brand new target, like never been shot before.
I know. So one other thing that Hoyt is doing this year is they're making all their own strings in-house. And so the quality is top notch, and it just really is something that is setting them apart from their competitors.
Well, what we always try to do when we go to our bow shop, Ultimate Outdoors, is we try to shoot other bows just to make sure that we are really giving everybody a fair chance.
Sure.
The reality is it's a no-brainer. Hoyt stands above all of them every single time.
Definitely. And so right now you can use code HUNTR, HUNTR, for 20% off any apparel on the Hoyt website. And as always,
get serious, get Hoyt. Okay.
Well, let's go all the way back.
Let's start at the
so when I was born.
Let's start at the beginning.
It was a foggy morning. No.
Foggy morning. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. We talked about, a young Cody at 8, 9, 10 years old going in this, but I mean, what is that the furthest back of your memory of being part of an industry and business with the family?
So I would have to say, I mean, well, it's no surprise, I guess, just to kind of start from the beginning. Dad started Lone Wolf back in the early 80s, right? So that's when he got bit by the bug of whitetail hunting, mobile hunting, and that started with him and my uncle Nick. They partnered on it, and they started making plywood tree stands. And back then, I think the only tree stand was like, I think they were bakers back then, wood business stands or whatever, but everything was clunky, nothing was portable, so they were like, all right, let's make a better mousetrap. And it was like just that typical American dream entrepreneur type thing. Like he started making a couple, sold some to buddies, then word got around, and then it snowballed. So fast forward, like by the time I came around, the business was established. I mean, they were making climbers back then, but I was born right into it. So Dad was 8 up, right? And that was going to be, let me think here. So Dad was completely 8 up with hunting, right? So that's what fueled this whole thing. And
is he in Wisconsin at this point?
Yeah, this is Wisconsin. Yeah. So like when I came, ever since I was, born, like I grew up climbing on pallets of tree stands. That's just how it was, the family business was in our 2-car garage in the back of the house. And we lived in the city, we didn't live in the country. And I would say the earliest like memory that I have of, getting going hunting was like when I was I'd probably say, 5, 6, 7 years old. Like I just remember always tagging along on glassing missions. And that's one of my fondest memories that like I have with the old man was like after dinner every night, after we finished up, he had this beat up old Toyota pickup truck. It was red. It was the extra cab, and it was just fucking filthy, and there was he owned one cassette, and it was a John Denver cassette, and that was all.
Well, full of shit,
dude. There might have been an Eagles cassette too, but anyway.
Oh, of course, there definitely was.
but that was it. There was nothing else, and the radio didn't work, but the cassette player worked. And but anyway, we piled.
You have an older sister, right?
I do, yeah. So I actually have 4 siblings, yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
So was it just you?
I'm one of 4.
Was it just you that would go with that, or would you all pile in? Or?
No, I would just go in there. Yeah. So I think at that time, so my siblings. My oldest sister is 8 years older than me, and then it's me and my next closest would be 4, and then I have a younger brother who's 6 years younger than I am.
No way.
So at this point, my brother wasn't around, and I don't know what the hell my sisters were doing. So, but anyway, I just remember piling in the car, and we would drive out to like this public ground just outside of the city limits, like right where, that like Milwaukee, Cudahy, like the suburbs would turn into like ag and stuff, and we'd go out there. It'd probably be like 15 minutes to get there, and then we'd just drive around till dark. And he had these old Swarovski binos, like the frickin' 10x42s, the one that had like the it looked like coffee cans, you know. But they were so frickin' nice though. But anyway, yeah. So that was like my earliest memory of, and it was like every night.
That's exactly how I got hooked, dude.
Yeah,
driving around like that.
And it was like, but it was just one of those things where like as I was growing up, I was just, it's what it was. There wasn't like any option. Like he just hunted so much, and so there's that. And then he would, there was a small piece of property that, you know, he would like maybe take back in the day. He'd pick up some corn from like this local farmer, and he'd go bait this piece of property or whatever. So I'd tag along on missions like that, and maybe a few scouting missions here and there, like as a young kid like that, you know. And then, you know, obviously I'd go to the trade shows because they'd work the trade shows every year. But that was kind of like, that's the earliest memory I have of it and starting. And shit, I remember too, like even as a kid in the city, like show and tell, I'd be bringing in like bear skulls and deer skulls, and like everybody would be like, what the fuck is up with this kid?
You've always,
Yeah, you know.
And so
like,
you ate up with it. I mean, were you into sports and stuff when you were a kid?
Yeah, so it was like kind of, I played football from like as early as you could play tackle football.
Yeah.
And that was, like it was kind of, I don't know, I don't ever remember having the choice. It was like, oh, you're going to play football.
Yeah.
It was kind of like that. But anyway, I played football. And that was from early on, but I did get into, I got bit by the bug of like extreme sports when I was, you know, getting, you know, probably like that 13 or, you know, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, like that whole time. But I was, you know, I don't know if I'd say I was ate up with hunt because I couldn't hunt yet. Like in Wisconsin, you can't hunt until you're 12.
Here too.
It's not like in Iowa now, as young as you can pull a trigger or pull a bow
Here
back.
too.
Like,
they have youth seasons like everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
that wasn't a thing. We never. I remember waiting until I like, because my dad was. I did the same thing with my uncle when I was like, he would take me out after dinner. That was exactly how I got hooked. He's like, hey, we'll sneak out a little early and we'll go run the roads. And I thought that was so cool. He was like my influence, but I couldn't hunt either. I was probably like 6, 7, 8.
Yep.
And so I had like a 4 or 5 year period where it's like I would see them go out opening day for gun. I knew my uncle was bow hunting, and like I was like, I cannot wait till I turn 12 years old. You know, I'd shoot my cousin's bow, and then that's how it happens.
That's exactly what it was too. So it was like, yeah, you know, I did those things, but I did them just hanging out with dad. Like, I don't know if I correlated then as like being jacked up about being able to hunt one day. And you know, but it was so before 12 that I don't think I made that correlation. But then I did, you know, I started shooting a bow, you know, probably 9, 10 years or whatever, maybe like that realm before coming into, then once I started shooting a bow, and you know, those glassing missions were more prominent, and obviously it was a celebration every time dad came back with a deer. Like we never went hunting with him, but he was always hunting. And like, dude, that when I'm talking about always hunting, like, dude, he wasn't like Christmas, he'd be bailing off early. Halloween, he wasn't around. Like oh yeah, dude, there wasn't a lot of family time there. So I always like, that was what I grew up with. I just well, dad hunts. Like, he's just hunting, you know. Was he coming trick-or-treating with us? No, he's hunting. Like, you know, Christmas, you know, or Christmas morning, I'd say he was there. Like, that was the one thing. He had to be there Christmas morning.
That's pretty serious, man.
Well, oh yeah, dude, he was, I'm like, people don't, it was serious. So that was just what I knew from the beginning, right? And he was a pretty aggressive hunter, and I didn't put all these dots together until I started hunting, but, so that's kind of how I was groomed into it and grew up, and I do remember hitting a point to where it was like, oh man, hunter safety's coming up, you know, and I think so. I remember taking the hunter safety course and passing it, and then a weird thing happened, man. It was like I got to go out with dad for the first time, and the first year that I ever started hunting is when they you couldn't bait anymore in Wisconsin. Like, there was always like, you could bait a little bit or whatever, and they outlawed that, or they shut it down, so you couldn't do any baiting or whatever. So it was a little tougher for us to get on some deer, and like, so we were looking around. We had a couple successful hunts, like seeing some deer, but then I remember he was really pushing it on me, and then it was like I was getting into like this rebellious phase, like.
How did that go initially? Like, I remember My dad was just like, not like in a kicking me out of the nest any kind of way. It just the way it went. He's like, hey, cool. Your stand's down there. We hung it together like earlier in the season or whatever. Did you hunt with your dad or did you?
So not yet. So, or yes. So when I was 12, I remember the first sit was up in this.
Remember your very first sit?
Mm-hmm.
I can remember mine. Like
actually,
it was
that's
yesterday.
actually, I never thought about it like this, but yeah, I remember my first sit.
I remember the tree. I could probably take it to the tree.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can picture the tree. There was what was it? It might have been a walnut or something, but there was a big split in it, and he had a stand right in that crotch, and we were both. He was behind me, and he was just. I had a rope around my waist, and he was just so he was with me the first time.
Okay.
And I think it was that. I don't know how many hunts it was, but it was a few hunts, and I was getting a little drug out, and then there was. I don't know what the buck looked like. I mean, it was a racked buck, and it came out of the swamp at last light, and I frickin' flung an arrow at it, right? And I hit it, and I'm like, and there was like this jolt of excitement, and I was like, oh shit, and then we started, we took up the track, and he probably knew it wasn't a fatal hit, but in my mind, I'm like, oh, okay, like now I can
put one in it, yeah.
Now I get a deer, but we never found it, and that was
happened to me too.
But it was one of those things where it was like, I don't even know how to put it, but it was kind of a letdown, right? And it was like,
let down?
Yeah, for me. Yeah, like
what was his reaction?
Oh, he was cool with it. He knew.
You bow hunt long enough, it's going to happen.
Well,
type of thing.
I bet he knew. I mean, you always got to track the deer. I mean,
sure.
and we had blood.
Effort.
But I'm like, I don't know. It was. But then I remember going through this period, and I don't know how it laid out, but I grew up. I kind of matured a little early, man. I was like partying at 13 and shit. So like I started to get like a little rebellious, and he was like, we got to go hunting. And I'm like, no, we don't. I'm like, fuck hunting. So I kind of turned against it because it was so, like I could tell he was pushing it on me. And
in what way? I mean, how do you feel like he was pushing it on?
He was just wanting me to get out
Yeah,
there.
like
all
you're
he was
going.
trying to he was trying to do was get me out there, and I know what he was doing now. Because he knew that that all it was going to take was a good experience to get me hooked, but it was more, I don't want to say drill sergeant, but it was like there was always a guilt trip if I didn't want to go hunting, and it was always, so it was a little uncomfortable, not uncomfortable, but
It's the fine line that any parent takes that has a kid that, like, I mean, if you're ate up with deer hunting, which I am, and I'm in the same, but my kids are 8 and 12, right? And I remember like taking my kid, my oldest, hunting, and like first couple times, and eventually he was kind of like, he just didn't want to go, and I'm like, you're going. But it, and then I have to check myself of like, if I push him too far, he's just gonna hate it.
Yeah.
Right. So like, where's that fine line to like get him out there, but not, because that's the number one reason that kids fucking hate sports. Is like their parents are just like, you're doing this, you're doing travel league, you're doing this. You like your entire life is a sports, and maybe they're thinking down the road of like, this will be the best for you. But in the moment, as a kid, it's like you're exhausted.
Your dad probably didn't know any different. Like if that was his life,
exactly.
like the way I'm sure it was, he probably like couldn't even conceive. He's like, what do you mean you're gonna do that? I'm like, no, we're hunting.
Well,
that's what we do.
And the interesting thing is he didn't grow up in a hunting family. He grew up in the inner city, and like his exposure to hunting was like through an uncle who did some fishing on the Milwaukee River. Yeah, his dad didn't hunt, never, not a day in his life. When he met my mom in high school, and my mom's family was your typical Wisconsin hunter.
Yep.
Like, November, we're going. It's very similar to PA, man. It's eerie. Yep. Like the culture there is like very much like gun hunting up north. We drink
deer
beers
camp,
and
deer
camp.
Yep.
And I've never, to this day, I've never experienced a deer camp. And even back then, like we were bow hunters. So I think, Dad started off, he had that experience of going to the Northwoods with my mom, and he got bit by the bug trapping. So like that's what
me too. We got a lot of similarities.
Yeah, dude. He started trapping like at an early age, and there's really
that'll do it.
There's old pictures of like him and my mom trapping like swamps up in northern Wisconsin, and it was just it was cool. So that's how he got into it. He was exposed to deer hunting by my grandpa then, my mom's dad. And then I think he picked up a bow and started, just running after him and flinging arrows. Like, that was kind of how it was back then. But from then, he never went back.
So
all I ever knew from from, being young on was that, he was a bow hunter. Like, I remember when I started hunting, it was not like, hey son, do you want to hunt do you want a shotgun hunt or do you want a bow hunt? It was like, here's the bow. Like, this is what we're shooting. Like, there was just never an option. And I didn't know any better. But the only friends that I ever had and the only people I ever knew, like, they weren't hunted. Like, nobody hunted. And the couple people, like, in my school that hunted, I wasn't like,
because you were in a city.
Oh. The couple people that hunted were like, they went up north. They took a couple days of vacation. They went up north for that 1 week.
Yep.
And they didn't even hunt. They just they watched all their uncles and shit drink beer, and they sat in a stand and froze their ass off. And they're like, I don't know how you do that. And I'm like, that's not what I do.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just thought in my head back then, I thought there was like this, bow hunters were a thing. Because I remember, it's even crazy, like my first experience with the game warden was when I took my hunter safety system. And the guy's up there talking about, and he's like, I remember I can vividly remember this. It was like a core, he made a comment of bow hunters being like some people you got to watch out for. He's like, oh, them bow hunters. He's like,
so some thugs out there. You gotta watch.
Yeah. And I was like,
interesting.
oh, okay. And I'm like,
He's talking about my old man.
Well, I don't know. It was just one of those things where I remember taking note of that, and that actually feeds into a lot of cool shit that I want to get into about that. But anyway, so I started bow hunting, and that was it. And I think, coming back to like round robin, what you were saying, it was like, so my sister had done some hunting too, 4 years older. Like my oldest sister, Desiree, she never hunted at all. She was totally girly girl, never even, just wasn't interested. My other sister, Ashley, like she's actually killed a couple bruisers. Like, so she hunted for a little while there, and like,
and she works for the company, right?
Yeah. And she lives out in Oregon now. And doesn't hunt as much, which kind of bums me out, but I'll get into that later.
Someday.
But anyway, so he was hunting with her pretty heavy, and she killed a couple deer as a, because she turned 12, obviously 4 years before me. And I think then she left it. So he was like, oh man, like, okay, now this is like, my son's got to hunt. Yeah. Like he had, so there was more of so there was more of a pressure to it. And it was, just more like, I know he meant well, even nowadays, like I find myself, like I took my daughter turkey hunting last year, and in my head, when we went out, I'm like, okay, if we can kill a turkey, she's hooked. So my goal became kill a turkey, like give her the experience. And before I knew it, we're in the blind, and I'm telling her to be quiet. And I'm like, no, we got to wait. And then we got a little longer. And then
you're like, oh my God, I'm my dad.
Well, dude, then I did a hard check, and I was like, you know what? I was like, and then in my head, I threw the killing the turkey out of the window, and I just played turkey hunting.
Yeah.
And I let her do whatever she wanted. And I even faked like I seen a turkey around the corner, and then we got out and we started stalking them and stuff. And this was a couple years ago. So then I was like, I've been very adamant to not push, like 100%. Like and that's the difference though. I don't care if my kids don't hunt.
Yep.
I do not, if you do not want to hunt, and my oldest daughter, she's very, very sensitive, and she's like, she actually put me in a weird place, man. When she started like reasoning, she's like, Dad, if you love whitetails so much, then why do you kill them?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, like, dude, it hit me pretty hard, and I'll get into that later too. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm very conscious now not to, because I was very close to being turned off.
Yeah.
Like, and being
pushed
gone.
Enough.
Yeah, being gone forever. So yeah, with that being said, I kind of was rebelling against it, and then that year, I think I broke my foot. I just started busting bones, man. I was skating heavy at that time. So I was skating, man. I was like, I'm going to be a pro skater. Like, that's what I'm doing. And, I shattered my foot. And then when my foot healed, I like broke my other foot. And then, and it was just one, it was those. And then, and then I broke my arm snowboarding, and I was just like, I just was always pushing it too hard, man.
Broke my arm snowboarding.
I'm like gas pedal, which is definitely a detriment sometimes.
You ever ride dirt bikes?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Dude,
if your parents put you on a dirt bike, dude, you're screwed. Dude, you'll be chasing that for the rest of your life.
I remember having a dirt bike when I was a kid too, and like I had a gnarly crash on a dirt bike that set me straight and had me like in that fork in the road of like, all right, you're going to kill yourself. Because I'm just not, I don't have a governor switch, which is also, I think, what makes me, what gets me into.
Seen mine. He's a tracheostomy scar.
Dude,
I got zigzags up all over my head. Oh yeah, dude. I was jacked up. No, I hit a bulldozer.
Oh my God.
We built a 90-foot step up in my backyard, and the bulldozer was parked off to the left side. I'd been hitting it with my dad, and I just got squirrely overshot at one time. So I flew 100 feet through the air. You know, I mean, I was fourth gear pinned, and I just face first into it. So that's why my nose is so like straight like this. I got a bone graft in my nose. All my front teeth are fake caps.
Jeez.
Just the other day, I was in the dentist. These are right here. It's a bridge because that cap kept falling out. Yeah.
Damn.
Got a freaking. I'll show you an X-ray sometime. I'm like Terminator.
Dude,
Dirt bikes are serious.
That's pretty cool.
My mom sold my bike when she caught me riding with my Traken a couple weeks later.
Dude, yeah. That I had a cousin who was pretty gnarly into it, and he even told me too. He was kind of a good role model, but he's like, dude, if you're gonna ride, dude, like, you're gonna crash, man. You're gonna get.
It's
hurt.
not if, it's when.
Exactly, yeah. And dude, well, I had a Harley too, and I was into motorcycles too, so I was, and that was kind of the same thing. Was like, everybody's like, dude, my mom was so pissed when I got a motorcycle at like 16.
Mm-hmm.
Like I just went out, and she was like, what the fuck? Like, no, you're not riding. I'm like, fuck, I'm not. Like, what do you mean I'm not
Watch
riding?
me.
Yeah, but like, well,
Yeah.
see ya. You know? But anyway, yeah, I'm trying to get, so where the hell was I at?
You're basically talking about your dad. Your dad's kind of like
the
pressure.
So I was out with
go.
broken bones for a couple years, though, right?
From pro skating and stuff, you're revolving out of that.
Yeah, I was trying to, dude. Yeah. So then I got, I started. Man, I can't even think really. I think it was maybe, I would say 14 then. Like, so there was a couple years where I was like, you know how quick a hunting season goes by too. Then if you go out a couple times, then I was blowing him off and doing shit with buddies or whatever. And then, at like 14, I started getting like, dude, I was like 14, 15, like I was over partying and shit, like, which is weird. People might think like, what the hell? But I turned a switch in my mind, right? I started working out. I started like, I was like, hunting was starting to intrigue me. And I started hunting. I started hunting a little bit with the old man, and so I remember so we went down. Shit, I think it was. So I hunted a year. I don't know how many times, man. It's so unclear then, but I'm getting to like after this is when it really starts to be solidified. So I remember like I made the decision, like I was 8 up in it. So I started to like get hungry for it, and I think it was 15 years old was like that's when the defining moment for me happened, and 14. So I was hunting with Dad, like we would. Shit, I'm trying to think of how, because I didn't go off on my own yet. Like this was like I could feel maybe he thought it was like the last chance, so he had some presets hung, and like or I'd go with him, and I remember this season, like the season of being 14 years old, was like really following him around. Like we were hunting like he would hunt, but it was me on the bow. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like we would hunt, and I remember we would, we'd get down or and he'd go scout, and we'd scout for hours, and I would just be like, after I'd be like, okay, we'll check what's going on. But I remember being like perturbed about how much we would scout.
Yeah, you're just going.
Well, yeah, we were just scouting, and I'm like, when are we gonna find? Just like a typical impatient kid. I'm like, well, I don't.
What are we looking for?
Yeah,
what's going on?
What
So
are we doing here?
He's sitting there scouting. I'm just freaking playing with twigs and shit, and he's like, don't fucking touch anything, And I'm just, but the thing is like back, like he never used it as a teaching experience. Like he was teaching in his own way. But it wasn't like, hey, let me show you what we're looking for. You were
just following.
He was just like, be quiet and follow me. We're looking for a spot. Like that was very much his attitude, which is kind of a turnoff when you're a kid. I'm just like, okay, whatever. And when you just keep walking and you keep looking and what's around the next corner? What's around the next corner? And it just became but all these things were building blocks. Like they were building the foundation in me. So like glassing, right? Like at the time, I didn't see it I look back at it now, that's a huge block of foundation. All that scouting, getting pissed off about walking around, being quiet, like looking, walking more than we sat. Like huge like building block that I didn't.
All the sign, all the terrain, everything.
I didn't realize it, you know. And it wasn't like I said, and that's what was tough about it. So I didn't see that yet, but so I remember we were seeing some deer, and you know, we were having, you know, a good time. I just like spending time with Dad back then too. So it was like, and I remember like those days. I remember being in Illinois hunting a lease down there, or a farm down there, and back then you didn't have the apps right on your phone, right. So it was like we woke up, we took a shower, and we had breakfast at this little shitty. He bought this shack in Illinois, like it was fucking nasty, dude. Like it was just this little shack. And before that, we stayed in an abandoned plantation house, which was fucking spooky, man. Like that was one of my first memories. Was like going down there.
That's
to hunt.
why, if anybody was wondering, that's how that happens.
And so we stayed in there. I'd be, you know, but anyway, so you know, when we started hunting, there was like this routine. We'd wake up, we'd have breakfast. We'd have breakfast over the little weather radio.
Yeah.
And like NOAA weather report was playing, and we're so
wow, that's nostalgic, right there.
Dude. And that's so every morning it was like wake up. It's like so this was like the drill. Okay, you got to shower before we go out. Yep. Shower, clothes are outside. You know, we're eating breakfast.
Weather
radio's on the table, and we're listening to the report. And so we'd get the report. And then we'd hear what's going on, and over the oatmeal. I mean, this place was so shitty, ladybugs would be falling in your oatmeal from the ceiling.
Extra protein.
Yeah, for sure. But then we'd
is that a raisin?
Then we then we'd pull out the big aerial, the laminated aerial.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was as we're listening to the weather, it's like, all right, now we're looking at where are we going? We're looking at the map, and we were hunting together just for, you know, so. Like, okay, we're, you know, looking here, looking there, and then we'd get our game plan, and then we'd take off, and we had like a 20-minute drive to the property from where the cabin was at. And on the way to the property,
is this public you're going to?
No, this is a lease. This is like a big, it's a big chunk of property that actually the old man became friends with a farmer.
Western Illinois,
South Central.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a big, you know, a big sizable piece that we had to hunt down there. And I remember driving to the property, and you know, man, I mean, like, dude, at this time, like, Illinois is the mecca.
Yeah.
Like, dude, this is
the place.
This is the so we, and you know, on that 20-minute drive to the property, it would be like, you know, I remember always trying to like just get my layering right, and like the temperature in the truck was the temperature that he wanted it to be. And I was always like sweating my ass off, and he's like, you know.
Well, dude, at that age, there's no clothes that fit you. They didn't make like teen stuff, so everything's oversized.
And God forbid you tell somebody like your strategy about fucking not having your feet sweat. Like he's got his shit locked down, but he don't fucking like I got to learn the hard way. So anyway, we drive there. He's falling asleep going off the road fucking all the time. Like that was an iconic memory, man. Like, dude, I woke
full circle as of here recently.
Dude, man, it was fucking gnarly. But anyway, so we're getting to the property, but I always remembered too when we came up to this turn. It was coming off the interstate that we got real close to the farm. He would always, and he'd never said anything, but he would always take note to the flag. There was a flag there. And he'd always slow down, look at the flag for a minute, and he never, you know, like I said, he wasn't a teacher, but he was teaching. And then what he was doing is making sure the wind was exactly what the weather radio said. And half the time, he'd change up the game plan. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, whatever, we're going wherever.
Did you know that's what he was doing at the time?
No, I didn't. That's what I'm saying. Like I didn't know these things. So it's just you know, weird way I came about. Like now
I do that.
I do that shit all the time.
There's a flag, I always stop and I slow down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's especially if like it's pertinent to what's going on. But you know, so I remember getting explained like, you know, the wind and stuff. And but anyway, so we hunted. I would consider like I put in a good hard effort, you know, of just getting dragged around with him. And I remember there was this morning, so this was the first, it was a freaking frigid morning. It was probably like, you know, mid-20s, but it was damp and humid, right? And it was just chilly. And we were sitting on this bench that we found the day prior and set a stand-up for. So that was kind of like your typical, you know, we would hunt a predetermined spot, scout for a new spot, and then like hit a fresh ambush that evening and then follow it up. And I remember the spot was kind of dismal the night before, but he's like, we're gonna give it one more shot, and I'm like, okay, whatever, you know. So So we're on this ridge side, and I just remember too, like that morning, we were in there for like and we never sat long. That's another thing. Like it was always real quick. Like we were never in the stand a long time. Yeah, it's very much to like similar to my style now and like how I evolved. It's just he's impatient, I'm impatient. Like we're both.
So you're in there, nothing happens. You're like, we're moving.
Yeah, we move. Or you know, usually, and if it's November, you'll get like more, or if it's like that prime time. But like we'll abandon a post and then just go find a new post for the evening or the next morning. But I remember that morning, so probably in the stand about an hour. So it wasn't cold yet. And you know, the sunrise was coming. We're on this bench off, and it's November, so it's kind of open hardwoods, right? All maples. And almost like maple plantings, you know, when they're like real thin and they're, but it's like that. It's like picture that iconic leaves are turned, leaf litter on the ground.
Reds.
Dude, I mean, it's primo. And the sun's coming up, right? And all of a sudden, this doe comes, you know, busting over the mound, like through the bottom and comes up. And I remember like he's off the back and he's like, we got some deer coming, you know, and I'm looking and I could tell he might have been a little worried that I was going to be able to like pull it off. So he's kind of like coaching me a little bit, but I was kind of tuning him out and I was just like watching, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, a doe came through, a small buck like chased her over. I was like, okay, this is cool, you know, but I just remember the scene. And then out of nowhere, you know, this buck comes, you know, he's coming from the bottom of the creek bottom. You can see him come up and he's coming right through all the open hardwoods and he comes right up the ridge and we're set. It was like a 15-yard shot that like, the trail came up, our wind was dipping off the back. The trail came up and like crested over the ridge and then went to the tops. And he was coming right up to get on that doe's trail. And like just instinctually, he's coming up and didn't care. Like, you know, I kind of took note to his position or whatever, but like as he's walking, I just grabbed that bow, stood up, turned around in one motion and just smoked him right through the liver. And this is an iconic video. We edited this, but it's anybody who knows my dad knows he drops a lot of F-bombs and swears. But I remember like it's really? we got it on film, and right when that arrow sailed through, he's like, "You got him!" And he's like, "Right in the fucking liver," and he mule kicked, and and then I just, you know, when you see that fucking blood shoot out of it, and he mule kicked and then just took off like a bat out of hell, and like. That all happened on the sunrise, on that ridge, and like everything came together. And like that exact instance was like,
there it was.
Fuck, yes.
So
like, fuck,
dude,
it was game over. And then I was like, oh, dude, this is fuck. So, so that was the high, right? That was the, and then, you know, Dad was there, you know, so then we got down and I always remember like he was always an advocate of shooting further back. And that's what I've always done. You know, it was like he's like the shoulder. He's like what did he say? He's like crowding the shoulder's a fool's game, because you know, if you're off and like there's been a lot of shoulder hit deer. Like that's one thing he's tracked a lot of deer. You know, he's got a lot of knowledge about that. So he would always slide it back. So I got in the custom of doing that too. And the one thing about a liver shot deer is it's a dead deer. It's dying and it's dying. Like there's no way it's surviving even a prick in the liver. So, and you know, if you're aiming for rear lungs, front liver, like if you're off one way, you'll get liver, guts, whatever. Not the best shot, but you're going to kill that deer. If you're off the other way, you're double lung and you're getting heart, you know, versus tucking behind that shoulder. Yeah. Cause I got into that too. I was like, oh, fuck that. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm going to start, you know, this was, you know, years later. Oh, I'm just going to, dude, I got to heart shot these things. Dude, the first giant I shoulder shot, I was like, "What the fuck are you doing, man? You know better. Like, you know better." And but I'm not a great shot either. So, anyway, so the ultimate high, followed by the ultimate low. So we get down, we track the. I remember it was a big thing. We track the deer. Mind you, I kind of passed over this. You know, put yourself in my shoes. So, growing up. And living in a home that is just walls lined with big deer, right? It's what I was. It's what I was seeing all the time. You know, it's what I was accustomed to. And you know, I even skipped over this part. But one of those young glassing missions. On one of those missions, I actually had the binos on what ended up being the number 2 in the state of Wisconsin. So, like, we glassed that deer. and he killed that deer opening day of that season. Like from glassing it the night before. Dude, no cameras, no. It's just a testament about like how shit used to be.
Right.
And if you weren't the dude who was taking the time to go out glass every night at dinner,
Yeah, you weren't gonna.
you didn't know. You couldn't just sit there and look at your phone. Like, and if you weren't fucking scouting every day, even on a farm that was great, if you weren't, it just instilled that in me that like if you're not putting in the work, it's those blocks, man. It's those foundations. It's like, so all those things. But so and then he had the number 2. That thing netted like 184. It's the fucking most beautiful deer. Like it's. I'm sure you guys have seen it. That really wide one. It's the number 2 in the state of Wisconsin, Bow Kill, in an area that they said big deer didn't exist. So that kind of put him on the map, right? And that was when like the cast aluminum stand started, and he always had the great product, but what catapulted the business was that like he just started like
Killing giants,
doing work, like, and so I wanted to say that piece because now here I am hunting, and I shoot my first buck, and we get up on it to recover it, and I remember thinking in my head like, man, it just doesn't, it's nothing like anything on Dad's wall, and he kind of says like, oh yeah, it's good buck or whatever, like, and I'm like, and in my head I had Pope and Young. I'm like, it's got to be a Pope and Young. It's got to be a Pope and Young. And I remember the thing measured out to like 124, and I was crushed. I was crushed.
Wow. So
I went from the high to like, it's not even a Pope and Young. Like, in my head I was like, well, it ain't. It's what is it? Like if it's not, now remind you, like, dude, dad is a trophy hunter through and through. I mean, like that's his mission objective. His life mission is to kill the world record typical. He's obsessed with typical. He's obsessed with Boone and Crockett's. Like that's what he's about, right? And at this point in time, he had just killed the new number 2. So that's what really set me off. Now I'm remembering that's what set me off to get into the woods because I got to recover that deer.
Yep.
So now I think so fast forward like. However many years, he shoots a mega giant that beats his own number 2 in the state of Wisconsin. And so now he has number 2 and number 3 in the state of Wisconsin. And I remember I got called out of school that day. When he smoked it, my mom came and picked me up, and she's like, your dad got a really big deer. And I'm like, okay, cool. And we went to track it. And I remember tracking that deer through the swamp, like the cattails, and just coming up on that cage. And I was like, oh my God, this thing is it's a different, like,
different beast.
So that one like netted 186, like net typical 12, and so his first one was a super wide swooping, typical with like 12-inch brows. And just a monster. And now this one was like this giant punch bowl, frickin' beams come back around and just towering tines like this box. And I'm like, oh my God, these deer are just fucking just like incredible. This is the year that I'm hunting now. So now he's filled up. He's got nothing to do but come with me. That's when we started hunting. So I took some time off school and we hit that November hard and I killed this buck. So fast forward, in my head, I'm seeing the track of like, this giant, we get up and this is dinky rake rack frickin' 10-pointer. And yeah, it's my first buck, but that's just not the way I looked at it. It was just.
Had you guys had a discussion beforehand about like what we're looking for? Like, was there any indication of like, yeah, he's big enough for? He just yielded to you.
I think he was just wanting me to kill something, and I mean, I was looking for a Pope and Young for sure. Like I knew about the score system. I knew what Pope and Youngs were. I knew what a Boone and Crockett was. I definitely knew what a net Boone and Crockett. Like I knew. And I was like, well, a Pope and Young, you can get a Pope and Young, and I just held myself kind of to that standard. Like we had seen other bucks that were little baskets and stuff, and you'd
passed some deer at that point.
Yeah. I mean, but I would call, I want to say I wouldn't call them deer, but they weren't like substantial racks,
just baskets,
whatever. And then this one had an actual cage. He was he was wide and low, and he actually had some decent mass on him for how. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, 120-inch 10-point, at that point in time is like,
Did you ask him? Do you remember you were calling Sam being like, is he big enough? Like, what do you think?
No, remember, I was just kind of, dude, I was entranced. I was entranced. I seen him coming up, and I was like, he's done. Like,
that should be, in theory, the feeling, right? Like when you look at a deer coming in, if your mind goes to he's dead, decision's made.
Yeah. That I do believe that's how it should be now. I got away from that for a long time, but anyway, so, and I'm just trying to be real about this. Like, most people would say, and you get guys like, or even Dad would make like, oh, my first buck was a spike point, candy bars were a nickel fucking when I was like, that whole thing. I didn't give a shit. I was like, I wanted a deer that I could be proud of. And in my mind, I couldn't be proud of that one. So
that's a really tough spot to be in mentally for you at that point. Dude, should have been the highest of high.
Yeah. And I was able to absorb the experience.
Yep.
But I knew how important racks were to him. And he didn't have to say it. It crushed me anyway, just because of knowing that. You know what I'm saying?
So do you think it ended up being a low point for you, basically indirectly because you knew your dad would expect more?
Maybe I was subconsciously thinking that, like, not that he ever said anything,
right?
But
he almost didn't have to say it.
But shit, to this day, I don't think I've ever got that deer's a nice deer. So I mean, like, we'll get to that, my daddy issues, but anyway, but here's the caveat of this. That moment, right? The high, the low, and then standing over that buck and being bummed out is what flipped this insane trigger inside of me that was like, never again. Like, and now it is time. Like, it is fucking time to work. And I had this weird, like, Terminator mentality where I was like, I was kind of shut off, which is, a lot of people are going to listen to this and maybe you think this is sad, but this is the fucking truth and this is the story. And it's an evolution, right? So I remember that at that point in time, it was like, okay. And it was like, get to work time. So that next year, that was the last time I hunted with my old man.
You're how old?
Really?
That was 14 or 15. I can't remember. I think I was 14.
That was the last time you hunted with him?
That was the last time I hunted with him.
To this day?
To this day. I take that back. I think I sat in a tree with him one time and filmed him like 6 years ago. Okay. One time. That was it though. I was like, fuck this. I'm going on my own. I'm learning this shit. And like I don't know. I just had, so the next year I came in, like, I remember like I was like 160 or bust.
Wow.
I remember
at 15.
I remember looking at the wall and I remember just like, and I knew what every deer scored.
Yeah.
I knew like I was a nut at this point. I knew that this one was 184. I knew that this one was, I knew how to judge deer. I knew every deer on the wall that he had that I would shoot, and the ones that were in the garage full of dust were like the Pope and Young calibers. And I'm like, no, that ain't doing it. And there was like some beautiful 160s he had in the house. So like that was my bar. I'm like, okay. I'm like, I'm not so crazy that I'm like, I know he's after Boone and Crockett's. That's what turns his gears. Like, I'll get there, but like it's 160 or bust.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And I skipped so much school that year, and I was hunting every fucking waking minute I possibly could that year. And I hunted my ass off hard all year. Take it to all the way to December like 28th, after Christmas vacation. I'm like, dude, I had like a week left. I'm like, I'm fucking going back down. Dad was hunting down there at the same time, not with me. I'm just hunting.
You're both hunting the same Illinois property, though?
Yeah, we went back down there for a late season hunt. I had hunted Wisconsin a bunch that year and didn't see anything big enough. And
was there some sort of acknowledgement at that point that he's like, yeah, you're cool. You hunt on your own. It's good. You hunt that, I'll hunt over here.
Yeah. So the way I think, dude, after that first year, it was just like, hey, I'm going out on my own. Like, I don't need you. I can set up my own stand.
You made it clear.
Yeah. There was, and
he was good. He said, fine, cool.
Yeah. He was, there was no hand holding. Mm-hmm. He's not a hand holder really. And, and I think he actually liked it because he wanted to hunt too. Like, he didn't want his shit burned up. I could tell that too. Yeah. Like, I'm like, you don't got to sit with me. Go hunt.
Yeah.
And back then there was a little bit more of a rapport of what was going on. Like, it's not like it is now. Like,
there was a converation of like, hey, I'm going to hunt here. What do you okay with that?
In that first year, like, so back then, really how it works, like, let's say we're looking at an 800-acre farm, and there's 12 presets that are just in good spots. Mm-hmm. There would always be adjustment setups off of those spots, but there was typical spots, and like I would, those were all fair game stands, right? So like, oh, the wind's doing this, it was the same It was the same thing. Wake up, no weather radio, oatmeal, drive, see the flag, whatever.
And were you talking at the table like, hey, where are you going this morning?
Yeah. Because it's like, well, hey, I'm not gonna, you go here, I go here, whatever.
Perfect.
And we'd get to the farm, and then we just split our ways. And and I remember it was one evening, snow on the ground. We got hit with a good snow, and I was hunting this pinch in an evening it was a huge hedge thicket coming out into kind of more an open locust patch, right? So these deer were eating the locust pods.
Mm-hmm.
And remember taking note to that. And so I'm sitting on this stand. It was a preset stand. It was just kind of in this good little funnel. So I hopped up in there, and shit, maybe like an hour before dark, dude, I look over and I got a fucking punch bowl 160. It could have been big. I'm like, oh, he's just a beautiful 10-point, 22 inches wide, and he's coming through the snow, man. It was like we just had the big snow. All the hedge trees are covered in ice and snow. It's like a fucking winter wonderland, dude. It's nuts. Anybody who hasn't seen the Midwest after an ice storm is missing out. So, and I remember almost freaking killing myself getting up there because the sticks were all covered in ice. But anyway, I'm sitting there, and this buck is coming down the trail, and I'm like, oh, dude, this is it, dude. I'm like, fuck it, this is the 160. It's November, or it's December 29th, whatever. He gets to like 10 yards broadside on the trail that's just pounded in the snow, and I just fucking like a barbarian just lift my bow and go to draw. Fucker just cracks me instantly through the peripheral and takes off as quick as I could ever imagine and is gone. Again, the high, I was on a fucking cloud. I'm like, this motherfucker's done. Oh my God, how did that just happen? He's gone. And that was the most important lesson I've ever learned about deer's peripherals, and it's burned into my mind. A deer will not, like, I do not get busted by deer from their peripherals anymore, and it's been ingrained in me since 15 years old. I thought there was no way he could see me, and I just know that like they have eyes in the side of their heads.
That's it.
And you just have to know that.
And they're not going to tolerate it.
Yeah, no. As soon as he's seen the slightest movement, I didn't even have my bow ready to, like, there was no way to quick shoot him. He went right back into the hedge jungle. So I remember telling Dad about that, and he's like, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, oh, well, fuck, And,
No shit.
yeah.
What are you, retarded?
But I actually, dude,
That probably was exactly what he said.
Sort of. Well, yeah, you got to wait till they fucking look away.
Of course, dumbass.
Yeah. So anyway, so I'm just bummed, but. And so I go back, not to that, I think I hunted that stand again, and then I hunted a different stand in the area, and then Dad threw me a bone. He's like, hey, he's like, dude, I kept talking about that 10-pointer, and he's like, dude, there's plenty of deer around here. Go to this spot. There's some good sign over here. Just go sit in that stand. Like, he tried to throw, and I was like, no. I was like, I want that 10-pointer. And he's like, and I could tell he was just like, what are you doing? He's like, there's even one deer that might be bigger than that 10-pointer over here. And I was like, I don't care.
Yeah, now you're focused.
I literally said, like, I don't give a shit. I'm going to hunt this deer. So, so he got out of the stand. It's crazy how this happened. He got out of a stand and he was driving over to set another stand. He was taking a 4-wheeler across the property, around the perimeter of the property. And I was still up in the tree. And I could hear the bike, and I was like, what is that? Whatever. And I didn't know what it was at the time, but all of a sudden, I seen that 10-pointer bust out of that locust patch and prance across a ridge, like probably 200 yards from me. And I was like, that was that 10-pointer. And I was sitting there waiting for him to come back out of where I seen him the first time. And then I got back, kind of was talking to Dad. I told him, I seen that 10-pointer. And he's like, oh, yeah, I went to set a stand up. I didn't mess you up. And I'm like, no, that was you. So then, in my mind, like, I've always been good at thinking outside of the box or putting the pieces together. I'm like, okay, well, I know he's over here now. So I'm like, so I hunted that again in the bottom. So I hunted that same stand because I could see it as an observation. And that buck that he kicked up took the high trail. Like, so I was in a bottom all the way up where it flattens out. There was a high trail that dumped across, and it crossed this gnarly little, like, branch, like this crack right where this old homestead was. And I seen him go back to where, and I was like,
right back to
where I seen him run from.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, interesting. I'm like, okay. So the next morning, so the next hunt, I don't know if it was the evening or morning. I think that was oh no, that would have been the next morning. So the next morning, I got in that general area. There was a preset up top, closer to. I'm like, okay, well maybe I'll just. And I sat it, didn't see anything. And I called Dad, and I'm like, hey, do me a favor. I'm like, can you go drive where you drove the other day? And he's like, what do you mean? I was like, just go drive over there. And he's like, okay. So he goes and drives over there, and I see that fucker spit out again. And I'm like, oh, shit. So, and then in my mind, so I'm just like, in my mind, I'm like, okay. So then I try and hunt him coming back that night, and he never shows up. So I'm like, fuck. So then
fucking classic,
dude. So then I'm like, so then I'm talking to Dad the next morning, and I'm like, hey, can you? He's like, I'm not driving over there and pushing fucking deer to you. He literally said that. He's like, I'm not going to push deer to you. That's not what we do.
Was he an anti-drive guy? Because I mean, Wisconsin was like,
he's an anti-everything guy. He's like fucking, Anyway, at this time, he's like, I'm not going to push deer. I'm not going to mess that. I'm like, dude. I'm like, just give me one more time. Like, and so I went up and I scouted that ridge, and there was a beat trail in the snow that I spotted the tracks in, and I'm like, oh, this has got to be it. So I, like a dipshit, I hang the stand like 6 feet off the ground, point blank with the trail.
Yeah, point blank.
but I'm just sitting, and I've came full circle, and I'll get to that too. But so I'm sitting there, and I'm like, okay, I'm just waiting. I'm like, I hope he does it. He better fucking do it. I'm gonna be so pissed off if he doesn't do it. So the morning goes by, and I hear the 4-wheeler, and I'm like, okay. He takes the 4-wheeler out, and then from this bedding area, sure as shit, the same. I mean, there was so much snow on the ground. It was such an established trail that, and it turns out, hindsight, like it turns out there was a locust patch that was on top of this knoll, and the way the wind came in drifted all the snow around it, but it was all the ground was totally exposed.
Yeah.
So they were eating the shit out of him, and he was just living there with like 10 does. So anyway, trailer all of a sudden I see him coming over the ridge, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, dude, he's come. And then I remember thinking to myself, like, why did I set up in this fucking tree? Like, see, he's coming coming right toward me, and I'm set up to shoot the trail this way, and he's coming from this way, and I'm like, oh, this wasn't smart. And I remember he's coming down the trail, and then literally stops and like sees me point blank, puts his head up, dead tracks in, and I'm like, and he looks at me, neck is just freaking swole, 22 inches wide, and I just fucking do it. I just sling that fucker back and twist as hard as I can and let one go on the fly, fully instinctive, as he's turning, and just fucking bury it behind his shoulder, like and he fucking takes off, and I'm like, fuck yeah, like just dude, we had a camera set up, like because I remember when Dad came and he looked at the tree, and we were filming for like, it's actually on a really old episode of Whitetail Addictions. That was right when the show started. Yeah. So there was just like a camera set up filming the whole thing, and then you just see me like scream out, and he runs off, and then we go, so that was a fucking high. We end up finding him a ridge over, piled up, and
just Spartan, I know, white snow, the whole
dude, and he's just a,
what do you chalk that up to? I mean, is that like a really lucky shot, just the way, well, did you aim?
No. It was
it just happened.
Well,
and you're shooting a compound at this point, right?
So here, this is an interesting thing about me too, is like I've always been a horrible shot with a bow. So the way I started shooting was I started shooting a compound with the finger tabs.
Yep.
And I just always anchored to the corner of my mouth, and then that gravitated toward a kisser button. Then we got kisser buttons, and we got the free flight releases. Yep. That's what Dad used. You know that? You ever seen a free flight release? It's like a giant wrist fucking just like cast. So, I would shoot with buddies out like, beyond that. Let's say, years beyond, or I would shoot at the target. A pie plate was good for me at 15 yards. Like
that's how I grew up.
I'd hit it in a pie plate, like, oh, that's kill zone, whatever. I was never good with pins. Like I think the fact of like when holding the pin on something just didn't do well for me. I was always a trigger puncher. I would always shoot better. And it's funny because like my buddies would like, if I would shoot with anybody, they'd be like, how do you fucking kill deer? And I'd be like, like when the time, and they're like, what do you do? Like when you're, when the time comes, like, what's your process? I was like, I don't have a process. I just
rip it.
I just pull back and shoot them. And one of my buddies who is a really good shot, he used to shoot competition 3D. He was like, you're just an instinctive shoot. You shoot with a compound. You just shoot instinctively. And I'm like, yeah, like come to think about it, I never ever remember settling a pin on a deer. And when I do think back to settling a pin on a deer, it goes to 3 instances that I horribly fucked up on mega giants. I shot a buck in the knee at 6 yards one time. It was one of the lowest points. I mean, I'm talking 180 stud, matching split brows, 6 inches a piece, like just freaking 24 inches of brow tine. Like, and that's what's going through my head. I'm just, in my mind, he was in the truck. And I just remember going through the process, taking that pin, sliding it up. That's one time I remember using the pin. Another time I remember using the pin is stopping a deer coming in at 12 yards. And I grunted at him, stopped him, and I'm trying to find the pin on his body, and I just right over his back. Like, he ducked a little bit, but I missed him. Every other shot has been center mass. I'm not saying I'm like smoking a hair on the deer, but sure. I hit him in the kill zone. I either double lung him or I liver him, or liver and lungs, and it's just I always connect center mass. And I just got to the point where I just never, But when I started later in my life hunting with some buddies or getting buddies into hunting, I would have this concept of like, well, I need to get him with 15 yards, but like I'd see buddies shoot and they'd be smoking the target at 40, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, if all I got to do is get this guy within a freaking 40 yards of a deer, and they're gonna smoke him. I never had that, but it was different when there was a rack on there. I don't know, yeah. It was just something took over. But anyway, yeah. So that's kind of, so I was never. So yes, it was like a Hail Mary, but it was calculated, man. Like it wasn't something that, it wasn't some, I mean, the deer was probably 10 yards away. So it's not like it was it wasn't like a Tim Wells feat of freaking.
I mean, you were pretty much trad bowing them with a compound.
Yeah. And that's how I started. And even up until, well, I switched fully to trad now, but if you look at even 5 years ago or up until 2020 or something, I've never changed my bow setup.
Yeah.
I was still shooting the free flight release with a kisser button. Dude, I went to a 3D shoot one time. That's the only time I've ever shot 3D. People were laughing at my bow. It had a target it was a true glow target with a single pin, no adjustable sight. I had the kisser button, and they're like, "What the fuck?" Like, dude, that shit's out of like 2005, and I'm like, it just never mattered to me. I wasn't about shooting. I never shot my bow. I would pick my bow up like a rifle the week before the season, and I would shoot it a couple times, and if it was on, it was on. I mean, like it was always about the hunt to me, man. It was about the puzzle, and it was like the bow never. And Dad would shoot. Dad would practice. I mean, I remember like he would get looks because we're in the middle of the city, and he would shoot from the driveway into the. Yeah. Actually, it's really similar to like what Cam Haynes posts all the time.
Yeah,
now.
From his driveway straight down to the garage.
Except we had like a main intersection that came through that he didn't give a shit about. Like, but he'd be like out on the. But that was the garage where all the tree stands were assembled, and so
that's wild, man. I mean, because that's where like obviously we've shot some 3D shoots and tack and stuff, but like. I mean, I always say, like, I'm a bow hunter. I'm not an archer.
Yeah.
Like, I like to think that I make good shots, but, like, I still shoot a kisser button and things like that. Put me in a stand, I'm going to take one shot and I'm going to kill a deer.
Well, some bad experiences will snap you out of that pretty quick. Like, I think that's why I don't consider myself, like, an archer first either, but I do spend a lot of time practicing because I have screwed up on some, not 180s, but being from Pennsylvania, I have missed some deer. That was my first experience. Yeah. The first buck I ever shot at, I missed, and I wounded like who knows, grazed him. We had a little bit of blood and stuff, and I had a few misses after that I was like, what is the point? Why am I spending so much time scouting and trying to get close to him if I can't even hit him?
100%. And that's what you need to do. Like I believe everybody should be familiar with their weapon. I believe you should practice, especially if you're experiencing things like that. The thing was about me, like I never had any issues. So it was like, like I said, it was a different switch that flipped. Had I been messing up a lot on deer, I think I would have thought about it more, but I've always
killing them.
Yeah. And really, like, this is a testament too. Like I used to hear Dad say this, and I became kind of the same person. But there was a lot of people that were better shots than him, but he was way better at creating the opportunities. And I kind of always looked at it like that, because I remember hearing him say that one time. He's, and I would just be so consistent that even when I did mess up, I would just keep going, and I wouldn't let it affect me. Dwelling in the head too about your shot process and stuff. And oddly enough, there was a point in time, I'm skipping ahead here, but like I remember one year in particular where I was dead set. I was sick of watching bruisers get by me at 35 yards, because like to this day, the farthest I've ever shot a deer is 21 yards.
Wow.
I mean, and that was just, it was just what it was. I just never a good enough shot. Like, and if I seen him at 35, I'd make an adjustment. I'd either not kill him or I'd go kill a different deer. I'd make an adjustment and get closer. And there was a year where I was like, you know what, fuck this. Like I was watching people crack these deer at 50 yards on field edges, and I'm like, dude, if I could shoot 40 yards, if I could shoot 35, dude, watch the fuck out. So all summer I started shooting, and I got to the point where I was like driving tacks at 35 yards, and I was like so jacked. That was the year I kneecap shot that fucker at 6 yards. And dude, that broke me. I was like, fuck. It's not for everybody what I'm saying, but that was when I was like, nope, this is where it's a prime example of where I let some shit get into my head. And I'll say this, all the old timers will say it, like the close ones are the ones you'll miss, all that kind of stuff. So I think I got so obsessed with like the bow and the process that I lost that whole awesome instinctive nature I had with killing. And I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you? If you would have just played your game, you'd have a 180-inch bruiser with double split brows on the ground right now, and you wouldn't. And I'm not just blaming it on it. It was my fault. I fucked up, and I'm always good at that. Like I fuck up all the time, and I think where my strength is I accept it, and I'm like, all right, you're a fuck up. Now I'll just fix it. So,
what happened with that one? I mean, you think, you just didn't settle the pen, didn't just.
I think in my head, for one, my mind was on the process. So I developed a process of, okay, draw back, anchor, lift the pin, squeeze the trigger. Like I had that whole thing which I never had before. Before that, it was kisser button, just like kisser button, boom, like you're just sending it. And now it became a process. And I think I think one, having that process, and then two, I think I had him in the truck already. Like he was in
your head, he was done.
This was the most beautiful morning, dude. We got 2 inches of snow that stuck on October 15th, and I was hunting the fridge of a bedding area, dude. And I was hunting this big drop down, gnarly rock bluffs. And I remember as the sun came up, I could see, like the difference in, when the trails get pounded down from, and there's that difference. So all the fluffy snow is sitting on and you could just see the 2 trails like highways coming across the ridges. And I remember looking over and I'm like, oh man, this is just a beautiful fucking morning. And I'm sitting in this oak tree looking, sun's coming up. Dude, 10 minutes. I look over my right shoulder and I'm like, and I do a double take and go back. And this dude, head down, just magnum is coming. And I see him a ridge over, and I'm like, oh, So I slowly stand up, get my shit together, turn on my camera. Dude, I got all the time in the world. I'm just watching him. He's coming in. My wind's fucking invincible. He's coming in. I'm like, dude, this motherfucker's going to take the trail. He's going to take the trail. It's like a 6-yard trail. Well, he comes in, and he starts browsing off the trail. So he's closer. And I'm like, oh, dude. This has never been easier. Dink, leg shot. And I'm like,
oh my God.
Dude, I was so shook up. He ran off to 20 yards and stood there. And I was so frozen that I didn't even I could have knocked another arrow and smoked him. I was like, what just happened? Like, what just happened? And I just equated that to all the practices I was doing. So then I was like, you
didn't know immediately, like when the arrow went off, you're like, I was
waiting for him to drop, dude.
I didn't put it on him. Really?
Because I went through the process. I'm like, okay, yeah. But in my head, like I said, I think I was just like cart before the horse. And that's the worst thing you ever want. Like to that day, like they are not dead until they're in my hands. Like there is I'm the most negative, pessimistic person. Even people ask, oh, what do you think about that big one you see? You think he made it? I'm like, no, he died. And they're like, oh, what happened? I'm like, and I'm like, oh, he's dead. And they're like, I don't get it. And I'm like, I just assume every deer is dead. Going into the season, it's not the most bright and sunshiny thing, but I'd rather come in with, you know how you told me about the podcast? Hey, if this is your expectation about what deer made it, then you're always going to be jacked.
You'll always be jacked.
So I would get in the dumps, dude. Back then when it was all about inches and I was like trying to find the next target, if that 10 with the little split didn't show back up, I'm like, oh my God, that was my giant. Like, where'd he go? What happened to him? Who shot him? Did he get hit by a truck? Did he get pneumonia? I was done with. Over the years, I just got done with it.
So it's just a reset every year.
Every year's a hard reset.
I mean, tease it out a little bit with me, because like there is some confidence that like, hey, I've practiced. I'm gonna kill him. Like you have some of
dude,
that.
I was more confident that year than I ever been. And
What about now?
With the trad bow?
Yeah, when he's coming in, when he's in 20 yards.
Oh yeah, dude. There's never a doubt. There can't be a doubt.
Okay.
He's fucking done.
Yeah, because I'm the same way. Like, and I feel like it's healthy. You know.
Yeah.
To a point.
To a point. Yeah, you don't want to over to where you get lazy, but it's like if I got something inside of 20, 30 yards, my mindset is he's done. I've practiced. I've done it. And I'm not going through. I do the process while I'm practicing.
I can see your head. I can see you're trying to wrap around it. And what it was is that you want to be confident. And that's what I say about tree stand setups too. Like every time I'm in a tree stand, I think I'm going to kill.
Yep.
100%.
Yep.
So, and that's the same way with the shot. I'm executing the shot.
Which is not pessimistic. That's confidence.
Oh no,
your dad has the same thing. We've talked to your dad. I'm like, dude, freaking guy's confident.
We're gonna get into this deep, and this is gonna freak some people out. But I'm talking visualization, dude. Some deep shit, man. And yes, you have. The thing is, you have to have that confidence. If you don't, you're a fucking mess. And that's and
it's the trait of a lot of really good deer hunters.
And I think
the confidence to go in and just make what people would call foolish, like bullish. Just I'm gonna go. I'm gonna do this. Is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna kill him.
Yep.
And they do.
And this and that's so to that point, like I see you wrapping your head, like it's not that I wasn't confident. It wasn't even confident about the shot. It was like I totally overlooked the shot in general. Yeah. There was no killer instinct.
He was already
happening.
Done. Just drew, shot, didn't aim.
Exactly.
I've done that.
It was nothing.
Yeah.
It was just nothing happened, and it wasn't some cool instinctive thing. It wasn't like the tactical process. I remember like thinking about the process, but in my head, all I thought about was this deer's dead.
The shot was the only thing between you and it in the back of your truck at that point.
Yeah, and it was just one of those things where it's like when people take a step out of the tree stand and don't realize they fucking fall and they break their back and like they were so jacked up they didn't realize they were in a tree stand.
They were in a tree stand.
Yeah, so this wasn't like one of those things where I was losing the killer instinct. Like it was like there was no killer instinct because everything just happened.
Jumped over the step.
It was the perfect scenario. It was like the fucking rainbows and blowjobs. Like it was just
there's no way.
Comes, you know, and that one hurt, man. That one hurt bad.
Yeah, dude,
they all sting, but
that's
that
a
one,
nightmare one.
And I just felt like shit. Just I don't know. Maybe he made it, maybe he didn't. But he was so fucking freaked out about that area, he never came back. I like never even resurfaced in the frickin'. I've never had any word of him. So whether he died would be a bummer. I don't know, but it was a leg shot. But getting back to that buck now, that right there was like just fucking gasoline on the fire, right? So now I get this buck and we take the pictures, you know, it's all great. We get it back and I'm like, all right, Dad, let's pull out this tape measure. You know, and it was like, dude, and it went 160 on the fucking nose. And I was like fucking just flexing, dude. Right. I was like, yes. Yeah. You know, and yes. I mean, I was just so like, you know, and especially the fact that like I was stubborn enough to not give up the hunt on that.
Give up.
And to this day, here's a tidbit Dad's gonna be pissed about. To this day, I get chapped about it, but Dad did an article in a magazine about tactical whitetail drives. Like it was his fucking like he, and I'm like, motherfucker, dude, I had to beg you to do that again. Like, are you kidding me? You know, and so, but that was just what
was his reaction? You killed this buck. What's
he was like? Yeah, I mean, it was just like, you know, it was norm. But even then, I knew in my head, like my mission of that was like, okay, I met my goal.
Yep.
He's not gonna think anything of this deer. Like he's not like, it didn't mean anything to him, but it meant everything to me.
To you.
Because I'm like, all right, you know, so this is the start now.
Mm-hmm.
But then from then on, it was like, all right, this is the bar.
It's just a high bar,
dude, and that was it, man. And then it was like, I just went rampant. And then after that, it was like, how hard can you hunt? And I just started stacking deer. 160s. That was it. Like, occasionally I'd get one that was like mid 50s, but it was a cool looking buck. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Whatever. Like, just keep going. And it was like just this, looking back on it now, it's sad because people always, I never got, and not anybody robbed me of it, but I never gave it to myself. Like the whole fun experience of like, oh yeah, just your first buck,
the progression.
It. Yeah. It was like, my mission off the bat was to, like, in my mind, like as a kid, I like, well, what do you want to do? I want to hunt whitetails. Well, okay, what does that mean? I want to be the best whitetail hunter there ever was. And who is like, and I like, I'm like, well, here I am looking at the wall of, I'm like, all right, well, I gotta beat this guy.
Yeah.
So I better fucking get my shit together. Like,
yep.
and that was kind of my mentality from the get go, which,
I mean, some people might be like, dude, that's not healthy.
It's definitely not.
Dude, that first buck celebration, I mean, my dad wasn't there for it. I mean, I did it by myself, but like just speaking to your situation, it's like, yeah, it's you could say it's like sad, or it's like, well, yeah, man, that really should have been like a celebratory thing, but it's like, that doesn't breed champions. It's like, get back to work.
Well, and that's exactly the mentality that I had, which I'll get into how I've come full circle. Like, this is not me anymore. Like, this is totally not me. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not like abandoning. I still want giant deer, but it's not the soul. Like, what I ultimately realized throughout, now this is a process, right? So now you're looking at this time, you got 10 years of just a robot mentality of like, and that's the thing about me too. Like, I was always very good at, I'm an outside the box thinker, but I'm always like trying to better myself, and I'm always experimenting in a way too. So like, I was just well enough wasn't like, it was like, I can't leave well enough alone, I guess. So I was just, going, but the mission was, and I rode that train for probably like 10 years, maybe 12 of just like, robot mentality, hunt, kill, next spot, hunt, kill, next spot. I was like a freaking like, and I used to get a boost off of like being like, oh, we're like wolf. I'm like a wolf, like that's what I want. Like, I want to go through like, and my mission was always like, I envisioned myself as like this force that would come through the timber and just be fucking undetected and just navigate through unseen. Like, that's why, and I always took Dad, like, he was never a rattler, never a grunter. Like, I was always trying to be like, infiltrate, like do the mission and then on to the next spot. And I was like, and I ran that train for like 10, 12 years. And ultimately I think I did hit a wall, and I was like, I turned around and I was like depressed from it one time because of the fact, it all kind of came to a head in a certain point in time. And it had to do with like how it evolved into like industry presence and what it meant for my business then at that point in time,
right.
And that I was in the industry. And there was a brief period in time where like it, like there's a saying like, or sometimes like, or working, doing what you love can ruin what you love, or something along those lines.
It became work.
Yeah. It I don't know. It's weird. But I'll get into that. In a second here. But anyway, so this was like, this was the time then, right? So it was, and there was even years where I was like, at that point in time, people talk about the mobile game. It's so crazy to hear it, like, because it's talked about like it's new. That's what I came up with. That's all I've ever known. All I ever known was lone wolf tree stands. But it was like, I had the mentality back then at 16 years old that like, okay, if a little bit of moving and bobbing and weaving is good, well, what is a lot of moving? Like, what? Like, how can I freaking? And I just took it to the next level. And then before I know it, I'm just like, I'm hanging stands everywhere, and I'm just going everywhere, and I'm pissing people off. And Dad's even like, "What the fuck you do? Stay the fuck out of here!" I'm just like, I'm just going nuts, right? And I'm just trying to learn, and the one thing that all these years though of this like intense focus is like the lessons in the Rolodex and like all those like what I was doing was just essentially honing my skills as a killer, or not a killer, a hunter. But it was, there was a means to the end. But all that experience, like all the things you learn from just time around whitetails, killing whitetails, like, it's one thing to hunt a lot, but then it's another thing to, like you could hunt for 15 years and let's say you shoot one deer. What is your experience level on actually shooting deer? And then like, okay, let's look at tracking, woodsmanship and tracking. What kind of blood you got? What's on the arrow? What did the impact site look like? Well, what did the blood look like 200 yards off? What did his tail do when he was hit? What did his ears do? What was his dude? It jacks me up, man. I get a crazy vibe like when I think about all the intricacies of like what hunting actually is versus what it's portrayed as now, which is like, oh, get a cell camera picture, toss a stand up. Like, dude, man, I just get like, now I get energized and I feed off of like the little shit. And my mission now is to just remove the layers and get closer to it. But those years, right? So there'd be years where like, there's like 3 buck years where like, okay, I'm out of state, I slam one. I'm like, that freaking deer is not even cold yet. And he's butchered up. He's in the truck and I'm on my way to another state. And it's like and I've had awesome 3 buck years where like, shit, that 1 year with the ATA, that was the 3rd buck over 170 in 1 year. Like I was just fucking, I was like blinded, right?
Yeah.
I was just in
You're just on a tirade, man.
Yeah, I was in a zone. So it went like that. It went like that for a while. And people talk about like the introduction of mobile, but I remember, so at 16 then, so the next year, I remember we had an old trailer that Dad used to take to the shows. And at 16 years old, like I was like, hey, he wasn't using it anymore. One of his guys crashed it, I think, and it had like a big hole in the side. But I'm like, I need that trailer. And he's like, whatever, yeah, do whatever you want with the trailer. So it was this like enclosed trailer. I built it out. I got some plywood. I built it out, and it was my little freaking hunting home. Like I would pull that fucker around, and I'd live in it. I had a microwave in there. I had a refrigerator, and I just hooked it up to like a 110 extension, and I'd like rob power off gas stations. And I would just like drive, and then I would park that on like leases, and like that was my shit. And that was, dude, I was 16. I was skipping out on school. And that's even where like, dude, in high school, like I was big into the bodybuilding. I could make I could lift anytime I wanted. That's when skateboarding got kicked to the curb. That's when football got kicked to the curb. That's when everything got kicked to the curb. It was like, oh, you want like, I was benching more than the football coaches in high school. I was a scrawny kid. I was 165, but like, dude, I was putting up 315 pounds on the bench. Like,
Jesus.
And like, I was just very, so I got a lot of attention there. And I'm like, and I'm like, no, it never even, there wasn't even a, like, football was fall.
Yeah.
And
Which
hunting
was
was
hunting fall.
And they wanted so much of your freaking time. They wanted you to practice. I was like, fuck football. And it was like, and then I was skipping school, and I actually, I was getting out early on the work release program for school. But I would just bail off and go hunting, like it went in the time of year and shit like that. So, and, even at that point, then next year, I was young for my age. So I graduated at 17, and, it was like college. No, like hunting, like for like, I don't, like, it was like, I didn't know what I was going to do. And this is the transition of like the business being sold. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I was going to hunt.
Were you guys making like decent money from the company? Like, were you guys like?
Yeah. So actually it's funny because I do get asked that, and I've never like clarified. So as a kid, like, I mean, we were not rich. Definitely not. The company was a struggle bus for a while.
Did your mom work or anything?
So my mom worked at like she worked at a paint factory for like 20 years. Like I remember, she talks about that all the time. She's like, well, when I was working at the paint factory, and your dad was just hunting, building tree stands.
So where now you're like, Mom, keep it up. I'll send you back to the paint factory.
Yeah. But yeah, so we were, there's an old story actually. There's an old thing that they talk about where Dad, emptied my oldest sister's piggy bank to buy like some of the first casting stuff, like, and used her money and stuff like that. So it was pretty tight at the beginning. And I remember as a kid, like as a younger kid, like we definitely weren't like wealthy. Like the business wasn't doing anything at that point in time. I mean, dude, kind of pathetic. Dude, I remember drawing Nike signs on my t-shirts.
Oh yeah.
Because like I wanted Nike. Like there was dudes at school that had the Nike, and we were like shopping at Kmart, and I was like, fuck, dude, I want a Nike shirt. Now I don't want to make it seem like we were eating syrup sandwiches and shit. We weren't poor, but like we definitely, like, the business wasn't.
Yeah.
The business.
Was your dad working? What did he do for work?
So
how do you hold a job with that kind of hunting lifestyle?
So he worked as he actually worked he was like the lead inspector on like an automobile line. Like, so he was pretty mechanically inclined, and he was working for a local place in the area. And it's a really cool story. So the boss there was actually kind of a, just like a friend, a hunter type guy, or maybe an acquaintance. I don't know how they met, but he was the guy who ran the outfit. And he actually, when my grandpa got laid off, he started working there too. But I remember, so Dad, we just pulled this out because I really want to do some films on it. But so this is taking it back to mid 90s, right? So Mom's working at the paint factory. Dad's working at this, this auto inspection, whatever place, Excalibur or something, Milwaukee. And,
Crossbows.
Yeah. And, so, on his like lunch breaks and shit, he was snagging scrap, and then he was bondoing together the first ever form for the cast aluminum platform. We still have that, man. I dug it out and got the dust off it. It's pieces of like it's pieces of aluminum that were all cut, and they were bondoed together, and it's a whole tree stand platform, and that was the mold for the first sandcast. And like this, as the story goes, and I'm like, when he was like, they were selling plywood stands, and there's these cool nostalgic stories that I used to hear from the old man, like him and my uncle, they had, so my dad would build the stand. They had a couple extrusions they made for the V-bar, and they were made out of marine plywood, and they were using like aircraft aluminum. So like, they had their little brochures and shit, and, they just sold them to buddies or whatever, but they were broke. And my uncle, a little bit more artistic, he would actually take like leaves and shit and custom spray paint the camo job. So I remember, the story goes that like it was hunting season, and some dude wanted to buy a stand, and then they upsold him the camo job, and it got him enough gas money to get up to northern Wisconsin and hunt for a weekend. And it was like the best hunt they ever had, because it was like, it was so tough at that point in time. So that was going on. And then like, so late 90s is when he had the idea for the cast, and that's when he was working, and he built that. And his boss actually laid him off so he could collect unemployment when he actually launched the business. And the business did okay, and then you had like the state record get shot, and then now you got articles in Bow Hunting Magazine. And he's got the cast stand, that iconic cast stand, draped across that freaking Magnum, and then so it was a slow business. But even to this day, like a lot of people think Lone Wolf, because it's been such a big name in the industry. It was never a huge corporation, and still isn't. It's always been a very tight knit family business, and so at this point in time, the company was still in the garage, and then it moved out of the garage, and there was a couple locations in the Milwaukee area where it got decent. And then I think it wasn't until Gen 2 came around, like your alphas and your assaults and so it was always the original, and that was the original cast. And then
which was a hang-on?
It was a hang-on. And so he started with climbers, and then that original cast aluminum hang-on came out, and then a lot of people don't know this, but he actually invented the climbing stick. There was no climbing sticks back then. There was not an individual piece climbing stick. So the first climbing stick he patented in like 99 or 98 or whatever that was so he had the hang-on and the climbing stick.
Because everybody was using what? Screw-ins?
They were using screw-ins, or there was just huge ladders that didn't come apart.
People had ladders.
Yeah, so here comes this stick. that comes apart in 3 sections. It locks together with a strap, and it has a reversible step. and you can fucking hang it on it. It was like, that's when shit started to. So there was those 2 products, and then Gen 2 came, and he refined the casting, and that's when all the other crazy.
So like the Alpha hand climber and stuff.
That's when. So when the Alpha launched is when everything like catapulted into the future, and the designs he did were so freaking ahead of their time. Like the offset bracket, the tree stand leveling, the Versa button, the V bracket, all those surfaced like in early 2000s. And that was the Gen 2. And that's when all of a sudden, oh shit, like Lone Wolf's a player.
Yeah.
And he never actually intended on selling the company. There was a point in time. So like that's when all of a sudden there started to be some.
Because who were the big ones at that time? You think of Summit was around, API? Yeah.
So I think his biggest competition was Summit, because like Summit was the loungers and stuff, and it at first, I mean, I know there was a huge struggle and there was growing pains at first, because and it took him a while to get over that, but people, when he came out with the stand and it was the only one piece and cast and whatever, and he's marketing all this stuff, people thought it was plastic. And they wouldn't buy it, and then
because everything else was like steel.
Well, yeah, and then he realized that, and then he changed it, and then started marketing it towards steel, and then he started marketing how quiet it was, and the designs, and what made the company take off is that here's this guy who is like, so at that time he's doing like articles about like the bump and dump and shit, early 2000s. People are like, what the fuck? What, you're kicking deer out of their bedding areas and you're killing them, and holy shit, this guy's got the number 2 and the number 3 in the state. Like, he was just dropping them, man, and he was doing it so differently, and I think that and these articles would surface and people were like intrigued, and the products were so beautifully, simply designed that they were remarkable, and I still think even today, like when I look at designing something, it's always like, how simple can it be? The more complicated, the more shitty shit gets. Like, and the designs were so simple and so effective, and that's why you had a 10-year span. Dude, nothing happened in tree stands for like 10 years. I don't know if you guys remember that, but like, now he had the patent locked down. So he had all these patents, right? So now he comes up with all all these patents. The offset bracket, the Versa button, the cast aluminum platform in itself, like, so now you're talking, you get like a 20-some year runtime with that, dude. You can't touch any of that.
Whoa.
He had the shit locked down.
When did we buy our first Lone Wolves? I remember I bought mine first, and then I bought you one.
Well, I had an Alpha climber back in the day.
You had a climber.
Yeah. Yep, the hand climber back in the day. Because that's what I grew up using was climbers.
Like in the 2000s or 210s?
It was probably 210s.
Yeah, because honestly, it probably wasn't that long ago. We bought our first Lone Wolves. It was maybe 5 years ago.
It was 10 or 11.
And I remember at that time, because that was, I mean, I'm a couple of years younger than you and 10 years younger than Jeremy. It's like there wasn't anything close. Even like 5-6 years ago, it must have been. Maybe 6-7 years ago.
We bought our first Lone Wolf, I think, after the sell.
Oh yeah,
probably was.
So yeah, and that's actually what I'm getting at. So there was a point in time, there was like a couple, like all of a sudden now, Lone Wolf met the top. So then there was a couple years there where like Lone Wolf was everywhere. Dad was sponsoring the main shows, like it was in Cabela's.
That's how I saw the Alpha hand climber.
It was huge.
I was working for Cabela's at the time when I bought it.
So there was a couple years. So like then you fast forward to a couple years, it's booming. I mean, it's still a small family-owned business. My sister would do the shipping. My mom would do all the computer work. My cousins were out in the shop. We come from an Italian family, so it was very much like keep it in the family. Like
But from a whitetail world, I mean, people know who Lone Wolf tree stands
exactly.
Now.
And even then, like it would people would.
Your dad coined himself as the Lone Wolf.
Yeah. I mean, he is.
How do you separate from that?
And well, here's the thing. So that's where like now we're gonna clear up some. We're gonna really clear up some. Misconception. So you're talking about with the sale, right? Like, how could he separate from that? Is that what you mean? Or
I guess even after that. Well, people might not even know that I sold, and they're like, "Well, that's the Lone Wolf, and these are the Lone Wolf tree stands."
When did you sell? When did your company?
So here's the thing. I think it was 2006 or 2007, something like that, in that range. But so what happened is like, okay, so the company reached peak. there was no intent to sell. Like, and even in my mind, I'm just like this freaking hunting nut. I'm just this young kid. I'm just going crazy. Like, I would actually work in the shop. I would drill out the casting holes and shit on, you know, on nights. And, you know, that was my work release. I busted out of school. I'd go, you know, and I would just do that. So in my mind, I'm like, well, I'm just fucking working for the company.
You're working
like,
for the family.
I ain't doing it. Like, and this was during high school. Well, then all of a sudden out of nowhere, and this hit everybody upside the head. There was no plan to sell. The company's booming, everything's scaling. There was a couple guys from Illinois approached, you know, Dad one day and was like, "Hey, you want to?" And I don't know how the conversation went, but all of a sudden, I remember, like, out of nowhere, it was like, "Yeah, we're selling the business," and it was just kind of like, you know, and nobody really knew. Like, even a lot of the like staff and like a lot, this was all happening behind closed doors. But like, okay, so here's these dudes. They're gun-ho on owning a tree stand company. Now, these guys come from money.
Yep.
So Dad's sitting here. The company's doing the best it's doing. He's like, why the fuck
you're at a pinnacle.
Yeah, he's like, why the hell would I sell? He's like, no, I don't want to sell. Well, they made him an offer
that
he couldn't refuse. So what he did is he said, okay, he's like, here's my rebuttal. I will sell you all my patents. I will sell you all my designs. I will sell you the business. But I will not sell you the Lone Wolf name brand. That is my name. I built that. It's got my sweat. It's you know, my wife made it. Whatever. Me and my family are going to do something. Or no, actually, I think he said my son is going to do something with Lone Wolf someday. Mm-hmm. So
he kept that as like intellectual property himself.
So that's what he pitched to them. Yes, it was to, hey, now he's got a patent on. I mean, the patents this guy's got is freaking.
And he said he's like, I'm going to sell you all my patents.
So sell you all the designs, sell you all the patents. You take the business over, you know, for an X amount of dollar, and then you pay me just a royalty to use the name. It's my name. I'll never get rid of it. That was the deal. Now, a lot of people to this day, like, you know, there's been through the turmoil, which we'll go through. There's so many people that like, oh, yeah, you guys are bullies. You took the name back. You did the. Nobody ever knows.
That was the rumor on the street, right?
Well,
the rumor on the street was like, your dad sold Lone Wolf to these guys, right? And then somehow through legal means or whatever,
just bullied it back and grabbed
it. And basically wrecked them.
Yeah,
in the process. I remember thinking that. Yeah. I mean, that was like
that was when we were talking about ATA and stuff. That is the rumor on the floor, right?
Like you're saying, like 10 years ago. I remember thinking like I remember thinking your dad was a shady dude. I remember being like, oh, well, you can't do that. Like that's.
Well, there's a lot. So
was that the final deal?
What's that? No, yeah. So how the deal was wrote up is all the patents, all the products. Mm-hmm. So the tree stands,
all the designs,
everything, all the designs.
Yep. The business.
That's what they purchased, and going forward, there would be a licensing agreement, and then to
use the name.
Yep, to use the name, and then Dad would design. And whatever they wanted, whatever. And I was even like, he's like, hey, my son will work the shows for you, whatever. Like,
so you guys had like employment contracts, basically?
Not employment contracts. It was just a royalty deal with Dad. Okay. It was just a licensing, just a very simple run of the mill licensing. Hey, the name is not yours.
Yep.
The patent's in the business. You can continue to sell them as Lone Wolf products, but you have to pay me for that.
Pay me that.
And that was like, he's thinking, okay, well, that's my wage. I'm just getting this. And then anything he designed for them, he just wanted an additional royalty, whichever it was. I don't know what the percentage was.
That's a normal IP thing. I created something. I'm licensing.
Very simple, right?
Yep.
Now, this is a deal. So, and, another thing he put in this deal, because, so let's think about it. You make Coca-Cola. Mm-hmm. You sell Coca-Cola to Jared. Jared changes the recipe, starts taking shits in the can, like starts taking the business. Like
it's on your name.
He had a clause in there to where he would have to inspect and approve, the quality standards of things that were being sold with his name. That was another thing in there.
Whether being new products and or if they tried to offshore existing products to cheapen.
Yeah, he's like, well, that's his baby, man. He's got to protect it.
It's his name.
And everybody who hears it now, it's funny because that's such a bullshit deal. That's such a horrible.
I think it's smart as hell, dude.
Well, it's very smart, and Dad's a smart business guy. And that's where people look at, oh, he must be a shady guy. No, here's the thing: you got these guys, these fat cats, right? There's, I don't know how many, 6 fucking attorneys around the table. You got a deal. You got everybody signed on the fucking dotted line. There should be no crying about what's going on. That's the deal,
It's
man.
black and white.
You got a company that's booming right now. You got all these products. Nobody can touch these products for another 18 years. They got
because
patents
of the
on them.
patents.
It's like, hey, you want this company? Take it here, but it's going to cost you this, and I'm keeping the name.
What do you think was the thought process, or maybe you knew your dad have talked about it afterwards, of like, what were they, you don't buy a business unless it's you're expecting it to grow somehow. You're like, I can add something to this, whether it's distribution, product development,
Capital.
marketing, capital, some way I can grow this.
Well, here's the thing. They snagged it on the bottom of a giant up curve.
Yeah.
And they knew that. And I think
they knew that just the momentum
and
was
here's
pushing.
the thing. I think that in these particular individuals, this is my speculation. I don't know. I didn't know them personally. I know that they married into some big money, and I think they really just wanted a tree stand company, and they had the opportunity to buy it, and they didn't really think through some of the things that might happen down the road. But the thing is like the company did grow substantially from there because it was at the bottom.
Yep.
And everything was really good for a few years. Like, dude, dad was designing more stuff. It was being tossed into the line. Like, there was plans to expand. That was when Whitetail Addiction started. There was a TV show. Shit was fucking booming, man.
The industry was booming. Like,
it was good.
The outdoor industry, TV, all of the push on Cabela's and Bass Pro, like the retail market was booming. Like,
it was banging.
It was a heyday. That time period, that late 2000s, into early teens, like that was the heyday of outdoor industry.
Yeah. It was. It was booming. And with that, with that deal being done, it was like out of nowhere, the company was gone. It was moved to Illinois. Like, we no longer had it. Like, there was some staff that were kind of perturbed. They were like, dude, if I would have known you were selling it, we would have bought the company. It was one of those things where it just happened so quick. And I remember even thinking to myself, like, damn, okay, what am I going to do? Mm-hmm. And that's when, like, because that was when, like, college and shit was coming up for me. Like, I didn't have a gig. I was like, and I told myself, like, well, I'm going to do whatever I have to do just to be able to hunt. I don't give a shit. I never was, like, bummed out about the companies. And never like, oh, that was my birthright. Like, I was never like that. Never gave a shit. So I just, like, when I graduated, I just started working construction. I did construction. I did landscaping. I worked on a dock. I had a job at FedEx for, like, I was doing anything that I could do that just, like, I was able to set my own schedule and bail off in the fall.
Did you have any, like, equity in that sale?
No.
All went to dad.
Yeah. So this is so he's been the sole owner. So, and at that, like, I'm just like, whatever, like, I just want to hunt,
sure,
dude. And I was just a kid. And I know that, so after that sale is when that's when actually so dad's like, it's like, oh shit, like a kind of like an early retirement thing going on. So shortly after that, though, all of a sudden the relationship, there was a couple years where it was good. The relationship was very skewed, though, and then checks weren't coming in. Mm-hmm. And then, they're not designing shit. And at this point in time, dad's like, fuck it, I'm just trying to hunt and do whatever. So he kind of let a sleeping dog lay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And he went and the money that was that he got from the sale of the company, he bought a farm. I remember we went on a road trip. We went straight to Iowa. We went on a road trip, and we started in northern Iowa and just were looking at different farms and stuff. And I just thought it was cool. I'm just like, and he ended up getting a lead on a farm where we are now, or where the D'Acquisto farm is now, in the headquarters of Lone Wolf Custom Gear. And it was a continuous piece. And it was about, like, I think it was like 700 acres or something. His dream, I guess, from little on, was always to own a square mile of ground.
Oh yeah.
And like that, it was like exactly a square mile. Yep. And there was a bunch of ag in it, and none of the local farmers gobbled it up because it was in a 10-year program. And it was like, and it had a long way to go, but everybody was drooling over the farm ground. It's high ground, prime ground. But anyway, he bought that. And, I remember at that point in time, like, dude, on a freaking whim, like, I was like, I need to be in Iowa. I need to be an Iowa resident. Like, I was working in odd jobs, and maybe I was working at FedEx at the time, FedEx Freight. And I was like, I need to be in I remember moving to Iowa and sleeping in the old fucking dilapidated farmhouse for like 30 days just to hit that.
And your mom and dad still live in Wisconsin?
Yeah.
He bought it,
Yep.
but they still live there?
Yeah, he was planning on moving. The whole plan was to move. Then that summer.
Well, you had younger siblings too. I'm sure they were coming through high school and whatnot.
Yeah.
And your decision was motivated by that farm.
My
having access to that farm.
Oh, no, my decision was but my decision was more so Iowa. Like, because it didn't matter. I was just like, well, I need to find a job in Iowa. I need to do, like I said, that's all that mattered. Like
had you guys hunted Iowa at that point?
No, I've never hunted Iowa. I just knew that Iowa was the mecca.
You just knew that. Okay.
Yeah, like, no, it was like.
And your dad knew, obviously. That's why you guys went there.
Well, here's the thing. If you look, so let's look at what's relatively close to Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
Illinois has over-the-counter tags. And Illinois, we actually, so years prior, which we'll have to take a couple steps back, but like Dad went through just a major shit show with the state of Illinois. And there was a lot of bad blood there. So like, he was actually a resident in Illinois for a while. He moved to Illinois. And
was this in conjunction with the sale or not?
no, this was before all that.
Before sale.
Yeah, so I kind of skipped over a little bit.
Let's talk about that. I got pee one more
Yeah,
time.
I got to piss too, actually. But this is a perfect pee break.
The Hunter Podcast is brought to you by Lone Wolf Custom Gear.
Man, Jared, we are tree stand fanatics, and I think the one thing that we have learned over all these years is to kill big bucks, we got to be mobile. We've been hunting out of Lone Wolves for many years, the original Lone Wolf, and then obviously with the custom gear stuff, we're using the 0.5 and the 0.75. Yeah. And the one thing that we talked about is like, what if there were no cables? Here we are.
I really just don't know how you can beat it, frankly. But, a lot of that came, too, from a relationship that we've built with the D'Acquistos. We've had both Cody and Andre on the podcast a few times. The passion for hunting, the outlook on the sport and stuff, I think is eye to eye with how we look at it. Everything that has gone into building this brand and to building these tree stands is something that we want to be a part of.
This is the 40th anniversary of these guys creating tree stands that have been critical to how we hunt whitetail deer today. If you look over the past, you'll see Andre's designs being implemented across so many stands over the years. Such a cool thing, but really has changed the way that we all hunt whitetail deer from above now.
Right now, you can use code HUNTR, HUNTR, to get 7% off anything on the entire website. Be the Lone Wolf.
Okay, Illinois with your dad.
Yes. Okay, so when he moved to Illinois, well, I guess, I don't know how to start that.
So he was an Illinois resident.
Yeah.
For a period.
Yeah. And
Top you off here.
so yeah,
Refresh the memory.
I guess this is going back to this is going back to a pretty controversial topic too. And a lot of guys like to use, or a lot of people generally, how trolls are on the internet, they like to use that as ammo.
Mm-hmm.
But this actually falls in line. We went ahead on the sale of the business a little bit, but this falls in line to like where we're at with hunting. So
Okay.
right at this pivotal point where I started, when I started getting serious about hunting, like the year of that 160 getting shot, there was always there was a little bit of tension, with, I don't know what this is driven from. I think rumor has it there was a little jealousy in the fact that Dad was killing some deer. He picked up some properties that were in the vicinity of where some game wardens hunted and some local cops, and
That'll do it.
they could just never get the job done. And all of a sudden he is killing these deer. So like there became this misconception and rumor that he was doing something wrong.
Yeah, he had to be poached on.
Yeah, and that was like, so there was a stretch, and even like what I think ultimately what his saving grace is like he is a phenomenal self-filmer. And like I still don't even know how he does it, but he gets it done. And that was like, so in the pivotal time when he really started knocking down giants is when and this was before the sale of the company, but when he came out with the first ever, the little camera arm. Yep. So I remember building that as a kid, and that was like right when self-filming became a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So in that number 2 in the state, he self-filmed that. And I remember the DNR like making us think about, he shot that illegally, he shot that after hours. And it was just kind of a rumor mill thing that surfaced, and nobody knew he had it on video. And then when the episode launched, it was like, it just shuts everybody up. And they're like, oh, shit. They're like, dude, I would have bet anything that he would have. And it was just like this common.
It's a jealousy.
You know how
jealousy.
it is. You know how the rumor mill goes. But, dude, I even remember as a kid, like, so 15, I don't even think I had my driver's license yet. Like that year, we had a close family friend that lived nearby and kind of caretake the little 15 acres outside of the city. And I would go, like, if I would go, he'd pick me up and I would hunt there. I remember getting harassed by the DNR as a 15-year-old kid walking out with my bow after time, asking for my license. What time did you hunt till? And there was one thing I always remember too, is like, Dad was always so adamant about doing shit by the book, and I never understood it. Like, I'm like, and I didn't know what was happening behind the scenes. Like, he was like, I remember, like, even that first time we were sitting together, you know, it was like you had the regs, you knew the exact minute shooting light was. And it was like, and back then you had to have your bow in a case in Wisconsin when you weren't hunting. And so I remember he would always be like, as soon as that freaking minute, he'd be like, get your arrow out of your bow, unknock your arrow. Like, and I'd be like, oh, he's like, it's done. He's like, put your arrow in your clip. And I'm like, and I remember thinking he was just like, dude, you are paranoid. But to them, like, and it wasn't on the minute. It was like 5 minutes before, because he wasn't even taking any chances.
Right.
He's like, in the state of Wisconsin, he's like, you're hunting if an arrow is knocked. He's like, so unknock your arrow. So I always remember, you know, he was kind of adamant about that. And then, you know, this piece of property, you know, I'd access on the side of it. But I remember as a 15-year-old kid, okay, you get stopped. Hey, let me see your hunting license. Okay, like, here's, you know, at night, you know, what time did you hunt till? And then I'd be like, you know, do you not know what time? Like, and then, you know, he'd check my bow case, whatever. And it was like, at like multiple, like, again, like,
it
you know,
started to become habitual.
Yeah, it was, you know, and then I would like take a shortcut through this like easement place where it was public, but I was walking through there with my bow. You can't walk through here with that bow. You have to go around. Just stupid stuff. So I remember getting that kind of in my head a little bit. And I'm not villainizing the DNR. Like, these are just a couple dicks. They were just, you know, I think they were jealous. The old man was getting successful, getting a name for him. And deer does some funny shit to people, man. And if they're seeing these deer as their deer, like, you know, borderline, some dude comes in, knows a little more than you do. I don't know. I can't speculate.
Sure.
But ultimately, that stuff, I think, you know, ended up following him to Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
And the big thing, the big hammer everybody drops down is like, there's you know, anytime, you know, things come up, like, you know, on forums or something, somebody, oh, that guy's got charges or violations or whatever, and everybody likes to throw that out, and it's like, oh my God, this is the stupidest thing. So he was, what was it? So I think, I can't remember the year, but so fast forward to Illinois, this property that he linked up that I was telling you guys about before, the property that was owned by, you know, this old timer farmer, had a lot of animals and stuff on there. And there was a lot of, like, you know, cattle minerals and things like that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, these federal DNR guys, you know, I don't know if they got word or whatever. However, it followed him to Illinois, but he was like, you know what? He's like, Wisconsin's not where it's at. Illinois is where it's at. I need to move to Illinois. I got that lease down there. I'm going to buy a piece of property. That was the narrative. And it was like, hey, Lisa, you know, that's my mom. Mm-hmm. He's like, you know, or we can move the kids down, whatever, but like, I'm getting there now, whatever.
So I'm going now.
If you get here's some money, figure out how to get down there.
So he bought that little shack, and that's what I remember telling you about, that, you know, staying in that, you know, old abandoned, you know, farmhouse and stuff. So we filled that, we kind of remodeled that little shack. It was on like 10 acres or something, really close to some farms that he would hunt, and he just needed to be there, right? So he changed his residency straight up. Well, I think that was like you know, that got,
like,
you guys know about the freaking residency stuff, man. So many guys are, you know, that's a tender subject.
Why was that a big deal? Because you didn't have to be a resident in Illinois, right?
No, you could get an over-the-counter tag.
Yep.
So you didn't need to be a resident at all. So he wanted to be there, because he ultimately wanted to settle down where there was the biggest whitetails, and he wanted to put roots in somewhere. And then, you know, and even in the state of Illinois, you know, you get an out-of-state hunter can only shoot one buck. Mm-hmm. A resident can shoot two. There's, you know, there's totally different perks, just like Iowa. Yep. Or landowner tags versus non-landowner, all that stuff. So he had Illinois in his crosshairs because it was the mecca for whitetail. So he relocated down there, and there wasn't any. I don't think anything was known at that time, but so this like I'm telling it from my experience. I remember one day sitting in a tree stand, and from scouting the properties, like if you walk the property, you would see like these, old dried up little pits and stuff, like from where the donkeys were penned in, or where the horses were. They're old mineral sites.
Yeah,
like
they're old mineral sites.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there was a few of these around the property. There was one there actually. At this point, there might have been one old one on the far south side of the property, and there was like an old, beat up, permanent stand hung above it. You know how the old timers used to.
Yep.
It was just like that iconic setup, right?
2x4s.
The stand was never hunted. Like it was just there. So I remember hunting the ridge side one day, and I'm like sitting up in the tree, and like the sun's coming up, and I see like these two figures, like, and I'm like, those aren't. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm kind of like getting tripped out, and I don't have like a cell. I think I'm probably like, I'm 15. This would have been that. This is all accumulation of these 2 years, right? So, and as the light's coming up, these guys, they're coming in like, and I'm like, dude, these are like army guys. I'm like, they're fucking like, and I'm talking, and then as they're getting closer, I'm like, there's two guys in full on SWAT, like tactical, like I'm talking head to toe military camo, fucking like yeah, it was bizarre, like, dude. It caught me off guard. So, and I'm sitting on this ridge, like down, so where it goes down and comes back up, I can see across the valley, and then I can see kind of where it flattens out and where the property line ends. That's where this mineral site was with this old stand. And they're sneaking around, and I'm thinking to myself, like, what are these people doing? And I got pissed. I was like, are these fuckers trespassing, hunting our shit right now? Like, I was like, I was about to get down and like go, well, I'm like, I was kind of, like a little hothead too. I'm like, I gotta go down and confront,
beat these guys' asses right now.
Well, so I got a camera too, because I'm like, I got a little handy cam or whatever, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I see them, and they tactically set up, or they're trying to do like a sting on that tree stand, and they get to the tree stand and nobody's in there, and then they're like all like, oh god damn it, and then I got my binos on them, dude. They walked the ridge line to get down to the bottom, come all the way down, walk the deer trail I'm hunting. Literally, and I'm like, at this time, I'm kind of like freaked out. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? They're like looking around, scoping out trees, dude. I was so freaking stealthed out in this little bushy tree that I'm just like, and I didn't know what was going on, but they walked right by me, 15 yards. And then I remember just having an uneasy feeling, and I got out and then went back to the truck, and then met up with the old man. And I'm like, dude, there's two guys with like full on tactical gear on the property. And he's like, what? He's like, what the hell are you talking about? And then there was, we looked around a little bit and never seen anything. And then, so then that afternoon, getting back to Dad's house, or back to the house, there was a couple DNR guys there.
At the house.
Yeah. With just a book, just ready to write tickets. They're like, oh, were you guys hunting that farm this morning? We're like, well, yeah, we were hunting over there. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, so what had happened? So this was like, what they were trying to do is they were trying to build up as much stuff as they could throw, So what had happened this particular year was, so Dad, I think, would have, I don't know if he did it or my sister or whatever, but we'd order all of our licenses together online.
Mm-hmm.
And, you get your permit, which is like an expensive ass permit for Illinois. It's like, or it was, it's $500 back then. Ish.
Still is.
Yeah. And then you have to buy your habitat stamp.
Yep.
And then you have to buy your hunting license, which is like $7 or whatever.
Yep.
Well, and even back then, you couldn't even buy them in the same transaction online. So it was really, really iffy.
We can't even buy them online at all now.
Yeah.
You have to be in store to buy them.
I talked to you in that Walmart. The chick was helping us
I
bring
know,
out.
Man.
Yeah.
So what happened was, I think it pinged through the system, or I don't know. I mean, obviously, Dad's red flagged or whatever.
Yeah.
So he bought his permit. He bought all of our permit. He bought one for my sister, one for me, and we all had our permits, our $500 permit, and our habitat stamp, but we didn't have hunting licenses. So they were coming down to do a sting on if we were hunting without hunting licenses. Well, so then, then they start writing to, oh, you guys were hunting, and and you're hunting over minerals or whatever, and it's like, well, no, we're like, what are you talking? Like, where are you hunting? Oh, I was hunting over here, over there. Well, there's a trail that connects, if I get on a deer trail, can I get from where you were hunting to that mineral site? And we're like, well, you could get anywhere on a fucking deer trail. It's the middle of Illinois, Well, ticket. So they give me, or I think it was me, my sister wasn't even there, gave her a ticket for no hunting license.
She wasn't even hunting.
Dude, I'm telling you, it was crazy. It was, as a kid, I'm seeing this, I'm just like, what the hell is going on, dude? Like, what, I was, like little grown, but I remember having so we got, that's the thing about Illinois, in a state that, minerals aside, or how you're hunting, it is illegal to put any form, which, and it's very, doing shit very, very by the book is like, it's weird. As you're looking at this thing where, like, okay, every farm store, every Walmart, every single place in this entire state, the outdoor section is loaded with minerals and things you can... Deer corn that you can give the deer, but in the actual rule book of Illinois, it is illegal to put that out for deer.
It's the stupidest thing.
But yet you're marketing the piss out of it everywhere. And I'm not justifying it because we weren't doing it, but this is just what you're dealing with Illinois.
It's everything.
It's here too. You go down to Rural King. Oh, it's full of deer corn. Oh yeah,
pallets of deer corn up there right now,
and you can't put it out.
As lawman Chris Brackett likes to say, he can't even spill the salt off your fries in Illinois.
Yeah, dude, it's gnarly down there. So anyway, so and it's got its reputation. So anyway, we ended up with a bunch of these tickets, but and I remember. It's one of those things where I think these guys get accustomed, and like I said, I'm not generalizing them. I'm not saying DNR are bad. Like, I got buddies that became DNR. I got like DNR people that are officers that I know very well now that are. This is people.
But these guys are making an example out of your dad.
I think that's what it is. So here's this trophy, right? It's just like hunting.
Yep.
Here's this big trophy, and they think, oh, if we can take this guy down, he can't be doing everything legit. Well, and I think. They just get so pissed after a while that they grab at straws. Sure. But like, and even for this was an instance to where he was like, okay, this is a foul up. We did not have our hunting licenses. That is totally like, that's a ball drop. We're not meaning to pull one over on anybody. Mm-mm. That's totally fine. Yep. We didn't have a hunting license. We forgot to purchase that. We got the $500 tag. We're not trying to, what I'm saying? Like, what are you really trying to pull when you don't buy a So that's the narrative. Well, then they're going hard at the bait. And in Illinois, with the bait, it's like, now you got more repercussions. You start losing your license and shit. Oh, yeah. He's like, I will not be getting a ticket, or my son, for hunting over mineral, because we didn't put him out. Like, it was just, well, then it's like, okay, dick measuring contest type thing. And I think they're used to, people are
rolling over.
I'm sure they steamroll.
Yeah, they just cave.
Well, we just got 6 fucking tickets, right? So we, and it's like, and he's like, no, he's like, this ain't happening. So take it to court, right? So, so all those tickets, and there was even more, bunch of fines, whatever, ended up having to go to court, fight it, do that, and it got thrown out. But what it did was allow for the headline.
Yeah.
Oh,
indicted.
Whitetail star was convicted of. They throw that, there was never a conviction, it ended up happening. So they tried to get him on the residency and the Lacey law too, which is huge, dude. That's like prison. That's prison.
Lacey
law
is no joke.
Yeah, it's federal.
He went to court.
So they basically saying he was faking his residency?
He was saying he was faking his, so they're building this case, and this hunting license is just the tip of the iceberg. And now, mind you, this is like years and years of them just waiting for him to slip, and the fucker's that by the book that they can't even get anything. So then they're like, well, he's not a resident. His wife still lives in Wisconsin. There was a lot of really poor arguments, and they got very desperate. And they, and I remember they went to court, and that was a very stressful, like, I didn't know about it. I wasn't privy to it. I was young. It was definitely a stressful time for the old man, but he's a stubborn old bastard, and he knew he was in the right. Yeah. And he's a fucking savvy dude, and he just doesn't fuck around.
He's like, well, we're going to court with this
the thing is, he doesn't do sketchy shit because he doesn't need to. Like he's a very good hunter. Like, and he's
also smart enough. I mean, we've seen it even recently. Like, I mean, if you have any limelight on you, they will, like you said, that's the trophy.
Yeah,
they'll go for it.
Dude, the longer we do this, like, and it sucks to say. I hate even saying it publicly because we want like law enforcement to be portrayed publicly or in a good light, and it's necessary, obviously.
Yeah,
I don't know any good, notable, like respectable hunters that have not had a negative experience with law enforcement.
See, yeah, I'm
like, I don't know anybody. They've all been like. And they all say the same thing. They're like, I hate saying this. Like, I want to praise them and stuff. But
I mean, I've had positive
here's this,
ones.
this, and this. I mean, dude, even right now, I know a guy like really good hunter from Texas. Originally, I think moved to, I don't want to get the facts wrong, but I think changed his residency to Kansas. Killed, a big deer record.
Yeah.
And it's currently held by the DNR for that reason. They're questioning his residency.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's like what you said. Like, I'm fully at the standpoint of like, dude, I am 100% pro police. I'm pro. Like, I don't have a bone to pick. This is about people, man.
It's individuals.
You're gonna get shitty individuals in any group or whatever. But I do think it's a little ridiculous in the way that things. Like, I mean, there's like some gnarly dudes out there doing some fucked up shit. And like, it seems like the guys that are just like your buddy.
Who have a platform. I mean, it's the platform that draws attention.
Exactly.
How do we make it
or
an
a big
example?
deer? It's a big deer. If it's a big deer, I'm talking like book quality, 200, like it will get examined under the microscope.
I mean, dude, I draw the assimilation. Like, and it's maybe it's a generalization. Like you're saying, it's people are individuals and stuff, but like they're hunting us, like we're hunting deer, dude.
Well,
it's like they're
and their job is to find people slipping up. But where it becomes a problem is when they get fixated on an individual and they're making assumptions that they can't prove, and they're just not doing.
Well, once the hole's dug, they're going to keep digging.
Exactly, because then they can't admit they were wrong.
Then
like,
they look stupid.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, and I guess for instance, like even in a situation like that, like if a dude wants to move to a different state, like, I mean, if you're jumping through hoops and whatever, but like if you legitly move somewhere and your sole purpose is to move there because you love the whitetail hunting and you hunt whitetail by the book, and like, what the fuck is the problem? What is the problem with that?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, he came into this state and he.
Who cares?
Well, that's like, it was funny, and this is, but anyway, like, so, going to that kind of, circling back to that case. So now, he's, man, dude, Dad killed some big deer in those few years, man. There was like a 3-year stretch where, I mean, there was a couple 200. Like, that one deer he shot was, he had it panel scored. And I think it went I think it was going like 201 net typical. And then it got overturned because of like a common base. After a panel score,
base gets everybody.
Well, it was like the G4 and 5, and then they, there's some speculation on them rewriting or whatever, but like at the time, and whatever it is, it's still a mega giant. But like, he killed that buck, he killed like a 215 non-typical, he killed a couple ones. Like, dude, he was just freaking stacking them, and
he was out proving points.
Well, he was stacking them, and like, I think so. Not only was it Lacey, like they're like, well, all these deer are illegal deer. Jeez. And it goes by inch. Dude, I mean, like, he was up against some shit, dude. And it was a dark time for like the family, dude. And it like just because like, and especially when it's something like, all right, this dude makes a lot of money and now he's paying Illinois taxes. Like you're running him through the ringer. Like he's just like, I don't know. It was just crazy. But anyway, so long story short, he beat them in court. Beat all the charges, but they still got the headline of that, and that's all they ever wanted. Like,
that's all they wanted.
To them, oh, if this dude ends up in prison, whatever. But if he doesn't, we still got him with the headline, and we'll ruin him. We'll ruin his reputation. So it's sad that happens. Like,
that's what always happens.
It's the court of public opinion.
I mean, dude, right now they have it's an ongoing. So I mean, who knows how it'll pan out? But like the C.J. Alexander buck is a great example. It's like at this point, everybody who's heard that is like, oh, that's the kid that poached that giant deer.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
because he was indicted on all these charges and all this thing. And who knows? He may turn out to be guilty, and that's very possible. But if he's not,
it doesn't matter.
It's tainted.
It's already done.
100%. And that's all they're trying to do. And that's what's sad, man, was when you get an individual like that. And there's the worst part there's so many people like that and all these haters, man. And that the social media like era now, it gives everybody the biggest set of balls that like they could possibly have. Like, even that shit didn't happen much 10 years ago. Like, you know, if you wanted to talk shit, you had to do it in public at a deer show. Mm-hmm. Now you can go, like, anybody can ruin anybody in the drop of a finger. All they got to do is just start talking shit. It's pathetic. And jealousy is where it starts. And, you know, and it's just, it's sad, man. And I don't know the inner workings. I know that there's not many people. I'd be willing to bet there's probably not one person that they came at that hard that didn't end up getting, you know, I mean, shit, dude, you're talking federal court.
Well, that's
for multiple cases of that,
public's money being spent to put him out.
Well, and then, you know, it ended up getting ruled on.
What happens a lot of times is people don't have the money to fight it.
Well, see, that's the thing.
And so what happens is they take a plea deal that's like, well, I took this lesser charge, and it kicks it down the road a little bit. So they're like, well, okay, I can go on living my life. But the next time, now, well, this is a repeat offender.
Yep. The only reason, I firmly think, the only reason Dad didn't end up, like, didn't end up getting ran through the ringer, not justified, like, I mean, is because how stubborn he was and that he had some money to fight it.
Yeah.
If he wouldn't have had a pot to piss in, he'd have been fucking done.
We've talked to some
I wouldn't have had a dad.
We've talked to some people that
I mean, it's like
have put the money up to fight these kind of deals. I mean, you're talking
hundreds of
thousands of dollars.
And that's like, you know, and yeah, if the business wasn't there, but he got through all that. And I remember that's when, like, it was like, you know what, I'm done with Illinois. Like, he had such a sour taste. I mean, obviously, why wouldn't you? But
try to find a farm without cattlemen on it. They're gonna get you, dude, again.
It's one of those things where it was an unfortunate circumstance, but like I don't think I've ever spoken about it, but like it just chaps my ass because it's one thing that you always hear people, oh, well, like this, and they pull up like the article and charged, like trophy whitetail hunter charged with X or whatever, but nobody ever knows the fine print that, like, well, yeah, he was charged with a bunch of stuff. He was never convicted with anything. And what had happened was he got a ticket for no license. So, that guy hunts without licenses.
Jeez.
Oh my God,
wild,
dude.
man.
Come on, give me some.
There's
give me
a $7
break.
license that was missed.
Yeah. So that
crazy.
so that was that, man. It was a gnarly time. But I remember, dude, it really skewed my vision too. Like, and it had me doing, I just remember, like, you know, I had a lock I put on my bow, you know, just in case they would say they seen, you know, it's like, actually in that, so funny, they confiscated our bows and they tried to give us a ticket for, it was something along the lines of the bows. And Dad was so freaking cagey that he got us these little master locks and we put them on the cams of the bows and you couldn't see them. And then they brought them up as evidence in court, but you couldn't draw them. Dude, it was like a movie.
No way.
He's like, we'll try and draw the bow. And they didn't know they had locks on them. So they're like, dude, so technically,
your dad's a smart guy.
Dude, so they're like,
that's unbelievable.
So they're like, technically the bow is incapacitated.
Yeah.
And it's like,
that is like a movie. You're like, dude, the thing is, that's a faulty trigger.
Dude, my freaking life's a movie. No, it was one of those things where, like Mark Wahlberg takes the fucking,
that's right. Like,
that's right. The firing pin's been removed.
But I remember, dude, like I remember he was paranoid with shit like that. And I would be, as a kid, I'm like, okay, whatever. And then, like,
wow,
we round the corner and
then you got a taste. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And then, you know, but it molded me, man, to the, you know, I'm calculated, man. I just do I make sure I don't fucking slip up. I just do.
1,000 people just went on Amazon and bought like little master locks and are putting it on their bows right now.
Yeah, dude. It was cagey.
Wow.
And yeah. So, shit, where does that leave us?
Well, he buys you sell a business.
Yeah.
He buys a farm in Iowa.
He buys the farm in Iowa. And then he's just like, I think he's down. He's like, in his mind, he's like, dude, I
did it.
I did my business. I retired at however old he was. He's like, you know, and then he's like, I want to start farming.
How old was he? 50s? 60?
Yeah, I bet probably early 50s or something, 50, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he's like, and I remember like, and then for a couple of years, yeah, like I'm like my wife or we were engaged at the time. She was still living in Milwaukee. I was technically a resident in Iowa. And I was driving back to Milwaukee to work and then coming back here just so I could keep my residency, you know, and it was a 3-hour commute. And I was just, you know, I didn't have a plan, but I knew my plan was like,
be in Iowa.
I didn't care, dude. I was like, I didn't even care about, dude, I'm making money in the hunting industry. I never gave a shit. I was just like, I need to hunt. That's all that mattered. And, so I think it was actually,
I know the feeling. I know some people out there, it resonates, not with everybody, but.
Well, there's so many, I get it so much that like, oh, well, you know, it would be nice to live in Iowa, or I wish I could have, and I tell people like, and they don't know a lot at the beginning, but I'm like, dude, every decision in my life has been, and I tell them it's
they don't understand.
It's one of priorities. And I'm not saying that you should have that priority, but you have the choice. You can make the reality if you want it. It's like you know, it's like that.
Well, it's like when you hear people say, I mean, the way it comes out most frequently is why I don't have time. And and that's okay. I understand. And there are priorities. But when I hear that with where I'm at right now, and I'm surely with where you're at, and I say that with regards to your kids should come first, your family should come first. And there are priorities that should supersede it. But I'm like, what do you mean? Like, that doesn't register to me at all. I'm like, I will do anything to go and do it.
And that's how you separate somebody who is like over the top. I mean, it is
every aspect of life.
So every, you know, so
kids,
for
career.
instance, I remember like, you know, being pretty, I was between jobs, and I remember I went for an interview and I was like, okay, they're like, I just went in there so like, well, hey, here's the deal. I was like, hey, so
same way to go into a marriage if you were prepared enough to do that.
I was like,
listen,
okay,
babe, here's how it's gonna go.
October 1st, I was like, I was like, I will make up the hours. I was like, but I need to not be here Thursday and Monday, or no, sorry, Friday and Monday. I was like, just from October to Christmas. I was like, that's all I require. I will work whatever you need me to do
to make
those other days. That's my only stipulation. And like, I'm like, and then they're like, well, we don't know if we can do that. I'm like, well, then I can't fucking work here. And they were like, well, okay. And then and that was like my time of reign. And I remember like I would just bust ass and I'd have to make up those hours, and I'd work that Monday through Thursday. And then right after work on Thursday, I was jetting out of state. I was gone, and I was not back until Monday evening, and then I would work, and then those days that I would work, I'd keep my schedule. I'd hit the freaking weights. I'd freaking just pump iron and hunt whitetails, and then I was just working. And then like, you know, and my wife was working another shift, or my fiance another shift, and she knew it though, dude. I've been with her for a long time. She's a fucking ride or die. So I was with
like a childhood friend.
Yeah,
like your wife.
We met in middle school. So like so I was with her in this time where I got hooked. So she's seen me get hooked, and like she would like bake me pies when I would leave. Like I would be like, dude, I'm not October. Peace. I wouldn't be around for like. She'd call me like November 6th, like, where are you? I'm like, I'll be back when I kill something.
Dude, the wives of bow hunters are like close to godliness. Like those are some women that you want to meet at some point in your life.
Dude, it's remarkable, you know. And now, dude, I got 4 kids. Man.
Do you really?
Yeah. And it's been tougher, but like even with the kids, it's like, don't tell me that you don't have time. Don't tell me that everybody has it. You know what changed my mentality on that? When I read Arnold's book, I don't know if you ever read the Encyclopedia of Bodybuilding.
Mm-mm.
Dude, anybody who says they don't have time, read the chapter. And I'm not a big Mark Kenyon book guy or something but you know, like bodybuilding was some shit I was into. Read the chapter where he talks about when he moves to America and what he was doing. Dude, that motherfucker was not only, you know, taking acting classes, working a full-time job as a bricklayer. He was working out twice a day, high volume routine. Like, dude, I think he has this like famous quote, you know, or something like we all have, you have to make the time. That's it. Mm-hmm. Everybody only gets 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to do with them? Like if you choose to do X, that's it. But don't complain that you don't have it. It's about sacrifice and priorities. And if your priority,
we're all guilty of it too, man. Like,
Yeah.
if you audit your own time and realize how much you spend, like,
Dude.
if you pull into your driveway and you're like, well, 10 more minutes, I'll scroll on Instagram, or, you know, if I wake up
Dude,
and I'm this, that, or the other, it's like throughout the day, if you're honest with yourself, how much time are you wasting?
oh,
A lot.
a shit ton. And that's the thing. Like, I'm not saying that I'm some wizard of time. I am horrible with time management. That's like probably one of my biggest. I'm horrible with it. But one thing that stands out, like you're like just what we're talking about though, is like it's a priority and a commitment to something. And it's like, okay, when you decide you want to do a bodybuilding show, you started the prep and you had the contest date, and it was like, okay, you committed to it. Yeah. Like, that's how people need to be with whitetails.
Discipline.
Like, the biggest thing that gets me is I just, there's so many people who bitch and moan about where they live and that they don't have big deer there. Or they want to poke fun, or, oh, well, you live here, you could do anything. Or like, you can too, man. You can go, I mean, aside from, okay, Iowa, yeah, you got to apply.
Mm-hmm.
You can drive your ass up to Illinois and hunt. I firmly believe Illinois. Oh, I shouldn't be saying this.
Don't say it.
Yeah, I'm going to skip that over.
I firmly believe Illinois sucks.
Missouri. Like
Anybody been to
Missouri's
Arkansas
great.
lately?
Yes, but here's the thing, dude. I met some diehard cats in the day. Like, I met a guy. I can think of. I can't. I met him organically through a show. He's born and raised Alabama, the most southern dude you'll ever meet. He's a firefighter down there. And I look at a guy like this. If he listens, he'll know I'm talking about him. But he is a guy who was so ate up with whitetail hunting that he decided, you know what? I want to be a firefighter because the schedule is perfect for whitetail hunting. And if I am a firefighter like, I don't want to leave my family. Like, he lives in Alabama and he travels every year. Takes a month off. He travels every year to the Midwest, to Kansas, to these new places, and he gets after it and he kills fucking slammers. Mm-hmm. And he made that reality for himself. He doesn't sit in Arkansas bitching about there's only tiny deer in Arkansas. He's in Alabama. Sorry, I fucking switched it up on you. Mm-hmm. He doesn't bitch about that.
Yeah,
he goes and makes it happen. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Everybody,
dude, you see that from us too. Like,
you guys are
not only do we make the most of it, it's become like a thing of pride for us, where it's like we're working harder.
Yes,
it's not like it's just a situational based thing, but it's like, dude, nope. We're driving 9 hours to Illinois, 16 hours to Iowa, 2 hours to my closest farm.
Yeah, dude.
Every week, multiple times a week. When the season comes,
dude, that's what I'm saying.
And it sucks. It
does.
We don't want to have to do that, but as it's happening.
But you guys have found the perfect balance. Like, you know, some people, oh, well, I can't just move somewhere. I have a family. Okay, well, first of all, you could if you wanted to.
If you
wanted to, you could. But I get it. There's roots that you have things that you can't. And like you said, your family should be ultimately your number one priority. Mm-hmm. But there is plenty of opportunity to prioritize whitetail hunting outside of that and get soak every last thing about it. And that's it sounds easier said than done, but there's people every day that quit their jobs, move to the place of their dreams, and fucking have a wonderful life. So don't say you can't do it.
Dude, just when people hit a period in life, and it comes with age, it comes with whatever your life experience is, but at some point you realize, like, dude, life's short.
It's super short.
And it's like, okay, like, you can think about, like, I look at it like retirement, right? So I'm 40, and I like look at people retiring at 62, 65, whatever, and then they're like, okay, cool, now I'm gonna live. I'm like, the fuck,
dude? That's you
like,
know,
what are you gonna do for 7 years, 10 years, and not in good body? Like,
dude,
I don't want to do that.
The other thing is, change is really hard for people. Like, even a lot of people say, well, I'll brace it, but there's a difference between embracing things that are happening and making things happen. Like, knowing it will be uncomfortable, just like, I'm going to do that. I'm going to quit this. I'm going to sell that. I'm going to pull the trigger. I'm going to go there. I'm going to do this.
That's the uncomfortability in life that I would say 90% of people cannot mentally handle.
Because you can't see around the bend. You don't know what it's going to come. You're like, well, I want to hunt and I want to do this, but I don't know what's going to come with that. And so you're scared.
It's way easier said than done, man. And it actually, that brings up so many points I want to talk about. But your point to life being short, like right at that pivotal time, like where we left off in the story. Like,
I'm going to North Dakota, by the way.
just made the decision. Fucking pound it.
We're done.
Yeah.
We're doing it.
All right. I'll meet you up there. No,
buddy.
The thing is, so right at that time, you know, I'm like just hunting, living the hunt, whatever, lifting weights. I ended up, you know,
You need to make a T-shirt before I forget. We can go back and reference this. Pump iron, kill hunt whitetails.
Yeah, pretty much, dude. I mean, dude, I will say, like, there's a couple things that have been like solid in my life, and that's where we had that talk. Like, one thing, I don't know, man. Like, I'm such a fitness nut, and so it does something. It keeps me grounded. It keeps me at bay. That and whitetail hunting does the same in a different way, but I can't do whitetail hunting all the time. Fitness is my main. If you took fitness from me, if you took exercise or just activeness, I think I wouldn't. I'd be gone. Like
mentally.
There would be nothing left, dude. I wouldn't be able to. Which I don't know. It's just so. For instance, you know, in life being short, like at that point in time, I ended up getting in a really bad car accident. I was driving actually to Iowa after working in Wisconsin. It was in the spring, and I was driving on the interstate, just cruising, man, windows down, having the best day, and just bumping the jams. And somebody, I never seen it coming. Somebody in back of me in the slow lane, swerved off the road, and then swerved back on and overcorrected and essentially pit maneuvered my truck right on the interstate doing 75. So it swung the truck around. It went across the median, and then it was hit in oncoming by a semi, a 94 Kenworth, fully loaded down. And I was hit on the driver's side door, and it ejected me out the window into a field, and the car started on fire. And I remember coming to, with people over me in the field, and then I was gone. It happened so quick, and I never seen it coming. But like that was a huge pivotal point too, because I remember, so that was, I don't know. Yeah. I can't remember the exact, date or time of year, but you know, I pretty much annihilated the left side of my body, you know, broken ribs, broken arm, separated shoulder, broken collarbone, like all that stuff. So it put me down, man. And it put me in a really bad spot, like mentally, because I couldn't, dude, I was stuck in a chair. Take an active person, stick them in a chair. I mean, it was like, okay for a little bit, and then it got to the point where like I'm having panic attacks. I can't move. I can't, like, it was bad. It was a dark spot. But I remember too, even after all that, getting into contacting lawyers and attorneys, because it turns out the chick that hit me was on like a bender all night, or with a friend. They just drove in they were tired. They were partying at a hotel. This is their statement they gave to cops. But she had no shit insurance, underinsured, whatever. So I had to go, you know, I'm like just trying to cover, medical bills, car, whatever.
Yes.
So, and I end up having to go after my own insurance. My insurance then is trying to back out on me because I was out of state. Dude, it was just a nightmare, right? So anyway, I have to get an attorney, and then they're trying to like go after the truck driver. And I was so like I am so not that person. I was like, I want my shit paid for. Like, I can't have X amount of hundreds of $1,000s of medical bill. Like, I'm not about trying to like win one over. But the attorneys are telling me, they're like, hey man, like you got some good damage. Like, you could see a good settlement from this. Like, and I'm like, oh, okay, like whatever, you know how they are. But then we couldn't go through them. Then my insurance was trying to back on me. We went through this whole rabbit hole. And I ended up spending a lot of time in a recliner healing. But as soon as I could fucking get out of that, like as soon as I was in a wheelchair, I was taking my ass to the Bally's gym, and I was going up the elevator, and I was doing fucking curls with one arm. I was just really trying to like, I couldn't stay still. And I got to a point to where my attorneys called me, and they were like, hey, you know, we had like depositions coming up for settlements and stuff. And I was like, in my mind, I was like, I have to get in shape. I have to be able to hunt. the next hunting season. Like I can't.
Right.
I'm like, that's it, my everything. And my attorney's like, well, no, you can't hunt this year. If you show you're hunting, you're showing you're capable, and like you and you're not gonna get like a. And I was like, go fuck off. Are you kidding me? Like I'm not hunting to. I mean, you could say that was stupid. Maybe it was stupid. I think about that.
I mean, I think a lot of people play that card, but then
that's what they were trying to get me. I mean,
should have hunted with a crossbow. They'd be like, this kid's obviously, it needs everything we can give him.
Could I have milked it? Yes. Should I have? Maybe, because I didn't end up getting shit for a settlement. But I remember at the deposition, the first thing they pulled out was was pictures of me with whitetail that year. Because I freaking slammed 2 giants, and
you're like, fuck
and
yeah, man.
Yeah, and they were like,
You ever listen to McConaughey's book, The Green Lights? You should check that out.
That's a great book.
You remember the story he's talking about where he's like similar situation. He's like could have made a lot of money.
Yeah,
but he came out of it and like looked really good and stuff. And they're like, is this you? And he's like, yeah.
I was just like, or they were like, so how has your injury,
impacted you?
Yeah, impacted you. Like, did you? Well, I went and got a job because I needed money. I got myself better. I started hunting, and it was the opposite.
So this is the best thing that's ever happened to you.
It was the opposite. Yeah, exactly.
Dude, in a lot of ways, it can be like you obviously never wish injury on anybody, especially things that are long lasting. But it's like for me personally, it sounds like for you in some ways, and I'm sure a lot of other people, like. If you're able to come out of it, massive, like it can be the biggest motivator of all. It's like,
yeah, that's the thing, man. I was so motivated.
Trauma in any form, not just injury, but
yeah, it just goes to show that like whitetail was always the number one, even when there could have potentially been a lot of money on the line to just like, hey, just skip a season.
Oh yeah,
it was not even like I was
not
like,
on
what?
the radar.
Skip a season? I'll fucking hobble up that tree, and shoot some deer. But that kind of, that brings me full circle to, so one day, I just got off of work. I think, dude, I had a crazy epiphany, right? So I was outside, I was grinding stumps. I was like side landscape work. I was grinding stumps, with this company, Bill's Landscaping. And I was making like, dude, it was it was Bill's. $8 an hour, dude. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. So, and I remember working like 10 hours outside and then like just being just wrecked. And then I was like, God damn it, dude, this is fucked up. Like I was like, I made like $80 today. Like all that shit. And I'm just like, okay. I'm like, And I started like spin my wheels. I'm like, man, it sure would be nice to have like to be in the outdoor industry and like be like getting paid to hunt or something. Like I had one fleeting thought of that. And like the next week I was leaving work and I got a call from Dad, and he was like, hey, I was like, hey, and he was like, what do you think about getting back into the tree stand business? And I was like, I'm in. Like, and that was it, and now I was kind of like, well, tell me more, So that brings me to a new chapter, and and what it was actually, so he's like, I was approached, and I'll go into that story, but this was essentially XOP. So, So there's a lot of misconception, a lot of rumor mill stuff, XOP, like, so I figured we'll tell it like it is. So, XOP was a company. They just happened to be based out of Dubuque, Iowa, which was about 45 minutes from where Dad bought the farm. So I had been going through this area a lot, right? So this is I wouldn't even say technically it wasn't XOP at this point. It was under a different umbrella company or whatever. So this is where shit gets a little complicating and hard to follow. The parent company for XOP, oh man, this is just a deep web. So meanwhile, right, I'm hunting. I've recovered from my accident. This is all done. Just living my life. Lone Wolf Portable, and I think we'll all remember this. There was a time in the peak of everything booming, they, out of nowhere, sent all their products to China.
This is after the sale.
Oh yeah, this is
guys that bought it from you.
This is probably so 8, 9,
10,
12,
11, something
probably,
like that?
I'd say 6 years after the sale.
Yeah.
So the sale went on, a couple years went by good, all that. They kind of bailed out on Dad. The relationship fell out there. He wasn't doing much work. They lot of just rough workings there, but Dad's just farming, trying to grow some whitetails and like just hunting. And but right around 2010ish or maybe 11 or 12, whatever it was, they made a big play. That was their, like you said, well, how are we going to make money? How are we going to do it? They made the big play and they shipped everything overseas. And instantly they got crucified.
Yep, I remember that.
I mean, it was big time. Like, I mean, the forums at the time, any public, it was like, what the fuck? Something's going on. It was so shocking because everybody had always, for now, all those 25 years or whatever, had just 30 years. I don't know what it was.
USA made.
Dude, it was just...
It was the quality, right? There was an actual
yes.
expectation of quality, and it decreased.
Yes, Lone Wolf was the epitome of quality and always was.
And it was a margin play.
And people were opening their boxes, and the shit was junk. Now, Dad never knew anything about this. Never did it. He didn't know. Like those guys were dodging him. Whatever. Well, turns out they contacted an import company.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Because part of the contract was he was going to have to approve, right? Because there's a licensing agreement.
Yeah.
Was there a consideration of that?
Of course not. They never said a damn word to him. But everybody wants to bat their. But when he steps in and is like, what the hell? Like, so technically, so you hit it right on the head. Technically, now they are violating.
They violated the contract.
They violated the contract right there. So what happens is Lone Wolf finds this import company. Just happens to be in Iowa. They give them the entire line, and they say, "Hey, we want to send these over." It's a margin play. They order, probably a couple $1 million worth of inventory. They didn't cross their T's and dot their I's. They pulled the trigger on this factory. They get the shit in. They didn't do. They just did not do their QC. Like, going like Dad would have never allowed for them to go overseas in the first place. But then even beyond that, like there's some people who do go overseas, but they just really hammer down on quality. They live over there. They see it through. So anyway, so now these products start showing up and the public goes apeshit and they are getting crushed. So they instantly backpedal and they start I can't even remember how they covered that up, but what they did was they had a very quick awakening and epiphany that they're like, oh shit, this was a bad idea. Like we just drove our company into a cliff. So they immediately pulled out and fired up all their stateside manufacturing again, and they stuck the company with like the import company with like $2 million worth of product. So then there's a big court case. So then that company sues them and is like, well, what? Like,
sure.
You hired us to
import all this stuff for you.
You hired us to do this. You approved the product, and you're suing.
Your product.
So, it goes to court. And when it goes to court, what's in the agreement of their company anyway? It's this guy named Cody D'Acquisto that has the only right to verify and okay products and whether they're okay. Did he verify these or whatever? So full circle, Dad gets a call from this company and it's like, hey, we need, so he has to get involved. And what it comes down to is hey, are these products, is there a quality issue or what's going on? And he's like, well, first of all, I never, and he was pissed that they did that.
Yeah. But
what it came down to, I'll cut it short a little bit, but then it was decided in court then that, because here's the issue with it. It wasn't a direct issue that was like overwhelming about the quality of the product. They were just cosmetically disgusting.
Yeah, they didn't look right.
They just looked like garbage. So it was like, hey, is this a
Give us an example. Like, how are they different from?
Oh man,
what changed?
The casting capabilities
Just
here.
sloppy.
Oh my god, the casting capabilities here and the permanent molds and the finish that
Yeah.
you get on them over there.
Sloppy. Okay.
So you have like porosity in the castings. You got flashing that's not ground off. You got the color is fucking 3 different color. Like, and then you had castings that were literally warped.
Yep.
1 to 2 inches because they weren't straightened out after being heat treated.
Yep.
It was just dumb shit. And it was like, okay, is this casting gonna break? Like,
Probably
it's probably sound, but man, does it look like garbage. So, and being that, so they were trying to like just get away and stick all that money. So how the case was settled is that this import company, was granted so I don't know technically win or lose, but the company was granted to be able to sell their inventory and keep their molds and all that shit and whatever. Well, at this point in time, the company is so deep in developing tree stand parts and molds and components. Now, mind you, these are all patented things that nobody else could do, but because this is just a shitstorm of these guys just trying to be freaking slimy and snaky, the judge is like, no, okay, well, this company can sell it. I don't care if it's patented, like they can sell it. Now they have molds made for it. So they're like, wow. So then they call me and they're like,
XOP.
Yeah. They call me and they're like, we want to start a tree stand company and we need somebody to get our shit together.
So the importer was essentially what became XOP.
And they had, they had a load. They just had a bunch of shit. But it wasn't necessarily the inventory, but like they had the infrastructure built to create all this stuff.
Which is why, like, when XOP first came out, everybody's like, it looks exactly like fucking Lone Wolf.
Exactly, because it was very similar. Well, and
besides the overseas quality,
a lot of the molds were different. Like there was new molds made, but the big key factor was that they were able. Nobody else could still do this. It was still under patented. They were able to do a cast.
Yeah.
So they approached me, and at this point,
you're saying they could make new inventory on top of?
Yeah, and new molds. Because it was such a shit show.
They were granted the rights to the patents.
Yeah, so not
that they own them, but they could act on them, basically.
They could sell, they could do a cast, and nobody else could still do that.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was all because they were so shady in that deal, and I don't know, I wasn't in the courtroom, but that's generally the consensus, and that's how XOP was born.
Wow.
Now, XOP didn't have anybody that knew their ass from a hole in the ground for hunting. So they were like, well, now they just met Andre D'Acquisto.
Because it's not a hunting company, right? It's just an import company.
It's an import company. So they're like, well, fuck, maybe we should. And now the owner at the time was a hunting enthusiast.
That helps.
Yeah. So
and they're in Iowa.
Bird hunter. He was a bird hunter.
Yeah.
It wasn't really, that was
that hurts.
That was my thoughts exactly.
He's like, well, I'm a hunter. And we're like, what do you get? He's like, a bird. I'm like,
But they're like, so I hop on a call with these guys, and I'm like, I get kind of the breeze by and the fill in
because they're hoping you might help run.
Well,
like,
this is fast forward. Dad kind of kept it. I didn't really know what was going on, but he did the whole thing, and he was a key part in that court case in the fact that they were able to sell those because he was like, hey, not only you guys bailing out on me, not paying me. He's like, you're being shady. He's like, these aren't. And they tried to pin it all on a quality issue because if it was a quality issue, they were able to get away with it.
Because the importer should have made sure that the quality matched the specs.
It was
coming
just
through.
They were, dude. It was just shady shit. So, but meanwhile,
you think that's irrelevant? I mean, that is a legitimate argument, right?
What's that for the safety or for?
If the quality coming, like,
yeah,
if
I mean,
said,
if they
hey,
import it and it's not the quality that I
overseas,
set, like, yeah, I'm going to say I'm not paying for that.
Well, here's the thing. It's all on them. They were the ones that approved the quality. They steam headed.
They as in Lone Wolf.
Yes, the owners then.
For sure. I mean, that's the part there.
100%.
Where it's like, did you or did you not approve this quality?
Yeah, exactly. And they're saying they didn't, or they're saying they, essentially what they're saying is that it's unsafe. So it came down to let's get the guy who is the only one who can say if these are actually structurally sound because he's the one who designed them. Uh-huh. So then Dad gets in there and he's like, essentially in so many words, he's like, they look like shit, but they are huntable.
Yeah.
He's like, this thing looks like a banana, but it's not going to break.
Right.
I assume there was some documentation between the import company and Lone Wolf at that point that said, we approve this quality, which is what justified.
There had to be.
Yeah, there had to be.
But they still just skipped out on their bill, and they were like, oh, fuck it, whatever, we're not paying you. So then that's where the import company had to pursue them and sue them. Because think about it, like, you don't get paid, you got, and they're like, and they're sitting on all this inventory. That's warehousing, that stuff, and it's not their fault. It's shit. Well, they're just an import company.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Or, it's not, it's not their fault that those guys didn't.
So did the import company front the bill? Because ultimately it's getting paid to the manufacturer.
Yeah, that I don't know. I think it was like, hey, they were working, they sent tooling over there, they made a bunch of stuff, and then they got some samples. Oh yeah, let's go forward with this. They appointed a guy that was maybe sleeping on the job, and then just like okayed bulk production. And it was like, oh yeah, we're in this together, we're gonna bring in this, and then, maybe it was like that inventory was fronted. I mean,
you can see the difference in opinion. Like if I'm Lone Wolf at that point, those, your fat cats or whatever, I'm not going to pay for shit quality if I didn't prove it.
The thing is, it was very clearly when they started getting blowback about a Chinese-made Lone Wolf product. Then they all of a sudden were like, oh yeah, well it's not good, and I think that's where they were kind of pulling it out. Like, well, you approve the quality.
Yeah,
and
so
then,
you already made the motion to say, we're going to send these overseas.
Then, here's the thing. A judge gets involved, though, and they look at
the contract.
They look at the contract, and they're like, wait, you can't even say if these are...
Yeah, Andre's the only guy.
Yeah, they're like, how can you even... So it was just a big...
And who knows? I mean, your dad may even, if they made good stuff, like he might have been like, yeah, it's fine. It's way cheaper.
Well, essentially... No, well, that's what I'm getting at. So that's kind of not... You mean like, would he have done it? Is what you mean?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's made in China is not as big a deal as the fact that it's not to the quality that he demands.
That's what so that became the deciding factor was, hey, if this stuff is truly unsafe, then they were going to rule in the favor of the Lone Wolf. Mm-hmm. But if it was just cosmetic and they didn't do their diligence to have them make a cosmetic sound product, then it was going to be and that's what happened. So Dad stepped in. And here's the Lone Wolf guys probably thinking like, oh yeah, it's unsafe or whatever. And he's like, well, technically,
it looks like shit, but you can hunt out of it.
Yeah, it's honestly a fair decision.
Well,
and
the thing is, so that happens, and now you got this company, and so this all happens kind of behind the scenes. I wasn't in the court, like I said, in the court case or anything like that, but I was filled in briefly from the old man, and that's when he was like, well, what do you think about getting back in the tree stand business? And immediately I'm like, dude, not with Lone Wolf. Like those guys totally screwed you. Like they're all that. And he's like, no, there's something else at foot. So I set up a meeting, and this company is like, so I get filled in, and they're like, we need you to be the face of our tree stand company. And they're like, who better than the son of the originator of these stands? And I'm like, fucking game on. I'm like, let's do it.
You just had that epiphany while you were grinding stumps. So
I'm just, so in my mind, all I thought instantly was like hunting.
Get paid to hunt.
I was
were you concerned that like, hey, the quality is, so the whole reason this case originated, like quality sucks.
So this was my standpoint. So for one, I was like, this could be a dream. This could be a second chance. I'm like, okay. So like when I inspected, so I made the decision I was going to do it because I was like, okay, I'm just grinding stumps and working.
For $8
I'm like,
first, like, on the spot, I said yes.
I'm like, for sure, I can do it. Dude, I remember. So, and then from there, like they had actually, so to tell you the truth, they had a cool little hunting team, but it was all waterfowl based. And there was a couple other companies like, so this, you got to understand, this company was a true import company. Like,
so they were working with a lot of brands to bring in overseas products.
They were just like, I mean,
what else, for instance, did they
import? Dude, lawn furniture, I mean, I would be willing to bet, like, if you shop at like Menards, you've bought shit from this company.
It comes from them.
Dude, they're big time. Like, huge company. Like, they do stuff in the
imports, exports.
Which is why they had the financial capability to say, we're going to start a tree stand brand.
Well, and the owner was a hunting enthusiast, so I think he was like just hyped up a little bit. Yeah. And he's like,
dog hunter, or bird hunter, but, you know.
And, but anyway, so I say, okay, I'll do it. I'm like, dude, I'm thinking like, dude, are the stars lining up? I'm like, I moved.
Just you, not you and the old man.
Just me. Well, so
your dad kind of put
he's kind of behind the scenes.
Well,
right?
he's kind of like, his standpoint was like, hey, I don't want to get back into the tree stand business.
Yep.
Like, hey, you know, my son can help you out with designs, do this. He can be your, you know, he can help you out. Like, he didn't want to do anything aside from maybe like put forth some input. Like that was he was done, dude. He was trying to grow whitetail.
He was like,
he bought a tractor. He started like just farming. Like he was just having a good old time, man.
Yeah.
So I'm like, but I'm fucking hungry. I'm like, all right, I'm like,
let's go.
I want to hunt, whatever. So then I remember the first time up there, I got to look at the stands, and I was like, oh my God, these are fucking disgusting. I was like, these are disgusting. And I remember, so we did the, you know, in my head at that time, I was like, I can do this. I can get with these guys, and I can make a killer product overseas.
Yep.
And so the biggest thing about like Lone Wolf was always a pricey product. So I did think, and I'm a decently savvy business cat, right? So I'm thinking like, there's a market for a stand of that quality if it's done right for a lower price.
Like a mid-level.
People will buy an import if it's a lower price, as long as it's a good product. It's like, and I think I can do that. So I was willing to take on a challenge, you know? So, and when I started there, I remember, dude, I fucking pissed people off. Dude, I show up, man. I'm like 20 something. You know, I'm this young dude. It's like this like, you know, there's cubicles, all this shit.
Corporate America.
Oh, dude, I come in, I you know, claim my desk. I walk out into the warehouse, and I walk over to the spot where all these guys are building stands, and I look at a tub of stands, and I pull one out, and then I throw it on the table, and I say, take all these apart. And dude, there was like thousands of stands, and there was like 2 guys building them. They were like, what? I was like, these are fucking garbage. And I just walked out, and so they were pissed at me instantly. And then, like, you know, these office ladies, dude, I had a couple sales assistants that were older, like, you know, 40. Dude, they were so pissed. They wouldn't listen to anything I said. They were so chapped that I was there, that I like stumbled into this role like I wasn't. So anyway, like my mission was to, like, you know, get your brooms. This place is a mess, right? Like, so let's clean this shit up. Let's refine these molds. Let's make a killer product, and let's fuck shit up. And like, you know, because I had in my mind, I had no affiliation to the Lone Wolf guys. I was like, fuck them.
Yeah, bury them.
Yeah, bury them, dude. 6 feet deep. Like, dude, they skated out. They're running they're essentially tarnishing the industry name. I've always been under a shadow anyway. Like, Lone Wolf is not my baby. Lone Wolf was Dad's baby. I'm like, this could be I hated the name XOP though. I was like, why the fuck did you name it XOP? And right when I came, they like,
what is XOP?
Extreme Outdoor Products. I just didn't like it. I wasn't like
extreme.
Yeah, that's exactly. But anyway, so I had the mentality, you know, I was just kind of gun ho. I was like, hey, I have no loyalty to them. You know, not only that, they try to like pull the wool on over.
They screwed my dad.
Well, they
coming for him.
So, dude, I'm gonna be straight up. That's one thing. 2 things is like, dude, they just tried to like pull the wool over everybody. Like, they're
like,
just,
oh, we're just gonna slide this around. Nobody's gonna know.
I don't know, but anyway,
here we go. Yeah,
ultimately, there was no real bad blood. I was just like, hey, this is my shot.
Yep.
To do my own thing.
I'm here now. We're gonna run this,
and we're gonna fucking do it. And so I was pumped, dude. I was ready to go. So I began the hard work. Like, we had to scrap a lot of shit. We had to rework a lot of stuff, and then we started from the ground up. And
was there anybody else from the space? Like, anybody else that was like,
dude, it was me. That's it. It was me. And there was, like I said, there was a couple other people in the outdoor division, but they did some waterfowl sales for some decoys and some bags and stuff. But like, no, it was essentially me. And so
that had to have felt in some ways liberating. Like, work is work.
Oh, dude, it was
But
awesome.
you're like, well, I'm the guy. I'm here. I can make this stand awesome.
Dude, I felt like I could. I was like, and now there hasn't. So here's the thing too. Those guys bought Lone Wolf, and then as soon as they screwed Dad over, they didn't come out with a single product for like 10 years. Because they weren't even hunters, dude. They were golfers. Like they were just people who had the business, so there was no innovation. And I'm like, all these years, I'm just crushing hunting whitetails, thinking of like, me and Dad are always talking about like, oh yeah, we should have did this, or we could do this, or we could do that. I'm like, game over. So now it's time, right? And I'm jacked up. So I start the process of, you know, and then I'm like, okay, and this is old school mentality. I'm like, all right, trade shows. That's what's up. That's how I did it. I start like XOP became what it is.
From trade shows.
Dude, I fucking bled at trade shows for like 3 consecutive years, dude. I was like, all right, I'm doing the circuit. I told these guys, you know, I do like they gave me free reign at that point. And it was like, hey, you do what you got to do. It was a little bit of, you know, guerrilla stuff on the back end and social media. But
can I ask what was the deal like on the back end? I mean, you don't have to share exact numbers.
My deal?
Did they give you equity with the company?
Oh, dude,
salary,
dude. So this is actually where like. This is my biggest regret because like I've never been money driven. I'm not famed. Like, dude, I just want my time. Like that means the most to me. I want to do what I want to do, and whitetail hunting was there. So I was like, dude, you give me, dude, you just cut me a set.
Yeah, cut me a good salary and let me hunt. I'm good.
I came on for, dude, I think I was making like $50K and I could hunt. I was like, you just give me $50K, dude, I'll get by. I was like, I'm fucking gonna crush it. So I was like, that's all. I was like fucking a pig in shit.
Yeah.
I don't live above my meat. Like I just, I'm like, dude, you give me some money and you let me hunt during the season. We got it going. So I hit the ground running, dude. Now, you know, I think like now Dad being the freaking savvy motherfucker he had some licensing deals set up with them about, you know, the new stuff going forward. Or not new stuff, but like utilizing that patent, because that patent was his then.
For him, not for him.
For him.
Designs, right?
Yeah. So
not on behalf of your employee, on behalf of him.
No, not on mine. So any design that I was doing was going to XOP.
Right.
Which was a bad business move.
Wow.
But anyway, so that's what it was. I didn't care.
Yeah, because you were the employee. They owned any IP you created.
Exactly. So I got
$50,000 a year.
For $50K, and I was happy as a motherfucker. So I hit the I hit the ground running, dude, and I hit it hard, and I was bleeding for XOP. Like so I'll never forget the first trade show season was fucking savage, dude. When I showed up at Lone Wolf has such a freaking powerful following that when people seen a stand that looked like a Lone Wolf in the booth, they got genuinely upset and they were coming for whoever was in. They were like, "What is this? This is a knockoff. Who is running this booth? What is this?" And I had.
And then all of a sudden it was like, "Oh, there's a D'Acquisto."
Yeah. Then I stepped up and I'm like, or they're like, "This is a Lone Wolf knockoff," and I'm like, "Motherfucker, I am Lone Wolf. Talk to me, talk to me." You know, and that turned the tide. It was like, "Hey, this is the deal. This is a new company I'm working with. We're doing products. And I gave them the whole pitch, and it was that pitch to everybody across the fucking country. And that's how I turned the tide from this is that Chinese bullshit to no, this is a brand that I'm working with now. You know, I am Lone Wolf, you know, so that was the tagline. And dude, I was so blind, by the mission too. I didn't see it, dude. I didn't see I was getting fucking walked all over just making peanuts. Like I was just happy to hunt. And where it got
undeveloped products
and develop shit, you know. I was just pumped, man. I was like, you know, and if I could stick it to the other guys in the, you know, whatever, fuck
perfect.
It. So I'm like, you know, I can get, so the year we launched XOP, I go out and fucking just, you know, I think I slammed 2 good ones, like fucking out of the newsstand, you know, we did the whole like, and it was just like, you know, and then I even hit like the dealer, I was kind of old school, man. I see myself as like a Tommy Boy movie, man. I was just traveling around, getting in dealers, you know. I was like, you know, solo though, but I was like, okay, I'm hunting. And I remember I was actually having you know, it was going pretty good. Things were working out. Like we had a good product. Then
you guys got the issues squared away, like the quality issues.
Yeah, it was very short-lived though. So what I was experiencing very quickly was that as much as the quality of Chinese goods are just not the quality of here.
Right.
Like, and that's a true statement. And I knew that, But I was still in my head. I was like, okay, I know that we can design around that. It doesn't mean that still doesn't mean we can't make
a great quality product.
So I was getting some roadblocks in development with parts and components.
This is a basic manufacturing question, but why is that? I mean, you think that's just because of like the...
So I'll tell you why it is. It's because there's not enough representation over there, and they're all about dollar over there, and they will cut a corner every single chance they get. And
you think intentionally, or do you think it's just the workforce is more like women and children?
It's 100% intentional, because this is my view on it. So, and this is where I was naive, man. I thought we could do it because this company we're speaking of was actually owned. It was owned by, like, they owned the factories over there. So this was a person that was from China, came to U.S., started this company. So there was such good representation at the factories.
Yeah, I mean, their connection and communication was off the charts.
That's why there's no differentiation in the billing, too. That's why they own the company.
Yeah, and so here's the thing. And I've seen companies make good shit in China. But they literally send somebody over there, and they live over there. They employ somebody to live in the factories day in and day out and
quality
be a factory.
Assurance on top of it. Yeah.
And we didn't have that, but I thought we had the next best thing because we had people appointed by
you owned it.
The owner, So we were, I was running into issues where, like, material wouldn't be heat treated properly or whatever, and which is, these are all growing pain type stuff, and you just have to but it was just tough, man. And when I think it was like I started to ask some questions. Like, I was like, okay, why can't, like, this is bullshit. Like, why can't we need to find a new place, whatever. Like, it was all doable though, like work around. Like, we ended up making some good stuff. It was just really over designed and built. And there was always the thought in my mind of like, oh man, at that point in time, like, I started thinking in my head, I was like, how can I get XOP to make stuff in the States? And then I had an internal goal of myself, like, I think we need to bring, like, man, I just need to bring this stuff. I'm getting traction. Like, we got to just continue. How are we going to innovate and continue to up the quality and constantly be watching our back with
if you don't
production.
have the control on the production.
Let me go back. Did you guys own the manufacturing with Lone Wolf?
So no, it was done,
outsourced to American companies.
Oh yeah. It was all done in Wisconsin, and there was multiple outfits and machine shops.
Would that have been a fairly, like, not easy but transition to say, okay, China's done, we're going to move it to these guys?
Well, it would have been a lot more money.
We have the relationship, more money.
The thing is like, when you own an import company, you're making it on
margins
the import,
on the
you're
export.
making it, you're making it on every way you look at it. So and that's where their whole thing is built off of importing. So I was like, hey, but the thing about them over there is nobody understood anything about brand building.
No,
they're so in the
the Amazon mindset,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Like, people buy shit on Amazon and it's a query. I need this, and this product solves it. They don't think about, like, a brand association with it.
You buy trees dead.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is like, so I'm trying to build a brand, and it's happening. It's taking hold, and they don't get that. They don't get what that. So I'm doing it on no marketing budget. I'm doing it just me. I'm running myself ragged, and I'm running into roadblocks on the manufacturing, and so that and that gets us into where, like, XOP is now on his feet, right? And people are starting to realize what it is, and where things kind of took a turn. So XOP was actually sold then. So there became a crucial point in time where, like nobody internally liked the hunting division. Like all the office personnel, they were like, oh, you guys are like hunters, like they're backwards.
Which is insane, because this is Iowa.
Dude, it is crazy, man. But that's how office
corporate America
are and stuff. And all these people are making trinkets for Walmart and stuff, and they're like, oh, you hunters, like, whatever. It was a very uncomfortable work environment. Like, I luckily, like, and when I started, I kind of, like, made my own terms. I was like, hey, I'm gonna hunt in the fall. Like, this is obviously goes without saying. Like, I'll be here whenever. And that was kind of the first season was great. I got a lot of hunting in. And then it wasn't long before, like, all the office cats are talking to the owner about why is he not here?
Why isn't Cody here? Where's
it
he
was
at?
it was just a bunch of office politics that I was like, handle this. What the fuck? This ain't my.
This was the deal.
Yeah, this was the deal, right? So I was getting some blowback in there, and like it was uncomfortable going there, but I didn't give a shit. Like I don't care if I'm whatever. I'm trying to hunt. Well, then the company, all of a sudden there was rumblings that the company was going up for sale, and everybody had smiles on their faces because like the rumor was like one of the partners was getting bought out and they're axing the hunting company. So I was like, oh shit, I'm like, damn, maybe I didn't do good enough, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So be it. I just like, whatever, if I'm living on borrowed time, I'm living on borrowed time. I'll just pick up the pieces. Well, when I met the new owner, the guy or the company did actually sell and changed hands.
So they literally just cut XOP out.
Oh no, XOP is like in the umbrella, and the whole umbrella was selling.
The whole umbrella.
company.
Yeah, I think it was really just a buyout. But anyway, the new owner actually, unbeknownst to me, like it actually surprised me because he came to me and he was like, hey, it was actually one of the best parts about sticking it to everybody there because they were like walking around with smiles on their face like I was gonna get shit canned that day, and he made an announcement that he was like very happy with what I've done and how I recouped all their money and like all this stuff and like that we were going to continue full force with tree stands. And I was like, yeah,
you're just sitting behind him.
Yeah,
like,
dude, exactly, dude. That in my head, I was just fucking. Oh, dude, I was just like, yeah, dude, that's exactly what happened.
Jesus,
so that fired me up. So I was like, okay, I was like, this is great. So, but that didn't change the issues and now we're talking, that's ownership. That's Seattle, Washington. That's out of I was working under like 3 people under that.
Yeah.
The thing that sucks and where we got off the rails is that XOP was never it was a plant that never got the water it needed, and I was the one sitting there just bleeding for it, and it was going by only me. And I'm like, hey, to take this any further, like, we need people. This needs to be a team. We need a hunting community in here. We need this. We need, and then I got into so the people that I answer to are just not hunters. Like
right.
I'm working with, like suits, and they know nothing about hunting, and
they're just looking at margins and profit.
I remember the new owner. I did a whole workshop with him and had to explain to him what hunting was, and that people got into a tree stand, and they hung it there and hunted and whatever, and so in the midst of this is like these quality issues, and to whereas the management is like, no, this is how it is, and I'm like, well, so I started. I mean, I'm like, think about it. I'm the salesman. I'm the marketer. Mm-hmm. I'm shipping fucking orders. I'm building stand. I did anything because I'm not above. I'm that type of guy. I'm not above anything. Mm-hmm. I'll go out there and clean up the shop if I need to. Like, but I was doing everything, and I'm like, okay, this is great. Then I got us into major distribution, and it just became to a point to where like, then the quality stuff started happening, and then I started communication with China, and dude, that ended real quick because I started reaming asses. And then I'm like, dude, we're a powerhouse import company. I'll just start leveraging these factories. I'm like, if you're not going to produce us the shit we need, then we're taking the business elsewhere. And they did not like that. Mm-hmm. They were like, hey, you no longer talk to any of our factories over there. And I'm like, okay, well, get it done then. Get me some shit, get me the right stuff.
Give me the right stuff.
So I became slowly wore out at the process that it was very hard to get a product made. Mm-hmm. And it was a chore. And not only that, when we would encounter a problem with a design and I wanted to just start from scratch and redesign it to design the product, to design the problem out, they were just like, no, Band-Aid. And it came to a point to where I'm like, dude, this is my name on this stuff, dude. I don't want to just keep putting Band-Aids on the product. I want to design, I want new stuff. But they didn't want to put any money in it. Mm-hmm. Like, think about the overhead that they had with XOP. There was nothing in it.
Nothing in it.
It was just me for $50K, and all the freaking money there. And even at this point, dude, I never was like, oh yeah, I need to get some ownership of this. I was just like, fuck it, I'll just work, dude. I'm just trying to hunt, and so it became more of a challenge, and. As the years progressed, like I started I remember telling them before Tethered dropped. So I was actually selling. I was actually, so the owners of Tethered, Greg and Ernie or whatever, they were actually buying castings from me for their homemade builds for saddles.
Yeah.
For like 2 years before they ever even dropped Tethered. And not a lot of people don't know this, but like Lone Wolf was the first person, Dad was the first person to ever drop a saddle platform back in like 2000, the early 2000s, before it was ever even heard of.
Jeez.
So it's not new. And I was seeing rumblings, man. I was seeing these guys build those mods. So I would go to, I'm like, dude, we need to do a saddle platform. They're like, oh no, it's too much money. We're not doing it. I'm like, dude, we got it. What are we doing here?
If we were first to market,
I'm like, what are we doing? Like, I'm telling you, dude, I got my finger on the pulse, dude. Like, we need to drop a saddle platform. No, we're not doing it. I'm like, okay, well, it was to the point where I was just hitting roadblocks every time I try. I had no freedom to do anything. And I'm like, okay, this was cool, but like, dude, I want to keep going, man. And then I remember the next year Tethered dropped and they fucking blew up. And then the owner is like, why aren't we doing saddle platforms? And I looked at the guy. I said, why aren't we doing saddle platforms? And he was like, he had to lay on the fucking sword. He's like, oh, well, I passed on that. I'm like, dude, I fucking brought this to you guys 2 years ago. Like, it was just one of those things where it was just a lot of challenges. And
well, that's what you get when you're working with a company that doesn't understand the lifestyle.
They don't get it, dude. They don't get anything. So, but anyway, I'm still like, I'm gung-ho and determined, but I was, and now I'm losing steam. And I'm like, you know what? I'm like, these guys are business guys. They own a really big company. I'm like, you know what? And at this time, this is now fast forwarding the time that like, okay, bows are like $1,000, $1,100. Like, you got the saddle boom. These saddles are super expensive. Like, we're selling a commodity tree stand the whole time. Like, so I'm just like, I got all these ideas running around in my head that I'm not doing, but I have the vision for like the ultimate mobile hunting system. Like right now, we refined Lone Wolf sticks, we refined the stand, we added cool tweaks, little bells and whistles. Like, they're import, but it's different. But I'm picturing like the fucking cat's ass setup in my head. But I don't want to do it through XOP. I know it's not an XOP product. And it was just one of those...
a whole different consumer base and everything.
Yeah, it was just one of those things where it's just not possible. But it was always in the back of my head. And I was tinkering. My personal setup, if you seen what I was hunting with, you'd be like, what the fuck is that?
Dude.
Yeah, that's not even an XOP thing.
Not to fast forward. I remember the year that you guys came out with Lone Wolf custom gear. I remember seeing you in that yellow freaking platted flannel being like, who in the hell is going to pay whatever it was, $600, $700, $800?
$800 for a
But
set.
I saw it and I was like, holy shit. Like, look at that thing.
And that's the thing. So it's like, I knew, like, I was seeing the tide turn. And I was like, dude, it's time.
And what year is this, Cody?
2016, probably.
Yeah.
Like 2000.
I remember that, dude. Were you there? I remember seeing you at ATA.
I saw him podding with Warb and those
Podding
guys.
with Warb and those guys. I sat there
Oh, did you?
for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's another story. That fucking ATA was oh, dude. We'll get there. So, don't remind me about that Warbin podcast. I like him. So anyway, I got this in my mind, and I'm like, this ain't XOP. I was like, but dude, this is where it's going, and nothing has been done, and we're just doing little shit, dude. In my head, like, I'm like, I want to revolutionize this shit, like, and now people the thing that chapped my ass was that saddle hunting became popular because it was like mobile.
Yeah,
and I'm like, motherfuckers, like, dude. Man, we've been mobile. Like,
we've been mobile.
So, and the thing is I'm like, so anyway, shit, where did I leave off now? Saddle hunting comes.
Yeah, you're just frustrated because you're like,
I'm frustrated about the saddle drop, and
you're visioning something that's not XOP.
So I want, so it's around this point in time that I start to smarten up, and I'm like, dude, I want a percentage of sales. I'm like, I'm like, and I'm
a one-man band. What the hell?
Did you at any point like reference, go to your dad on this? Be like, hey,
no, never.
Yeah.
Be like, dude,
this may sound
you
crazy.
You sold a company. How do I leverage this? Like,
what does I say? Why not, Cody? What stops you from going to your dad and saying, hey, dude, I need some fucking advice?
It's the same reason. You know, maybe it's a pride thing, but it's the same reason why I've never asked him hunting advice. Not one time.
Yeah, but it seems like on the hunting side, there's like it's like an unspoken father-son thing there. Like he may not tell you how to do something, but somehow you get it early in the day.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's been times where like I've been chasing deer, and then after a season or after I finally catch up with one, or I screw up on one, he'll, you could have did that like right off the bat, and I'm just like, well, what the fuck, dude? Why didn't you say? He's like, well, you figured it out yourself.
Yeah,
and
that's just kind of his style.
But I don't know. I get maybe a pride thing. Maybe like there's big shoes there too, and like
sure.
you know, I've always been in the shadow, but I don't see myself as a shark either, though. So like it's not that I'm like trying to.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's just being young and dumb, or maybe
it's just being like hearing your story throughout, you know, the last however many hours, like in a weird way, like it doesn't seem like you have a super competitive drive with yourself. Your dad, I think, has a super competitive drive with everybody, right? Which is just a fine line difference there.
Yeah, yeah.
But you have a super competitiveness against your dad in a quiet way.
Yeah. Well, I think it's this, like, you know, he was always the trophy at the top of the hill.
Like you said, you looked at the walls and you're just like, this is what I'm walking into.
Well, there's no doubt, man. I think deep down, the whole mission was just to like live up to, like, I guess get his approval, right? Live up to what he thought would be, and that was how I lived like the first freaking 30 years of my life, dude. I was just a soldier, man. Whatever says goes, and I would remember, dude. Sounds pathetic, but I remember being like a freaking I don't know, like a young dog or something, right? Comes back with a kill and just like lays it at the feet, just looking for like that nod of approval, and just never getting it, and then which it was tough, but also it's what
drive.
It's what freaking kept me grinding, and what kept me learning, and what ultimately like entrenched me in this passion and evolved me into the person I am today, which I'm not. We'll get into that, but I totally look at hunting different than I used to. But I remember, dude, smoking one that hit that gross 180, and I remember thinking, this is the time.
This is the one he's gonna.
This is finally it. And I pulled up to the farm, and I had the rack on the tailgate. And I opened the tailgate. It was like I was just sitting there, like I was ready. I was like fucking, you know, it was a proud moment. And he comes over, and he looks at it, and he lifts it up, and he's like, man, he's really got some weak brows, doesn't he?
Fuck.
Yeah, dude. And I was just like, that was one of the times.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was one of the times where I was just like, I was definitely bummed, but I thought for sure, and I just thought for sure that was going to be the one. And that actually kind of it kind of leads into, it kind of leads into our falling out a little bit, which is ultimately over deer hunting. But that's still to come. Before we get into that, but XOP, on the XOP standpoint, so where I was with that, so no, I never asked him his advice, never asked his opinion. I mean, I knew he was getting.
I don't mean to cut you off. Were you like, when he sold the company, like I know it was kind of whatever, and you're like, hey, just as long as I can hunt, whatever. At that time, or even like looking back on it, is that like you impressed by that, or not impressed, but are you like, was that were you like, damn, like you could sell a company, like were you? I'm missing the word there.
Well, I mean, I think you kind of said it though, Cody. You've never really been like money driven like that, like success driven and hungry.
But
yes,
at the same time, you had to have seen like what that gave your dad. You're like, hey, he retired.
He got freedom.
He's hunting his 1,000-acre farm now. He's retired. Like I want that,
and
I
I think in a way, like I'm just too. It's weird because I don't know if I was ever that long-term focused, and to where like it's cool, but like I said, like it's very much, I'm just a different type of, I don't know. I don't think I was ever just wired to looking at it that way.
You're looking at the next season of like, how do I hunt as much as I can?
Well, for instance, here's a good point. I get asked this too on like a side. So I have, since then, I got custom gear that we launched, right? And then we have, or I got Dying Breed Bow Hunter, which is just like a side thing. I got the Womo, which is my flannels. I got the Roadshow, which is technically a company. People are like, oh, dude, you're like some ambitious workaholic. And I'm like, no, I'm the opposite, dude. Like, I am probably the most like, how would I put this? I'm like the laziest driven person you'll ever meet, or like like it's like an oxymoron. Like I'm doing
these great things are being birthed out of your passion for hunting, but you're motivated by
just
not the companies,
hunt.
by being able to hunt.
Dude, the only reason all these companies exist,
we get it.
It's because it's hunt, and they align.
It's just a passion that I have, like flannels.
It's a means to an end. It pays for me to hunt.
Yeah, when I'm not looking to one over anybody on any of my companies. Like even with the flannels, I'm like, oh shit, if I do a limited drop of flannel and people like what I'm doing enough or dig the flannel to where I can like support my family and continue to hunt, like, dude, I'm not trying to step on anybody to get rich. I've never been that guy. Now, I do look back like, oh, fuck, dude, you should have got a percentage.
Well, I was going to say, there's flaws in that, right?
Oh,
because
dude,
here's a perfect case where it's like, man, they gutted you for it.
Well, and to that point, like now I'm like, okay, I need a percentage of sales. And I got it.
They gave it to you.
Yeah, they gave it to me. It was not a big percentage, and I also got a percentage of my trade show sales. So I started like,
okay.
So I was like, "Ooh, this is my fucking shit." I was like, "Now I can make some. I
can
make some actual money.
I can do
so
this.
So then I just, I get a couple. I was incentivized to give a couple more accounts and stuff like that. But I start taking it up, and and then I think I might have pulled in another like 20 grand from like sales commissions or whatever, and I'm just like, oh fuck yeah, look at this, man, I'm fucking hunting, I'm working toward and dude, I remember like it was like it got to be so, mind you, I'm the only one, nobody else is there, they're not paying any, but then I'm getting like nickel and dimed on sales commissions, and it's like, well, I don't know and I'm just it just started to be like one of those type things, and I'm like, bro,
it's corporate.
I'm like, bro, like what the, and then I'd have to be like going over my freaking commission checks with a fine tooth comb, and like this is all whatever. This is beyond that, but just being transparent on how it went. But anyway, so I'm like, okay, I'm sensing. So a couple people are now into the fold. We're getting bigger. It's apparent that like I kind of put my foot down, and I'm like, we need more help. I can't do all this shit. Like, dude, I was doing all the customer service.
Yeah,
I was answering all the and I do think that that's a testament, which pisses me off now because the brand is big and I have nothing to do with it. But like, I was the motherfucker on the, like, every customer that had an issue
came through you.
It was directly emailed from me, and it got to the point where I was drowning, and a hunting season would come up, and I was barely hunting because I was just working. And there was a point in time where I was in North Dakota on a 5-day trip, and I was sitting at a little bar in the middle of nowhere snagging Wi-Fi to do emails instead of out scouting. And my buddy, actually Jake,
like, what am I doing?
Jake came up to me.
I?
Well, Jake,
our Jake,
he actually came up to me, and he was like, dude, he's like, I don't know how he said it, but he's got a very gentle way of like posing a very controversial question. And he was like, essentially, what the fuck are you doing, dude? And I was like, well, and I was I'm like a battered woman. I'm like, well, I'm here because I got freedom. Essentially, like, why are you at this company? Like, this is fast forward a little bit. Like, why are you at this company? I'm like, well, I get freedom, and like, I design He's like, but do you?
Doesn't look like
you're supposed to be hunting right now.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was fucking mind blown. I was like, oh man. But it just got to the point where like, I was doing everything, and then I was still like, now XOP was my baby though. Like I bled for it. I've made it. I got us in Shields. I made those connections. I went to every buyer. I did the Tommy Boy road trips. I bled for it, and I wasn't getting like, and I was just getting a salary, and I was just getting bumped to the side. And then like my last straw was like, their answer to help was to put a couple company people to help me, One of them had like the tiniest bit of hunting experience, but was like a big head engineer, and he was supposed to fix all the manufacturing issues, and we just butted head right off the bat.
Yeah.
He wanted to be like big time designer, and I'm like, dude, you don't hunt. And and those guys would get offended when I wouldn't want to, like, I would try and involve as much as I could, but here I am arguing with an engineer about the stresses and loads on a tree stand, and they're like, well, I'm an engineer, and I'm like, motherfucker, I've been hunting since ever. Like have you ever climbed up a climbing stick? And well, no. I'm like, well, I'm an engineer.
All theory.
Dude, I literally argued with an engineer about the fact when we came out with the curved steps on the XOP XOP climbing sticks to cup your boot more. He's telling me we don't need to do that. It doesn't make a difference. The bottom of your foot is flat. Like, there's no point to arc a step. I was so mind blown. I was like, I'm like, what are we even? That was when I stopped listening to engineers. Like, nothing against engineers, but I'm just like, if you get an engineer that's a hunter, you got a bad combo right there. Dude.
Yeah.
Like, and that has some common sense. Breed. And you got some common sense too. Don't forget that. But anyway, so there was a lot of troubles there, and I got hooked up with a guy, or now all of a sudden my baby was being infiltrated by other company employees that were like poster boy company guys that were like really well liked by and I've never been like, you know, you could say, oh, why didn't you go to the owner? Why didn't you? I could have at any point in time probably.
That's not your style.
Yeah. I could have went to the owner, got full reins of the company, took the bull by the horns, who knows where it would have went. But that wasn't my mission, dude. My mission was just to fucking be able to design shit and hunt. I wasn't looking to build I don't want the workload. I want, you know, so I want to do what I need to do, and I just want help with the company. Like, you know, that's all I wanted, right? I was, like I said, it wasn't an ambitious thing. But so this dude comes in, no hunting experience. Like, we butt heads. He's just, I'm definitely not going to list any names, but, and I can feel he's starting to slide in on my shit. So he's now coming to all sales calls. He's making relationships with all my contacts. I'm trying to work with him. He's like sliding. I'm trying to work with him to like on the quality stuff, and I'm just like, there's a lot of uncomfortable stuff happening. So I'm like, you know what? This is the time. A lot of people don't. Nobody's gonna know this, but the whole concept and idea for Lone Wolf Custom Gear, I pitched to XOP because I wanted it so bad. Like, that's where I was soaking all my time and energy. And I was like, I thought the future, my opinion at that point was the future of XOP needs to come to stateside, to being made stateside. American made, and we can continue to innovate, and we can take this to the next fucking level. And
they weren't having any of that.
They were like, no, not interested. We're making good money with this. Like, you know, we don't want to do it. And I'm like, dude, there's a big opportunity here. We'll split it. We'll like, you know, half and half. Like, we'll just, I just wanted a U.S. line and then an import line. I didn't have a problem with having an import line. If you
had something to complement it on a higher level.
I just wanted to stop slinging just mediocre garbage. Like, look, in my mind, it was garbage because I had all these big ideas, you know, and so I was to the point, and I still don't think that I never took it to the owner. I took it to my heads.
Yeah.
And I know, for instance, they never took it if they would have took it to the owner,
he would have ate it up.
He would have ate it up, and we'd be in a different place right now. But I don't trust those fuckers as far as I can throw them, and it's just been a constant battle there. Anyway, so they turned that down. And that was when I was like, you know what, man, I just can't. I can't deal with this. They were squeezing me out. All of a sudden, then before I knew it, it's like, well, we can't really be paying you that much. And I'm like, you can't pay me that much? We're making more money. Why? I'm like, what? You know, one of those situations. But then I kind of told him, you know, and I had fully planned on just going out on my own, building a tree stand and climbing sticks, and just running the trade show circuits for the rest of my days. And just working spring and then just hunting the rest of that was my MO, man. You know, and then I talked to the old man though, and like we got into this point to where I was.
You did.
Dude, well, I was totally ready to, like, I was going to go solo, though. I'm talking total different name brand, total different whatever, just one stand, one stick, the ultimate combo. And I was like, and I called him one day, and I was like, fuck this. I'm doing my own shit, dude. I can't make it work over there, dude. They don't care. They're not hunters. They don't care about quality. They don't care. I was so fed up, and I was like, I'm starting my own tree stand company. And then like, and then I think he was like, well, let's do it together. And I was like, wait, what? Like, and because he was always had the adamant like, no, I'm out of it.
Yeah.
So then that's when we actually fucking hit the drawing board hard, and we came up, and that's when we launched Lone Wolf Custom Gear.
The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Sever.
Well, one of the biggest things that we always talk about is what our arrow setups are. And this year we're shooting the Sever broadheads. I think we're both shooting the new 2-inch titanium broadhead. And so, we're huge proponents of expandables. And I know we've had this argument back and forth with people, but we're right and you're wrong, and you just need to accept it. We just want to have a giant wound that pumps out blood. That's the bottom line.
We build our arrow setups and shoot bows, to maximize penetration, and we shoot broadheads that are going to give us the best blood trails, the most hemorrhage possible. And so part of those setups is we're also shooting the Easton arrows here coming up pretty soon. So we've shot the Victory in the past, and there's all kind of great arrow shafts on the market, but like we're looking for a whole system from broadhead to arrow components to the arrow shaft itself. And the more we look at some of these Easton shafts and the components that go with them, that setup's going to be really deadly for us.
Yeah, I'm actually using the Easton traditional axis right now in my traditional setups for both my recurve and my longbow. I've got a 100-grain brass insert on those, and then obviously I'm using a fixed blade broadhead on those specific shafts.
Right on.
So, but yeah, our goal is always to be shooting the best broadhead that we think is going to be the most lethal for our setups. We've done plenty of research. We believe in the Sever broadheads, and we hope you would check them out at Sever Broadheads as well. Okay, we ready?
Yeah.
So that's where custom gear started.
Yeah. So we hit the drawing board hard, and
pretty cool of you to go to your old man.
Well,
on that
so
one.
what was the relationship like at this point?
So this was actually this was cool. Like, this was probably the one time in my life where I felt like we were on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
It was like, hey, because I think he knew that I was fully about to go off on my own, but I think he was also missing it.
Sure.
Like, he was missing being in the fold. So, and a lot of these things we talked about them jointly, but like my stand I was hunting with right then was like this weird Frankenstein thing, and I had this vision of like the ultimate setup. Mm-hmm. And I knew from selling tree stands and being in the industry for so long, and also just being such an aggressive hunter and like that style, that there was a huge miss. And we had great products, but we didn't have a great system. And that was the goal, right? So, and we kind of sat down and we were like, hey, we still got the name, let's, dude. And the crazy thing is we talked about stuff like this a long time ago, but like the development costs were so high. And for some reason, there's always been this weird negative connotation with tree stand sales, is like nobody wants to spend money on a tree stand. Mm-hmm. They'll spend $1,200 on a Sitka outfit.
Yeah.
And they'll spend $1,200 on a bow every year and get a new one.
But they want a $100 hang on.
But they want yes. And it was always something I couldn't understand, but I seen the tide turning. So I was like, it's time.
Well, I think part of that was the mobile stuff, right? Yeah. Like when we were doing, just like you said in Illinois, if I'm going to put 25 sets up, right? That's a substantial amount of money if it's a high-end tree stand.
Yep.
But I don't think that most hunters until fairly recent have understood how deadly it is to be mobile.
Well, and that's what was awesome about the whole XOP anage. Like, that was my whole play, is I was like, okay, there is so many people out there that never even get into a lone wolf and never experience what it's like to hunt in that fashion because of the price barrier.
Yeah.
So I was like, shit, if I can get these guys, dude, I got so many people. I turned a lot of people into killers by selling them XOPs because it just opened up that, that was one thing I never, everybody I'd see, like everybody's stuck in a slump and they're sitting still and they're not moving and
they're comfortable.
Yeah. And we made some advancements with XOP, but they were still like, dude, they're light years behind what we got now.
Right.
And I was like, okay, this is going to be, and I was like, this is going to be fucking expensive. But it's going to be the shit. And if you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. That was the whole premise about Lone Wolf. And even when we were talking about price points, it's like, you know, for one, you know, we're cutting the shit out of solid billet plating. So it's like, it's not cheap, you know, and keeping everything in the States and sourced there. But when we started this, it was kind of exciting. It was, like I said before, it was the first time we were on the same wavelength. I remember we'd have, you know, just like every day we'd be at the dining room table, drawings scattered everywhere. Like, okay, how are we going to do the sticks? How are we going to do the stands? How do we solve this issue? How do we do?
Still working for kind of phasing out of XOP at this point.
Well,
like,
so at
looking for a way out.
I'm glad you say that, because like, so at this point, after I pitched the idea to XOP and they didn't want anything to do with it, I was very open with them. And I said, hey, here's the thing. I was like, I need to design a stateside stand. I need to go to that next level. I see the industry's change. I understand XOP doesn't want to go there, but I need to do it. So I got their blessing to do it on my own. Yeah.
Which you needed, because technically anything that you worked on could have been claimed.
And that's...
I'm assuming there was no non-compete contract or anything like that.
So this is where, I mean, I had a non-compete on like import stuff.
Yeah.
But they did try to get me to sign a hunting non-compete, and I was like, dude, I can't sign this.
Yeah, I'm not signing this.
I was like, I can't, you know, and to tell you the truth, man, at that point in time, grinding stumps, I was like, oh, I'll sign this. I don't give a shit. But that's how they get you, you know. But I was like, hey, I don't ever plan for working for another import company. Like, I don't give a fuck what you got going on here. I was like, by all means. I was like, but when it comes to hunting, like, I need my full... And respectively, like I said, I didn't want to let go. The voice inside of me was saying, get the fuck out of here. But
you didn't want to let it go.
It was my baby.
Yeah.
I just fucking built, you know,
built a company.
Yeah. And I was like so clung to it. So I was like, hey, like I'm going to stay. Nothing's changed. I'm going to stay here. But like, if you guys don't want to do this and partner, I got to do it. Like, we got to strike while the iron's hot. We want to do this. And they're like, oh, by all means, fine. It's not, like you said, that's not our target demographic. And I agreed too. I said, it's not. I said, this motherfucking stand's going to cost 3 times what the XOP. We will not be taking business from XOP. I can assure you that. Well, I mean, in a sense you will, because you're selling high-end stuff. But anyway, like, our main revenue streams, you know, turned into main retail, Amazon, things like that. And the intro hunter. So they knew of this. So I was still at XOP with this. And if you'll remember correctly, a lot of people remember when we launched Custom Gear, it was in a joint booth with XOP. And we went to ATA for a couple years in a row.
I remember that.
So, like, you know, that's where,
I think it was the year that you did the podcast with Warb. You guys were in a joint booth.
Yeah, it was. We were side by side because, dude, I was still running the XOP company, but
I remember that's where the confusion, and we talked about this pre-podcast, stemmed because it was like, okay, well, there's Custom Gear, but Cody still runs,
and there's Lone Wolf.
Yeah, and there's Lone Wolf, and then and not to deviate from that, but don't forget to loop in here at some point when Lone Wolf goes to...
Well, so here's the thing. Yeah, people got chapped because they're like, wait, what is this Lone Wolf Custom Gear? Like, what? And I started...
Because now there's 2 Lone Wolves at the same time.
And to whereas that's when... So at this exact same time, Lone Wolf Portable, they were having a bunch of stands break. So here is another now, and now we're doing business with this name, so it became a direct. This is when everything kind of came.
Well, that's what it was. You have 2 Lone Wolves now.
Yes,
and I think this is when people thought your dad was shifty.
Yeah,
that's exactly when I thought that.
Yeah,
because
I remember thinking like,
how can he be Lone Wolf?
Oh, like they're stealing the name back. They're doubling up on their licensing thing. Whatever.
Well, here's the thing: the license agreement was terminated when they the moment that they dropped those balls.
Yeah, they blew it all.
Yeah, and they never. And meanwhile, like, you got to realize too, there's always litigation going on.
So was he letting them use the name just in the interim and still?
Dude, he was trying to get his money.
Gotcha.
They wouldn't even pay it. Like, this is all, they're like, oh, take, you know, because they got money too.
Freaking classic hunting industry.
Well, so when you got 2 guys, you know, like, well, Dad's stubborn, putting his heels in, but he actually I think at one point he settled with them and was like, dude, you don't even have to pay me my royalties.
Just give me this and give me.
But like, your license agreement is no longer there.
Yeah.
And where you like, well, for one, they could never. for one, it doesn't matter because they don't own the name.
Right.
So
it was a license.
Yeah. But then, you know, and now at this point, their patents are actually most of them are up. Because like, you know, now it's 2018.
Yeah.
So we're like, well, fuck it. We're relaunching the Custom Gear name brand. And this is all in litigation, right?
Yeah.
So let me wait real quick.
Go ahead.
This is where it becomes so tactical on their point. And I tip my hat to them on this. But they knew they were fucked from day one. And all they did was string out the court case as long as they could to build the brand Novix. And as soon as they shut the doors on the court case, Novix was ready to launch. They already groomed their buyers. They already switched over all the manufacturing, all the processing, and we're the bad guys. But dude,
right.
it was a classic.
That makes sense.
So that's where Novix came from. Then everybody's like, "Where's Novix?" Well, Novix came from because they knew they hit the end of the line.
Dead.
They were dead. They hit the end of the line, and so they created that company, and it was a smart fucking move.
Because then they dumped it pretty quickly after, right?
I don't
Well,
even
what
know.
option do you have? It's like you have no rights to the name at that point.
Well, and
when did Lieberger buy Novix? 3 years ago? 4 years ago?
No. Who's Lieberger?
Ben's buddy.
Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
I don't know.
So those guys dumped it because he's now the owner of it.
They sold it?
I don't know. I don't know after that. I just know they started it, and I wrote them off.
So when
after
did that happen? What year was that?
18? That would have been, so Novix would have been 19 or 20 maybe.
And Mark bought it like right after.
Yeah, dude. They literally
teed it up.
Sales happened.
Dude,
yeah.
they knew it. They teed it up. They changed the name. They dumped it to him.
They were just trying to get out of it, man. Like they were their whole existence. But the thing is like, I remember even at that time, I remember Novix did like some 3-month countdown on their new products, and they launched a product that had absolutely no. It is, to me, it's so apparent when you see companies that don't have hunters involved with them. And it's just like, they're just there. Like, they loved being the lone wolf guys, and they got all the fucking, it
was fairly easy. The name had already been made. The path had been,
it was done.
Been mowed.
Yeah,
like, they just had to keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, the cathedral.
Had they not have pulled that major move to try to offshore things, and
bro, if they wouldn't
history would be changed right now.
Oh, dude, it'd be a different place, man. I don't even know where the fuck I'd be. I'd be grinding stumps. No, thank you, Lone Wolf Portable. No,
I mean, but it would have been how much of a difference it would have changed the course of this conversation.
Well, one thing's for sure is I knew innovation needed to happen because they weren't doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I was the one. I was trying to make it happen with every freaking ounce of my being at XOP. So we launched Custom Gear, and this is where so that's where the web gets kind of complicated.
Yeah, because now you've got XOP and Lone Wolf kind of parallel, and Custom Gear, and then Lone Wolf over here in the midst of changing to Novix.
What I was going to ask you is why the Custom Gear?
Why did we change it to Custom Gear?
Well, you had to differentiate yourself from an existing Lone Wolf portable stand, right?
I mean, so we could have just launched it with Lone Wolf, but I kind of had, like, in my head, I had, with how much of an ecosystem the stands are and how customizable I seen them being in the future, I really wanted to go with something like just different, like just and then also
not limit yourself to stands.
Ultimately, I knew that we'd probably end up making a regular stand again, and I wanted Custom Gear to be this specific line of machine stands.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just kind of like a foresight of marketing and devising lines and stuff.
So at that time, did Lone Wolf Portable take you guys to court?
For what? No.
Because you came out with Lone Wolf Custom Gear?
It was there was already litigation going on
happening.
for years, yeah. And what it was the termination of the full-on licensing agreement.
Okay.
And they were, because there was court for, royalties owned, there was court for the actual, and then not only that, they built, so if anybody ever noticed, they changed their wolf head, and they built that head on the brand name. So Dad was like, I'm taking that head. As a savage, So,
what do you mean on the head?
So like the head that's now built in?
Well, so for those of that who followed Lone Wolf, you'll notice that, like, when I launched Custom Gear, I used the iconic head and remastered it.
Yep.
They switched over to a more coyote-looking head. So from 2008 to 2018 or whenever they ended, it was a very coyote-looking head.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that head wasn't our head. They took that head and they registered the mark on the lone wolf name. So that was also in litigation. It was like, well, no, that's our head.
Yeah, because it's on the name.
You know, so yeah, so all that stuff was going on in
So your dad
limbo.
took it and used it just to be a savage on.
Oh no, we didn't use it. We just trashed it.
Oh, just trash.
Yeah, we ain't using that. It's garbage. Like, you know, it was just a matter of like what they were
By
gonna
principle.
Well, what they could have done is took that head and put it with Novix.
Right.
Then all of a sudden you got the
Lone wolf.
dude,
is
man. I'm
tied.
telling you, yeah, dude. There's more shit. Like people get into the weeds, you know, and that's where I was always like, man, we're the bad guys, but like we're the ones not getting paid. We're the ones getting two-timed, you know. So
yeah.
It was just a business decision.
So XOP's done, right? That's
With me,
just. Are they still around?
they're still around, yeah. And
Okay.
which is actually one big thing that chaps my ass is like people, and I'm getting to that. People still think I'm associated with XOP.
That's what I told you the other day.
Dude, people think I own it. People think I'm
know.
there because I built it.
Well, and
But
again, with the
it
launch
is-
of custom gear, you guys kind of were
Yeah,
side by
and we
side.
launched
in
it
this.
side by side. Well, not only that, dude, I did all my shows side by side. I did all my marketing side by because I was like, hey, dude, like the team play, man.
Yeah.
I'm a pretty loyal dude, and I'm like, let's make this work. And
That could have been dangerous.
well, what it has been dangerous actually. So here's the thing. This is what I'm getting into now. Is like, so I'll go back to like the timeline when we launched XO or custom gear, but the biggest thing now with XOP is like after that launch, like when we launched in 2018, dude, we broke our website. Like we got the butt. Like, dude, it was like, holy shit, what's happening? There hadn't been innovation in tree stands like that in like 12 years.
No.
Like I said, with XOP, we were tweaking shit. It was cool. It was just revolutionary. And we were the talk of ATA. It was a freaking, it was a shit show, dude, in 2018. And I remember at one point in time looking over at the XOP and I could see the biggest pit in their fucking stomach because they knew they just fucked up.
Yeah.
And I gave it to them on a silver platter.
Yep.
And I was trying to be I didn't pull anything over on anybody. And it was just like, you know, ultimately I'm like, hey, dude, like I told you this is where it needed to go. And that ultimately led to like when I finally
Grab some waters for Cody.
when I finally made the decision to like this actually this fast forwards to that hunt that I was on where I was like, hey, like, dude, not only I'm getting my balls busted on commission, I'm getting roadblocked at every corner. I got to deal with people that I don't like. Like I got to deal with these quality issues. I'm like, I got to get out of here. I'm like, you know, but at the same time, like, dude, I'll admit it, man. I just had a soft spot for XOP. So I was like trying to figure out how to transition and get out. And I could feel I was being squeezed out.
Well, yeah, because I mean, again, you know, much like your dad was with the original Lone Wolf, like XOP was your baby. Like you reformatted and built that to what it was.
And at this point in time, XOP is kind of booming. And like, there was no way I was coming in and like getting a percentage of the company.
No.
But then again, I was like, you know what? I was so invested in custom gear that I was like, okay, this is what I need to put my time into. And I remember then going to XOP because I felt it happening. Like I was definitely being edged out. And I was like, hey, here's the deal. Or actually, that was right around the time that I created the roadshow. So now we're in a pivotal time to where like, hey, I XOP. I had the roadshow going on.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of in the limelight with XOP, but I told those guys, I was like, hey, my passion is this direction with designing this type of shit, man, and USA made and whatever. And I made a deal with them that I'd give up my commission, I'd give up my I was leaving XOP, and in turn, like, but I would still remain like a brand supporter, a brand ambassador. And I was like, hey, and I'll still,
because you knew that it wasn't a threat to what custom gear.
Well, the greatest thing about, to me, I always looked at this as the ultimate, like the complete journey of a mobile hunter, right? And as a salesman and as like a entrepreneur, like I'm looking at this and knowing my customer and my consumer. When we launched custom gear, I was like, this is perfect for me.
Yeah.
And when I started my show, I could do what I always liked. I could help people get into mobile hunting, not break the bank, start with XOP, and then ultimately suit them with a Lone Wolf custom
gear.
Because it's the life of a mobile hunter, right? You're gonna, when you get ate up with it and you want to,
the guy's not going to enter and buy an $800 first time setup a lot of times.
Yeah, some might, but that was my take, and I did actually 2 years of the roadshow, and promoted both brands.
Yep.
So it was like, hey, if you're on a budget or you're whatever, this is what you need to get at. But this is, so when I exited XOP, I made a deal with them, and I was like, hey, here's the deal. I was like, no, like nobody needs to be any the wiser. I'm not like leaving. Like I'm just, I need to do my own thing. I'll continue to support XOP. I was like, you be a supporter of my show and sponsor my show. Mm-hmm. And then I can continue to push XOP. I can continue to push custom gear, and then you guys can just,
meaning the Mobile Hunter Road.
And then and I would consult for them and continue to try and help, work the kinks out and build new products. Mm-hmm. That was the deal. And they took it. Well, and then the other stipulation was like, hey, you stay in your lane, you keep doing cast, we'll keep helping you, and then we won't do cast, because we also could have came out with a cast stand.
Sure.
When Lone Wolf disappeared, if we would have came out with a cast stand and called it Lone Wolf, we could have absorbed every fucking ounce of that. But we didn't, due to loyalty with XOP. So I was like, hey, I don't have any interest in that. I want to do the top end. So we're going to continue doing machine stands. You continue doing cast. We'll promote yours to the entry-level consumer, Amazon, retail. And then I will stay out of retail. And I will I will do direct only. That's all I want, man. So we had that deal, and it was a gentleman's deal. Fast forward about a year, I stopped getting consulting calls and whatever. And I was so busy, man, I didn't give a shit. I was just like, oh, whatever. If they want to do their own thing, that's fine. I was still promoting them at the roadshow, all that. Dude, this is where that. Out of nowhere. So secretly what they did. So then out of nowhere, I think, about a year went by. I had some communication with some people over there, but it wasn't on a development standpoint or anything like that. Out of nowhere, we didn't go to ATA because we talked about that a little earlier. We transitioned out of ATA just with our goals dying. But all of a sudden, XOP has been MIA, nowhere to be heard from, haven't heard from them. Out of nowhere, like we found out when everybody else did, they launch a machined line of stands at ATA without, like, never heard a word from, and I was like, what? Like, we were all just kind of like, or both Dad and I were like, what the fuck? So behind our backs, they took the stands that we gave to them, they sent them overseas, and they got the whole process set up to machine stands. And they launched them at ATA, and what they did I'm pissed, but I got to give a little credit where credit's due. They fucking set me up, dude. They had me pinned down on a sponsorship for the roadshow. So as soon as they launched their products, everybody was like, "Oh, this is Cody's new product line," and nobody knew I wasn't with them. Nobody knew that they were undercutting us and taking our business.
Confusion came in,
dude. Yeah, and now. And honestly, when they launched, dude, I was embarrassed. Not only did they knock off our products, so here's the thing too. We have a bunch of patents for Lone Wolf custom gear that are like that. Those are the babies of custom gear. And then they knocked those off. They took their stick they dropped looked like Tethereds. Their saddle platform they dropped looked like Latitudes. They literally did exactly what an import company does.
Just ripped everybody off.
Used this new scumbag they had, the guy that I butted heads with to do all that. And it made my freaking gut sink because what pissed me off is I just felt sick to my stomach because everybody in the industry thought that was me. And that ain't me. And luckily, like, Jake was at the show and was able to talk with guys like Tethered and was like, dude, no, Cody's not with, Cody's completely not with them. Cody has nothing to do with this. They didn't know they were launching these stands. It was like just a kick in the balls. So then I'm like, oh shit. And then I look at my agreement and I'm like, dude, I signed like a 3-year deal with these guys. I got another year. dude, I know they did it tactfully. They did it and dropped it knowing that I was tied to them. So they're using my likeness. They're using Dad's likeness because we had such a good relationship. And now they're dropping this. Now they're backdooring us. And so that's where, like, and because they were sponsoring me for the roadshow, like they were kicking in booth payments. As soon as we tried to, like, I had guys come out like, oh no, Cody's not involved with them. They started posting like not payroll checks, but they posted like the sponsorship. Oh yeah, he's still with us. And I was like, those motherfuckers. And
you couldn't do anything.
And I was with them. Technically I was with them, but it was a sponsorship for the roadshow. And then so they were able to groom all. Even now, I talked to a buyer at one of the major, or the friend of a buyer. Sorry, I said this wrong. My friend talked to a buyer at one of a major retailers. He starts going on, oh yeah, Cody's got this new stuff designed. Like we just brought it in, we got all this. Like he's still designing. He's like, wait, like Custom Gear's not doing retail, and he's like, no, XOP, all this new stuff. He's like, that Cody ain't there anymore. He's like, yeah, he is. He still designs all this stuff. He doesn't come to the meetings anymore, but he's there. And that's when I was like, oh my God, it's just horrible.
They're just leaning on your likeness.
Wow.
But I never wanted, like, dude, I was never that type of guy to like come out and just make a state. Like I was just like, whatever. Like I was
bullshit, dude.
I was so happy.
That's deceiving the customer. Like all of the guys who are looking to you and your dad for high quality products are seeing that come up and are being misled to think that it is you guys making high quality products.
But that's the thing where like I just ultimately kick myself in my own ass because I'm like, oh shit, you should have been more savvy. You shouldn't have laid in that bed. But
dude, that's corporate America. They'll just take whatever they want.
Yeah, and I, that's my biggest regret. Like, but just even clearing that up, like that's what chaps me so much even to this day because everything they release is just a freaking knockoff. Like they just released a Titan strap. They just took a Titan strap, sent it over there, put an XOP logo on it, and they're like, and they just undercut the cost and they're just. I don't know. They don't hunt, and so obviously now there's bad blood for sure. Wow. So anyway, I was able to exit out of that. I was like, hey, I was like, I just want to be rid of you guys and never, like, in my mind, I'm like, I just want to never think of them again. That's my path, right? It was a stepping stone. Like it was a part. I never intended for there to be any bad blood. Like for all I'm concerned, we could have both killed it. There was room for growth in every way, shape or form. And we could have made an awesome like conglomerate, but the way that they decided to take things and
left, they grabbed coattails,
dude. And even now they got shit breaking like all like they're just, it's apparent that like, that's what I mean about like stuff designed by hunters and whatever. I stay completely out of that. Like people look down on me for that sometimes too, but like I don't get into pissing matches online. I don't look at what people are saying. Like I hear it through the grapevine and it upsets me a little bit, but like I'm also not about to go just like publicly rant shit. But this is the story and that's how
it's important for people to hear it because like I see it even on the mobile hunter like just Facebook groups and stuff that I'm on. Like people say, well, what about this XOP versus custom gear? And it's because they'll say it. They'll be like, I know D'Acquisto's kind of been involved in both of these, and it's like,
yeah, and they played that to a T, man. And even now they're infringing on a bunch of our patents, and now there's even. I don't want to talk much about that, but I know there's some things in the motion right now of like they're infringing on our patents and there's some litigation going on there. So, and that's the thing too. Like, we're looked at as the bad guys, the bullies, whatever. And I think that's largely due to like that we're not in the limelight, like some very social media savvy person or like I see the company owners are like tethered and shit doing live videos all the time. It's just not the way we've been. But when you get things that happen like this, it's looked down upon when you enforce something that you paid for, that you built, like a patent, for instance. You know how much a patent costs?
Oh, it's outrageous.
It's a bitch.
Yeah.
And it takes a long time to file. It's very costly.
And then you have to defend it.
And then you got to defend it. And then you're a bad guy when you do defend it. For instance, like people always, actually there was actually a point in time, I think it was Latitude, one of the major companies, when we came out with one of our products, we actually we did something that infringed on a patent. I think it was like side traction or something.
Mm-hmm.
We got a letter from them. We simply said, oh, shit, my bad. We'll change it. No harm, no foul. We immediately went back to the drawing board, changed the design, and kept going.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it should be.
Yeah.
Did we get pissed? No. Like, we verified. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, they do have a patent for this.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, we're infringing.
Yep.
So, like,
It's the right way to do it. And then
that's how
our
I
bad.
think a respectable business person should do something.
That's
So
respectable competition within the space.
Well, and the thing is like, you know, we also can't let just everybody, like, that's the whole point of the innovation in patenting something is like, for instance, our cablator. When we filed the patent on the cablator, you know, I wanted to do that product more robust and more like kind of just have more of a shelf appeal.
Mm-hmm.
But it ended up being a quick thing, and Dad was wanting it more simple. So we, you know, but because it was so simple, anybody with half a brain seen it and was like, "That's just a cable." I can
do that.
I could contact any cable manufacturer and order that in a heartbeat. That's why I wanted to deck it out. I wanted to brand it. I wanted to do. But for instance, then we had 12 people selling cablators inside of 6 months. So, you know, our bow holder, our patented bow holder,
Yep.
like now, you know, the whole pivoting, there's never been a pivoting bow holder, ever. We do one, and now in today's day and age, we got guys 3D printing them out of plastic, selling them a week later. It's like, dude, oh my God, it's a savage. So, you know, you got to do a little policing, which sucks too, but that's just that's the nature of the business, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. So that was how, it's just, man, it sucks, dude. It sucks to look at a company that I put so much time and effort into it, and then now that they're not doing, or I think I don't know how they're doing, but they're not doing well with their designs because their designs are shit. Because
they don't have anybody internally that understands what they're doing.
And it's still like people look at it like, oh yeah, this is D'Acquisto stuff. Like, it just, oh man, it literally fucking.
Yeah, that's the piece that I think is hard, and it doesn't make it any easier when the company's basically not claiming it either. They're just okay, they still think he does it. That's fine with us. Like, whatever sells product.
And you know, I remember in that transition too, like I was chapped for a little bit because not only was there an initiative on the back end to just essentially take all the designs, like dude, they even contacted some of our manufacturers here to get samples and prototypes. Like, how fucking ballsy. Like, dude, that's some shit. That's some snaky shit. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't care who you are, but that's pretty downright. And not only that, all the media people that I put in place, all the content guys that I plucked out of just meeting at shows and stuff that I established relationships with, that I put money in their pockets doing content for XOP, all that, they all just, you know, jump ship and stayed with XOP. And I was just like, man, it was just weird, you know. There's a couple dudes that you know, I don't know. It is what it is. I'm like, you know, I don't have any. Well, I don't want to say there's no hard feelings, but
sure,
I'm also like, yeah, it is what it is. But anyway,
does XOP still come to the road show?
Oh fuck no, dude. You got me.
We're not gonna see him there in a couple weeks.
I was like, what? God damn it. Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. You got me. But
what?
But taking a step back, you know, and now that we're talking about patents, like, dude, I remember, you know, that's the Hunting Public podcast, like what you guys are talking about. When we launched that year, it was just something so different that anybody ever seen. And I remember like the Hunting Public guys reached out and I got on with them. It was live at that. And dude, that yellow plaid, that was not calculated, but for some reason that stuck in people's minds.
You were an intimidating guy.
I was? I'm not now? Oh,
I mean, dude, you don't look the normal part of everybody else walking around.
I just
there,
remember being like, I was just being like, whatever it was, starstruck, or I guess you're a couple years ahead of me, but like.
Well, I remember, dude, when I was like younger and being in the industry. And
you were jacked. I mean, you're
I
still
was a lot bigger.
Bill, but you were jacked.
Jacked. Yeah.
I probably
Tatted
walked
up,
around at like 220 back then.
Yeah, you didn't look like the other people walking around there.
Well, that was one thing too. Like when I came up, I was very much like outside of the especially coming into the industry. I remember there was a period where I felt I had to conform a little bit, like because there was like when I would do shows and stuff, you'd get guys coming up to the booth and like you see this tattooed guy with like gauged ears and like they're like, well, this isn't like a hunter that I want.
Especially like the, traditional old school
dude,
kind
it
of
was
guy.
very, and that was back in the day. And I remember I had to like tone that down. Even like, dude, I can't go up to a farm door and be like, hey, can I have permission to kill things on your property, like or hunt? Like, I mean, I could charm
Who's
them.
this tweaker?
I could charm them. But I remember, dude,
priest.
oh shit, I had to put I had to kind of cover it up for a little bit, and I
Yeah.
was a little insecure and. Not insecure, but like I just knew it was more of a tactic. I'm like, oh man, I got to fit in,
Sure.
because I'm a little outside. And then I realized though that my difference was kind of a superpower, because I also though intrigued a lot of people. And I remember, dude, when I would go to like Cabela's meetings, the first time I ever went to a Cabela's meeting, I met up with the team. They sent a team of like the 3 dudes in suits, like with the binders and all that, and I showed up, dude, and I had like beat up jeans and a flannel on and just tattoos, just sleeves rolled up, and they were like, what the fuck? They're like, and I was like, and they're like, dude, you have like, this is a corporate I'm like, I got this.
I get it, man.
I got this, and the thing is I learned then that if you know what you're talking about, it doesn't matter what the fuck you look like. There's a little shell shock, yeah. But when I got in that room, I would walk in that room and I knew I could fucking out-talk anybody in that room about tree stands. And I knew more about tree stands and more about whitetail hunting than anybody in that whole fucking building. And I guaranteed that. So that gave me like this, it was like a superpower. It was like the aura. Like it didn't matter what I looked like. And it actually kind of, over the course of the years, it actually intrigued me to look a little bit fucking maybe more crazy or maybe not dress up as much, but
Just to catch the attention so they're not lolling
well, it's
themselves
like,
out.
holy shit, who the hell is this guy? And I start talking about hunting. It's the same thing at trade shows. Well, I'm looking and I say, hey, well, what are you hunting out of? Or what do you got? Or what's your problem or whatever. And that was another thing as coming up too. Like I didn't do social media. I was just hunting. Like all those years, like where we left off with that train before, like of just killing deer, I never realized, like I was always anti-social media, anti that. And one dude I met actually opened my eyes to that. Or his name was Matt. He worked for a company called Exodus. And he was like, dude, he's like, you realize that like people know what you're doing. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And that was like to the adage of like, I showed up at ATA with no social media and I killed it and they knew. And I was like, and I never really, and he's like, dude, you are fucking dropping the ball not being on social media. And I was like, oh yeah, you're probably right. And then that's when I created a page and it was like, just a few years back, and I still don't do as much on it as I need to. But that was always that thing of like, and now it's become almost even more of an intriguing aspect of like, just, you're an outlier.
Yeah.
You don't get lost in and it's never been intentional, dude. I've always just been very controversial, like or my style or what I do, and it's not intentional. It's just the way I am, and I do believe it's helped though, in a way.
I think so.
But I've met a lot of freaking outcasts, like a lot of people that are like me that I'm like, oh shit, like dude, yeah, like there's other people like this that hunt that are that ate up with whitetail that don't got bedazzled jeans and cowboy hats on, because back in the day, dude.
That was the jam.
Dude, you went to ATA and it was like bedazzled jeans, and I even adapted
pearl button down.
Dude, I even adapted the duckbill hat for a while because I was like, all right, I still had the mohawk under it, but I was like, all right, if I fucking, I'll fit in a little bit, square-toed boots.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So when we launched, though, that's another point, man. Dude, that was another shit show. You want to talk about an internet war? We launched Custom Gear, and Dan Infault, he like tweets this or comments this thing about a patent or whatever, and like, dude, it starts an all-out war with the Hunting Beast forum and us. Dude, it was like this craziest thing, and that's another topic that everybody.
Was there beef before with Infault and you guys?
Dude, that's what so to be completely transparent, and people are going to be shocked about this, Dan Infault has always been such a close family friend. Like, dude,
Yeah, I was gonna say Wisconsin guy.
Dude, going back, like, dude, he was with Dad back in the beginning, and you know, he was a ride or die show guy. He was like, dude, he was kind of like crazy Uncle Dan. Like, I loved Dan in Fault.
Yeah,
dude, I remember, dude, there was times where Dan in Fault, he came and hunted with me when I was changing my residency over to Iowa. And I was staying in the old farmhouse or whatever, like around that time. Mm-hmm. Dude, I have never laughed so much, dude. Like I don't know, man. He was just a character. He was funny. He was always there. He was always worked the shows. His kids worked the shows. He was the fucking dude, man. And my dad, you know, there was a pretty ragtag group of dudes, man, the Lone Wolf guys, and Dan Infalt fit in there. And after the sale of the company is when he kind of, I think, spread off and started the Hunting Beast and built his own, like, I'll give it to him. He has built a little empire back when the forums were like real hot. Yeah. So like to that point, and then when I got into XOP, I did a little stuff with him, and he had some beef with some other staff members, so we didn't do too much. But I always, there's been podcasts where I've thrown his name out, where I've talked about him being.
Well, Jared and I talk about like the Hill Country Bucks videos of old and stuff. I mean, those were some of the first videos. There's like, I'm like
had a big impact on us. Yeah,
I'm trying to like what? Wait a minute. What?
We had him on here too,
dude. That's what caught me so off guard with that. It was like, dude, to tell you the truth, it was like a shot out of left field. And not only that,
and it was a hard shot at you.
It was a hard accusation of like infringing on a patent, is what it was.
Oh yeah, it was like it was like something. I think everybody was seeing how crazy the day was going and how blown up people were looking at the products, and he dropped like a comment about like hey, like, or you know, I got a patent on that, you guys are gonna pay or something, or like it was something so stupid.
Did Hunting Beast even have like stand sticks out at that time?
No. See, that's the thing. So, like, I'm a very stay in my lane guy. I know what's going on. I know what's going on with the industry. Like, whether Dan was doing a stand, like, I know there had been rumblings of him working on a stand. I know that for as much, and he had his sticks. They called the B sticks. He came out with his sticks way before his stand.
Correct.
But like when we set out to do custom gear, like, this is all predetermined stuff. This is shit that like we had been talking about for a long time. That's super under wraps. Like, dude, I was very adamant when we launched custom gear. Nobody knew about it. Like, dude, my phone blew the fuck up. I didn't say anything until the day before we left. I posted a picture of me and Dad sitting by the creek bank with $2 on those prototype stands, and shit fucking lit up. People were like, what the hell is this? What's that stand? And then the next day was the first day at ATA. So I did that intentionally. I like we came out of left field, but nobody knew. Like, we were in the cave, man. We were just developing this shit. And so like, for instance, we didn't know what Dan was working on, what he was doing, what he had in the works, and we were just kind of playing our own game. So it hit us out of left field.
Wow.
And then even after that, like, what shocked me is just the response, and not the like, hey, a phone call, like, hey, what's going on?
Especially knowing, I mean, we didn't know that history that you had, your family had with Dan. Like,
oh yeah. Well, so I even remember, I'm like, dude, what is this guy's deal? Well, apparently he was trying to get a patent on machining a stand, and which is totally valid. Whatever. I mean, like, okay, I like whatever. If you're trying to do that, you're trying to do that. Well, the whole problem is that, like, we also looked into the patent of machining a stand, but Dad's original prototype from like 93
covered
was machined out of a solid piece. So, and in an article releasing it, like, so we talked to patent examiners, and like, it's an unpatentable thing.
Right.
And our next thing, we were actually thinking about cutting titanium and shit. Like, we were looking at all sorts of shit.
But it just wouldn't have been coverable.
Well, but we know aluminum, right? So we're like, oh, we started water jetting it, and he got so, like, I think it was a combination of him getting, I mean, he had been working on a stand for like, I don't know, years, and never dropped it. And then like, I don't know if he got pissed that somebody beat him to, but anyway, like, the stands are such a world of a difference.
Sure.
And even after that, I was like, hey, what is going on, dude? What's the problem? And I remember even having a meeting with him afterwards.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. You guys then, you have talked about it?
like right after the show, I mean, it was kind of like, hey, dude, what happened? Where'd that come from? And it was like, oh, like I've been working on it. And like, dude, to be completely honest, I would have loved to do some collab with Dan. It would have been it would have been a power play.
Yes.
But after all that, dude, I had such a bad taste in my mouth. And like, not that it was on me, but like, I don't know where the ruffles happened. But then all of a sudden, his guys are so adamant, and he's got like the hit on us on the forums, and like, we're just getting freaking hammered. And what got me though is like, okay, we invented this or Dad invented this shit back in the day. It's his shit.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention everything on your stand, the offset bracket, the Versa button, the leveler, the seat,
all were original patents from him.
all came off a Lone Wolf tree stand. So your design is just your version of a Lone Wolf, which is totally fine. We get that. But how you can come at accusations and run us through the mud for somehow trying to steal your design, like, that just seemed low, dude. I was like, it just didn't make sense. I'm like,
well,
this
it
is
seemed like a first to market. You caught everybody off guard, including him.
Yeah, and
so
I think it was a reactive thing.
Yeah, he probably was like, I've got time. I'm in the driver's seat. Boom, you guys drop it. And then it's like everything that his plans were blow up.
Yeah, and I could get, so, and I do think that he was probably just caught off guard and ruffled, and maybe he was being reactive. I don't think it was the right move, but like, yeah, those... And that has since calmed down. And I would personally, I would still love to do something with Dan. I mean, I get it, whatever. But there was even a time too where I got attacked because I had to drop a bomb on there. I was like, hey, dude, this is like you can't call the originator of a technology a copycat. And like, dude, like, well, then he started attacking Dad personally for like,
whoa,
yeah, he made it. He made it personal. He started talk like, oh, well, Andre only hunts on game farms and. Because he's Mr. Public Land, and anything not on public land is a game farm and all that. And I just, the way that happened was very sad to me. Like, I was bummed. I was personally bummed. Like, I would have been probably more pissed if I was Dad because he didn't come at me personally. But I was really bummed at how that relationship severed because he was always such a close part of the family. I've had good times with him. I liked him.
What was your dad's reaction?
Dude, he was like, I think he was kind of shell shocked too. He's like, what? And again, like, he's very protective of the shit that he's done.
Sure. As he should be. Rightfully
so, man. It's his like, it's his baby. And so for somebody to, and then especially too, when you bring whitetail hunting into it, like, he's very like, I don't know, man. Like, so yeah, I mean, he was pretty perturbed. But it kind of just like fizzled out, and then like I think he sells some stands. I don't know if he does. I mean,
I'm sure he does.
It's just
he's got a following, around that hunting beast side of things.
But yeah, so that was just it's one thing. Like, there was so many things flying around left and right. Like, oh, he did this. Oh no, this is the story. No, they were designing that together, and then Andre backstabbed him, and like, dude, none of that was even remotely true. Like, we had our heads in the sand designing this shit. But you got to realize too, like, and it's kind of like he was just fucking hanging out on, and just shit or get off the pot type situation. And I think, like you said, the reaction of getting beat to market, which I had no idea what his plan was. None of us did. So we weren't trying to intentionally beat anybody to market. I just knew it was time for that. And ATA was with
ATA. I mean,
exactly. ATA was coming up, and I'm like, well, we got to drop at ATA.
Yeah.
So yeah, man. So that was an interesting endeavor right there.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, I didn't know the family history there.
Yeah, dude, there was. Yeah, that's what's so.
That's the hard part of it, because it's like, man,
bummer,
when you
man.
have those kind of family history and connections and in relationships, you just, you hate that things like that destroy it, and it's, mostly over money, money and deer make people do stupid shit.
Well, dude, I don't mean to, gossip or whatever, but like they had something not recent, but more recently with who's the other guy that has his podcast now?
Joe,
that was with Dan for a while.
Oh.
Yeah, Redmeister.
Reedmeister.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I got the sense when we talked to Dan that like, and
because we asked him about Joe, and he's like, yeah, he's doing his own thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was fine conversation with Dan. I mean, we don't have any problem with Dan, but
No.
it was like I got the sense that like there's just been some bridges burned over the years that like I think even Dan is like he's just like probably not happy about the fact that they just have crumbled and like he even with his own family he's like I've been a bad dad. You know what I mean? I've like
I remember
he admitted to us. He's like I've prioritized this and I did that and like
In fault?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, maybe he's turning a leaf, and yeah, I mean, that's good to hear. And even, and that's another thing I want to throw out there is like, even through all this, that's one thing I will give Dad credit for, because sometimes even though to get people to personally attack your hunting ethic and your design and like, and then going back to those charges, that's what people grab is they grab those headlines. Oh yeah, well I wouldn't want to support and you like the guys behind that. But even after all this and all the blow-ups, like we're 40 years this year. Like this year is the 40th year anniversary, and we're talking through like tributes and things and like building blocks of the company. And there's never been a time where he's left out Dan. He always gives Dan the credit that is due. Like Dan was there, man. He was a freaking ride or die, and he worked the shows. He helped beat up the products in the field. Like, there's been was he? So he was a part of it, and Dad recognizes that. Which I hope he realizes that too. But like he's never been erased from the Lone Wolf history.
Yeah,
like,
they
he was
never
a big,
took him off the figurehead line.
Yeah, he was a big part of it, man. Dude, I've been going through nostalgic photos. I got a bunch of old cool photos of Dan that I was actually going to post, and I was almost hesitant to post them because I didn't want like.
Well, you don't want him to be like, oh, now you're using my likeness.
Yeah,
or something
I
like
just don't want to get with that. But
that's
I remember
tough.
as a kid, just like him always being there.
Yeah, that's so crazy, man.
I mean, is there a dispute between you and he or he and your dad about like a design? Just be like, hey, there obviously is like some
I think
some tension was created at some point. Has it been resolved?
I mean, you still see people on the forums that'll chat and stuff.
Yeah, but that's people. They don't know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm talking about between you guys.
Well, I mean, there was like for a year he was like personally
attacking.
Yeah, and the thing is like, he built his own Coliseum, so a lot of the bullshit he was talking and a lot of the things he was personally saying was on his private forum, so he could scrub it whenever he wanted to. Yeah, there's a bunch of screenshots, but like, so I mean, I've heard of people getting booted from his forum from just mentioning custom gear or mentioning Dad or
Whoa.
Dude, there's a lot of that shit out there.
Who did I bring it up to? Did I bring it up to Andre or to?
No, you brought it up to Dan.
To Dan.
You're like, Andre D'Acquisto, right? And I was like,
yeah.
Yeah, well, we're whatever. We're pretty negligent to like the issue.
Yeah.
And I forget what I said, but I say, oh, Andre D'Acquisto, right? And like just like all jolly, and he's like, yeah, and he didn't say anything. He's like, oh yeah.
He just kind of rugged it.
Yeah, but we were.
But yeah, man, I'm all about looking on, moving forward. So yeah, it was just a crazy thing, especially with just out of left field, dude. It was just weird.
Dude, Dan strikes me as somebody who just like he just needs love, probably. Like, he just seems a bit tormented.
He's the world's greatest farter.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I think that you do what you have to do from a business standpoint, probably to make money for your family, and like at some point you gotta.
I mean, but even think of Dan's style, like. Go back to
and it's easy
80s,
to get caught up in
90s, early 2000s, just grinding, killing good bucks on public land, but just grinding. Dude, public land hunting now is a lot different than it was in the 90s and early 2000s, even, 7-8 years ago. It looks a heck of a lot different now, and I think he admitted that to us, and he's like, man, a lot of my spots that I've, for years, decades have been, are burnt.
Yeah.
Because it's just, guys know where I'm hunting, and that's where they're hunting.
That'll happen.
And I mean, that's, to me, that is that's the hardest part about like some of the guys who are in the public land movement is like, man, I do admire, like they go out and kill a 5-year-old buck. I mean, I admire it. That is a tough situation. I like hunting the deer. I like the one-on-one challenge with the deer. And so when you throw in the curveball of like, X amount of guys who now I'm playing off of their pressure. And it just takes away from it. I'm not saying that we do it. You know, we find ourselves in this situation, but it's just, you know, it's different. Like I want.
You think so?
What?
That's an interesting perspective?
No, it is. I mean, like it's a very valid point because you're hunting off of multiple factors then. Like I've always been the one to say like, hey, the deer isn't harder to kill because it's on public. No. The only thing that is the other variables. That's it. That's
absolutely
But people don't think that way. People think that, oh shit, no, this deer.
And I don't want a high fence controlled setting, right? I want to.
You just want the deer in his own habitat
as unpressured as possible, so that it is the deer's behavior and weather conditions and things in my movements, my approach.
What you want is to have a pursuit of the animal and the environmental factors
without outside,
without inside impact. And what public introduces is okay. Everybody else is like is now you're competing for the same thing
because you can do everything perfect.
But the thing is like what really sucks though is that like people now attribute that to like, oh well, it doesn't mean the same because
I know
it's like not fair game for everybody to hunt. I don't agree with that. I just really don't.
It's dumb.
Neither do we. I think that's just a cop out because you're jealous.
Yeah, for sure.
If you had the same opportunity, you would take it.
Yeah. And I don't want people to take your statement there is wrong, like, because it's triggering. Like, people are like, because it's inherent. Jealousy is inherent. Like, who doesn't want to shoot a big buck? Mm-hmm. And to say, like,
well, it's the reason that you sorry, not to interrupt.
It's okay.
But if you're on public land, there's a reason you try to walk 2.5 or 3 miles back in is to then hunt that deer that doesn't have that same pressure that I'm doing on private land.
Yeah, they're not wrong. Like it is harder to kill a big buck on public land because there's fewer of them and there's more variables at play. That's this reality.
It's just the fact of they're making it. It's just the way it's portrayed. It's hard because of those aspects, not
because the deer's any harder.
Yeah, there's
to
no
kill.
differentiation of the deer. Like so, for instance, there's been areas of public ground like that I've hunted, and then I have buddies who hunt that are better than private ground. Like, I mean, like if you
in the state of Pennsylvania,
if you get to a spot that's not touched, like
dude,
hot
you should
spots
see the buck
in
I
Wisconsin,
killed in North Dakota last year.
Yeah, dude,
public land,
fucking stud, dude.
160 inch,
that
7 by 6
frame or 11. Yeah.
I texted you on the plane ride home. Yeah, dude, that was kind of like as we were getting going here.
Yeah, I got that. I was like, oh, I fucker killed a stud already. I was like, God damn it!
Right?
You're like, I gotta sponsor these guys.
Damn it!
Damn it! Yeah, yeah. I think that's I think that is because there are like. We talked about Allegheny National Forest. Like, I've got 30 acres. I guarantee I can kill a bigger buck in A&F than I can on my 30 acres. Because it's just, I have 30 acres to hunt. I'm a little caged animal there. Yeah. You put me loose on 100,000 acres, bro, I'm a hunt.
Yeah, it's just, it's a different
and that's not all cases, right? Like, there's other states that it's absolutely a greater advantage to have private ground than public.
It's hard because, like life, you know what I mean, and just you want everybody. You know, it's like not everybody's on a level playing field. Like not even close. Everybody starts with different advantages.
It shouldn't
and stuff,
be an argument, really.
But at the end of the day, it's like I think everybody deep down wants for each of us to experience like a season to its fullest, like whatever that means to you. If you're, if that's after the most mature buck in the area, if that's like seeing your kids shoot the first
killing
deer,
one with a trad,
just
whatever,
killing one with a trad, whatever it is. We all as hunters are like, man, I want that guy to experience, like have a great experience this season.
Yeah, that's that ultimately, and we try to emphasize that, and people take it the wrong way, but like.
We're competing. That's where the competition comes, where everybody's competing for a limited resource.
Yep.
So you're gonna have conflict.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's only so much experience out there that can be, good. That's why a lot of the public land guys are quitting, because they're like, man, my experience sucks. I go out there, I set up, I do everything right. Daylight, 7 guys walk underneath me. And I feel bad for them. Like, that's terrible, dude. That is not why you're out there.
Yeah, you got to expand. You got to get to a new spot. Like there's a lot of people that come to the road shows that ask questions like that. Oh, like what would you do? And I get the whole scoop. And sometimes it's real simple. I'm like, you got to go find.
You got to leave, man.
You got to go find another spot to hunt.
You got to leave.
But this is the play. It's like you said, change and being comfortable with that and embracing it.
Yep.
Like I know that's the closest spot to your house. but it's a bitch, and you're getting bitter for it, and you're not getting any deer. So be proactive and leave. And it's the same thing with your state. If you're the guy that's on the forum every day, oh, we don't have those deer in Alabama, or we don't have those deer in Florida, or whatever. Like, dude, just go somewhere else.
Well, dude, I'll use this as a for instance. Like, I think it's okay. Like, I think a lot of people hear us talk on this podcast and be like, you know, we're on this amount of acreage in these many states and this amount of deer and stuff. And it's like, and we are super blessed, and we've worked really hard for a lot of that stuff. But at the same time, it's like, the shortest amount of distance that I have to drive to hunt anywhere is 2 hours. That's a lot. Yeah. That's a barrier that a lot of people are not. That's a big disadvantage. They're like, well, I can have all these places to hunt near hunt. I don't have that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, the next closest place is 9. But 9 hours.
Even so, though, you know, on the other flip side of the spectrum, you get a guy who has access to, let's say, 30 acres that he could hunt before work, but doesn't do it because it's like, oh, well, I'm not. It's laziness. And I don't have the time. I got to work. Well, can't you? So you're telling me you can't do anything to squeeze out there for even 30 minutes. Oh, well, 30 minutes is not enough time.
Well, see,
it could be.
Those are the guys that I have no problem saying you just don't want it bad enough.
Yeah.
Well, 100%. That is
and they'll get pissy about it, but I'm sorry, you don't. Yeah. It's same thing with like when we talk about the land. It's like, man, it must be nice to go and do. It's like, dude, if you want it bad enough, you'll fucking figure it out.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because like I've been asked a lot. I've been asked a lot about like failures and whatever. And I feel like everybody, it's so common to make excuses. And I've always said that to myself internally. If there was ever a time on a trip that I didn't kill one, or that I didn't, or a season, like I don't think there's ever been a season where I didn't kill one, or maybe one. Anytime I fail, right? That's always what I tell myself is like, well, you didn't want it bad enough. And everybody's looking for an excuse because excuses are so popular. Oh, what happened with your bow? What happened with your bow when you shot that buck in the leg? Nothing. I fucked up. That's it. And like, hey, why didn't you get a deer? Fuck, dude, I couldn't get one. I was hunting public ground. Well, I didn't have any time. Or I only had 15 acres. Or I had to drive 6 hours to my farm. Fucking excuses, dude. If everybody would just own up and be like, yeah, man, I just couldn't get it done this year.
It happens, man.
Dude,
I didn't want it bad enough. I didn't try hard enough.
Listen to this, dude. Out of all the years I've been at trade show, out of all the people I've talked to, I have never, ever, ever one time asked somebody how their season went, and they just said to me, fuck, dude, I just didn't want it bad enough. I didn't get it done. I can say that very confidently.
That's a tough thing for people to admit.
And that's the first thing I go to. Everybody's like, oh, like when I miss one, oh, well, what happened? I missed him. And they're like, well, did a stork come and drop something out of his mouth and it hit you on the cheek? And no, I just fucking missed him, dude. If I knew why I missed him, I probably would have hit him. Like, and that's another thing too, is like, I believe in showing that shit. Like the other year, dude, I had a stud with the trad bow. I hit a stud. I stomach shot him. And I found him after season at like 5 yards. It was soul crushing. I thought he was done. And then it gets flooded on. Oh, you should have never took that shot. I'm like, what the hell do you mean you should have never took that shot? I shouldn't have took a 5 yard shot at a freaking giant. Like, and it was a bad shot. Bad shots happen. You're going to wound deer. You're going to injure deer. You have to be okay with that. You can't like give up because of it, but you got to own it too. Like I fucked up. I messed up on that deer. It's just everybody wants to hide it. Well, I don't mess up. I don't make mistakes.
Yeah.
Fucking bullshit.
I did it last year. We talked about it. I watched a buck. I have a single pin.
Oh yeah.
I dialed at the 30, called him back in to less than 10. Didn't change my pin. Shot him high.
Yep. But if you always equate it
fuck it up.
If you always equate it back to your work ethic, I don't want to go like, you don't want to do like a bunch of beating up on yourself. But if the only thing you do is turn it around and point it at you, not your ground, and I know what everybody's going to say, well, it's easy to say when you have ground to hunt, or when you like, no, it's not like, the guys who need to hear this will hear this, but it needs to be on you, and you just need to do better next time. and you just need to stay in the game better and be more positive and have that mindset and be a killer and don't get hung up on it. And I can't say I'm like the greatest at that. Like, dude, when I smoked that giant a couple years ago, the week prior, I was fucking broken. I was like, I had it. I rarely get like that, but I was broken. I'll admit it. I went home, my tail tucked between my legs. I didn't think another chance was going to happen. And my wife pulled me out of that. My wife was like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was like, well, like, what do you mean? I was all fucking offended. Got all like, what do you mean? What am I doing?
Dude,
I'm working.
Shut up.
I got to work. And she's like, why aren't you down there? Why aren't you down there chasing that buck? I'm like, what do you know? I'm like, I just fucked up on that buck. That buck's what. And she like, you know, like freaking smacked me in the dick. Like, you know, obviously, you know, like
She may have.
well, she's like, dude, she's like,
Nut up.
she's like, we're fine here. Get back down there. And that one,
Freaking bow hunting women
that
deserve their own medal.
dude, that one thing sent me to, I went in the fucking barn. I got my tent. I drove down there. I set up camp, dude. I was literally prepared to be down there for like as long as it took. And I set up spike tent, and I was like, all right, I'm getting after this shit. And I killed him the next morning. But I was like out of it, you know. And it's just a reminder to myself, like, dude, that I almost just gave up on it. And it's just
it's easy to give up. Super easy. You could come back. You just 100%. Be like, well, had my chance, man. Yeah. That was the season, and just pack it away.
I think for a lot of people, there's an achievable hurdle of like gaining access to ground where they are. That's the biggest one. I mean, it's like, you know, we're pretty privileged to be in a situation where it can be like, I missed a giant.
Yeah.
The bigger one is like 80-90% of people are just like, they're not here.
Yeah,
like, I don't, you know, I'm trying to get a 3-year-old, you know, so it's like, how do you get somebody to be like, doesn't have to be that way. Well, you can go there.
The thing is,
whether you move there or you buy ground or you lease or
exactly. And that's just a disadvantage of your situation, but you can overcome that disadvantage. If you live in a spot that's got shit whitetails, you got to either plan and allocate the time and prioritize that trip elsewhere, or you have to make a huge change and move. It's the same dude. If you want to be a snowboarder, you can't live in Florida.
No.
If I'm sitting down in Florida just bitching to everybody that, oh, dude, I got no fucking snow down here. I got no snow down here, man. This fucking sucks, dude. You guys, I'd be fucking carving like that if I had snow every day.
Can't do it.
What do you sound like? Go to fucking Colorado. Get your ass up and move, or plan a couple trips and get your freaking boarding in. Like, that's what I hear when I hear that shit. And I know that's probably going to chap a lot of asses, but like,
go where it's at.
Dude.
Can't kill them if you're not there.
And the biggest thing, you know, a lot of these guys too that want to up their bar, like, you know, and I have to tell them, is like, you know, that became one of the most daunting things. Like when I made that transition of like, like, I think like, I like to call it evolving. Like, cause I went from that crazy robot inch driven dude to like, I mean, I'm still inch driven. I still want giant deer, but when I abandoned that solely, because it was very taxing. Like it became, it was like soul draining, because it was like, I was just constantly having to put out feelers and find, and you don't always have megas. Like when you get to a point to where you're trying to shoot 180-inch deer, like I don't care where you are, those are not around every corner.
No.
I mean, and even, dude, there are thousands of guys who live in Iowa, who hunt Iowa every year, who've never shot a 150.
Yeah.
So like there is a misconception that like it's, you know, you got to be a decent hunter, and they're not around every corner. But it kind of took a lot of it out of me, a lot of the hunt out for me, because more of it, you know, you end up getting depressed when you don't got a giant there to chase or whatever. Or I don't know. There's a lot of that too.
Dude, it's hard to,
but you have to go where they are.
You do. And it's hard to get across to people like, it's just like the feeling that you get during season, or I mean, you know, we've circled it 100 times to try to explain like the feeling of like from the very beginning of like of just it not being an option. I don't have time of having to do it, to just be to the purpose, the feeling that it gives you during the season of like I'm supposed to be here. I have to do this. It's hard to I don't know exactly where I'm going with that. It just, I wish everybody could experience that. Like, I think that a lot of people are just like, oh yeah, hunting, I hunt and this and that. And like, but some people are searching, I think, for.
I think it goes back to being the comfortable thing. We've had people on here, and I mean, I don't know if we necessarily meant to motivate them that much when we were like, dude, like, if you're not happy with your job, life's short, change it. Like, figure out a way to change it and be happy or whatever it is.
Well, and
you're a spiritual dude, right? Like, you get it. You understand, like, during a season, it's like,
so
there is no option. Yeah. I can't not do this. Like, when it's here, I'm doing this, and I have to.
Well, that's actually, it's funny you say that, because that actually kind of correlates back to the line here.
I see your eyes getting wet as I'm saying that.
I didn't think they were, but this is it's a deep topic, man.
Well, when I say that, though, we can all feel that feeling of like, when it's October 26th and it's like it just came through. It's not just the excitement of, I'm going to go kill him. It's just like,
it's that time.
Who cares what you kill? Who cares what deer we have to chase? It's just
and that's where, like, there is an experience aspect. And I don't want, I feel like nowadays there's two camps. There's always two camps. There's like, okay, well, are you trying to get big deer? Like, you either have to be looking for a big deer or you're like all about the experience. Mm-hmm. Oh, it doesn't matter what you kill. How can you say that?
Yeah.
Like, I understand where people are coming from, and I get you want the experience, but like, there's also something that natural competition and challenging yourself adds to the element.
For sure.
And it expands the experience because it's harder to do. Mm-hmm. It's a harder, like, it's a tougher deer to find. It's more...
It's bullshit. We're not here for participation trophies. You want to achieve a goal.
We all want to achieve a goal. And if your goal is to, like, I have no doubt that there's people out there that just want to be outside and spend time and shoot, deer for meat. Mm-hmm. Then so be it. Mm-hmm. But that person's never going to be online downing somebody for something else. Or like, if you're fine with that, then like, I've always liked to call bullshit on the whole thing of like people only shoot deer when they're old, or they only, there's so much fine print of like, oh, well, yeah, I'm not, it doesn't matter about, it's just about the experience for me. That, when I hear that, that's an excuse to me. It's an excuse. That's an excuse of why you didn't try harder, why you didn't, go the extra distance. And there's nothing wrong with not getting a big deer. Like, when you gravitate to that level.
They're one and the same, dude. It's an excuse. And it's okay that you didn't kill a big deer. At the same time, it's only up to you.
100%.
It's up to you what you're going to achieve.
100%. And the thing is
but
like...
don't blame me for putting in the work to kill them.
That's where... See, where it comes from is, like you said, it's how you perceive it. If somebody's pissed that they didn't get a deer, or they're bummed out, or they don't have big deer to chase, well, then they're like pissed that the people who either did get one or did chase them, right? So it's like you said, it's all how you perceive it. Like, I don't think... Like... The size does matter to me, but I've also like came full circle, like what it does by increasing the bar, and like, it puts me out there more. It puts me working harder. It gets me experiencing more. Like, I don't even think start to learn whitetail as much. Like, when you're a dude who shoots the first rack bucket you see, you're never going to learn deer observation. You ain't going to learn even a fraction of what you're going to learn when you start letting 130s walk. And okay, if you're in a spot where that's a giant deer, then it might get smaller. But what I'm getting at is you're like giving yourself to the process, and there's nothing wrong with wanting a bigger reward for your work. And I don't think that's shallow. I don't think that's like unethical. If you look at it, we're all killing animals. If you really want to talk about an ethics basis, if you want to have that argument, then I think we'd all be unethical, because like, we don't need to kill them. Yeah. We really don't, if you look at it. So if you're one of those guys that takes the stance of like, oh, well, I'm not a trophy hunter, I just like, that's shallow, that you just care about the size of the rack, that's bullshit, because what are you doing? Like, we're both killing deer. Yeah. Like, we're taking the lives of animals. So I think it should be looked at in that.
It's a harder argument to sell to, frankly, non-hunters, or especially anti-hunters. It's just the trophy hunting is looked at with such a stigma, but like, it's the reality of like, I don't know what to tell you. It's like, and we were telling Kevin yesterday, I'm like, dude, it's in my DNA. I have to hunt the biggest deer that I can. I'll shoot deer for meat, and meat is a nice additive, but and I don't know. I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. I can't tell you what it is that drives me to hunt the biggest, most mature buck that I can and maximize the experience all at the same time.
Yeah.
But that's what we're doing.
And the thing is, like, so that's what ultimately, I think when I came full circle, I realized that it was like hunting fed me. It fed my soul. And what ultimately got me to realize that, like, yeah, there was the overlaying want of approval. There was the overlaying, like, I'm a very competitive person. There was, a lot of that might be driven by insecurity. I wanted to be better, whatever. But I think it's healthy to have competition to a point. Like, you don't want to be like that person that's comparing yourself to freaking everybody on earth, but like with yourself. But I got to a point where I hit like rock bottom with that, and it became a job, and it became unenjoyable, and it really scared me, and it got me questioning. And then I realized that, like, well, this was all masked by really the feeling underneath. This is something that is within, I believe this is within us all. I believe everybody has it. And whether you can unlock that door, some people have a natural, more instinct, I think, of woodsmanship and more of a connection. And other people have to work a little harder. But I think we can all connect with that primal being inside of us of, like, it, like you said, it is in our DNA. Maybe not for the, the trophy might be a little bit more off to the side, but to hunt and to kill and to consume, dude, that is about as close to, like, the bottom as we could get.
It's instinct. It's basic instinct.
And the thing is like, what I feel is, like, I didn't realize, but all those years I was just scratching that itch. It was, the inch thing was about trying to impress the old man and trying to be competitive with myself. But I didn't realize I've been obsessed with the hunt since day one. Like I said, I've never been an archer. I've been obsessed with the process and what that process gives me, what it nourishes me with. And, like, especially in today's day and age where we are so disconnected with nature and the elements and outdoors, and, like, dude, it is more important, and we're getting further and further away from it. And that was the biggest thing about Dying Breed Bowhunter is, like, I wanted to create some form of awareness that shows us, like, dude, we're all like 90% of hunters out there aren't even hunting anymore. You're not even really getting the experience. You're not, which is why I just started stripping away layers. To me, every layer I strip away, dude, that fucking charge I get from it is more profound, and it burns brighter, and it's nuts, dude. It's like a fucking source of energy. And it sounds crazy, might sound wacky, but, like, it's like walking barefoot versus walking in some of these fucking shoes they produce nowadays with the soles like this damn big. The more you strip away that sole, like, you don't feel shit at the ground. You don't feel the ground. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with those shoes. I'm just making a correlation. Like, that's what I looked at hunting with. And when I reached this point of, like, I think being present is huge. We're never present ever nowadays. Dude, I'm telling you, let me ask you this. When's the last time you were hunting or you were in the woods or you were doing some activity and you had absolutely no thought on your mind about what needed to get done with work, what the family was doing, or let's take it even a further step with that, like, deadlines, whatever, even a step further, let's go on the actual act of hunting, where your next spot was going to be if that spot didn't work out, where you were going to scout the next day. When is the last time you were sitting out there that you weren't thinking any of that? Dude, I asked myself that question, and I could not tell you an answer, which is a problem.
Yeah.
It's a big problem because, we're so tied to and I think where you become, and this is my goal now, where you become a true savage and you become the ultimate in-tune hunter you can be is when you are fully present and you give yourself to it. Like, in what you're experiencing with an instinctual shot like that is full presence, dude. Like, when Tim Wells smokes a fucking goat running at 90 yards, that is full presence. It's like and you can't help but be inspired by seeing that. And that's something I try and take into account now. Like when I made a switch from, like, stacking deer, like wood, to, like, being present and being in the moment, like, dude, like when I killed that giant and I remember looking at his eye or, you know, like when he busted me and like the mannerisms of the deer and like you're witnessing it, man, you're watching it all. You're not on your phone. You're not, it's something that we get away from. And that's where I think the experience is so crucial. And the experience that you get with a 180-inch majestic fucking whitetail that is not around every corner is not the same experience you get with a basket rack.
No.
So when we're all talking about the experience, it is about the experience, but you have to create that elevated experience. So how can you not raise the bar? You know, Stan Potts shoots his fucking 27th Pope and Young, and he's crying. Is that real? I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the hardest part about like when we have the evolution conversation with people from a hunting standpoint, where it's like, you know, they're every year it's like, well, I'm just killing a buck. I'm just killing a buck, and it's like, I mean, you don't want to kill something bigger or older. Well,
that thought process is difficult for me to process because exactly what you're saying. I'm like, so what's the point? You're just gonna keep doing it, or is there an evolution? Are you trying to grow?
Yeah, I don't know.
And it's okay. Like if the goal is meat or
well, for instance, now like, you know, when I come into a season, there's no. So it's probably been 5 years since I've ran any trail cameras, and the reason I got away from trail cameras was because they were making me a worse hunter, and I seen it all happen in one season. And then I had to hard check myself. It's like eating too many chips that night or something. You're like, all right, dude, I got to stop this.
Yep.
They're the only way I'm going to stop eating these chips is get the fuck out of the house.
Yep.
And I seen that happening, and it caused me, I believe it caused me a big deer. It caused me a lot of time, frustration. That was actually, so I stripped that away, and it really led to focusing on the hunting more. And not that so here's the thing with the cameras, the main thing about was like, okay, if I'm looking for a 180, I need to find the 180. I need to do as much homework as possible because 180s aren't around every tree like we talked. Where's the 180? I can't possibly just like, I have to have intel. I got to find out where he is. Like you got 7 properties. Where is he at? Whatever. And it ultimately just became like, that's what started sucking the life out of it for me. For one, I reached a point, and I'll get back to that in the timeline, but I reached a point to where like I got nothing to fucking prove. I have nothing to prove to anybody now. Like I'm sitting in that space, and I'm super happy with that. And when I reached that point, it was like a weight off my shoulders. And oddly, right when I reached that point is when I started killing the biggest deer I've ever killed. And it kind of was an awakening point for me too, because it's like, all right, now I'm out there trophy hunting. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like, oh, let's all just go have fun and experience and what. I'm about the experience, but I'm about the experience of the whole shebang. And I'm trying to get on the biggest buck I can just without like an inch goal on it, right? So if I see like 150-inch deer walks by me, it's just not tripping my trigger. It's not to my caliber. Like I know enough what I'm looking for. And if I end up hunting all year and never see that 170, 180, then I just won't shoot one. And that is what it is. But the level of excitement and the level of presence that I get now, not knowing, is a high like you don't know. Like when you don't know what's there, you don't realize how much it drives you.
I mean, that's how it used to be.
Exactly. And like
there's a liberation to like there's a limited number of people I think that can fully be okay with that situation because like
it's a leap.
Well, we could go hunt in Pennsylvania, and I could go and get my permission properties, and like I can pretty much guarantee you, I'll never see a 160.
Yeah. Well, and that's where you need to be, smarter about your area for sure.
Well, yeah, you need to be knowledgeable of like what's there, what's possible.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily take away from the surprise factor.
For instance, let me give you a scenario. Your Illinois farm, you guys are putting a lot of work on that.
Mm-hmm.
I will guarantee you guys have multiple bucks you guys will both shoot.
Probably.
Why do you need to see a picture of them? Now let me ask you this. You guys both go there together and you're in the stand. And you do you guys film each other? Or do you guys hunt separate? Okay, so you're hunting separate.
For the most part, yeah.
You go there and you're hunting.
Mm-hmm.
Now in your mind, you're there, you're jacked up, you're getting that feeling, that essence of October, and you get over there and you go scouting. You see a fucking just beet scrape right on the edge of the food plot that whatever. Mm-hmm. You hop up in there. In your mind, it's not, oh, when's Johnny going to come out? It's, what the fuck is here? Mm-hmm. What is here this year? And then any twig that breaks, you're so fucking present. And you're so like, what is that? And it takes you back in the day when you had to analyze, and what is that buck? And then all of a sudden you look through the timber and there's a fucking Magnum cage. And it's bigger than anything you ever thought. Or let's say it's just let's say it's mid 160 and it's got a freaking big gourd hanging off the side of it, and it starts raking a tree, dude. That feeling right there, that's what it's about. Mm-hmm. And that's what it's about to me now. And then he comes out and you smoke him. Or you see him, you get a glimpse of him, and then you got your target locked. And then it's like, oh shit. And then you make your plan. Versus if you guys drive there the whole way out there, you're like, oh, I hope I see that gourd drop time buck. And then you get there, hey, how do we get that gourd drop time buck? We got pictures of him over here. It's all just nah. Like, it's all okay. And when you kill him, it's gonna be awesome. Because he's a fucking slammer. But you know what I mean? What scenario sounds cooler?
Yeah.
What sounds more like revitalizing internally?
That one does, for sure. I think ultimately we'd love to be there. I think the answer to that question is, why do we need a picture of him? Is, like, for instance, last year,
you want to kill the biggest one that's there.
You want to kill the biggest one, not that's there, that's between the options that you have.
Yeah, yeah. I
think is the hunting part, though, that I'm struggling. Dude, I'm on the edge. I have been for a year, because hunting cell cameras has ruined my life during hunting season. Yeah, yeah. You know, whether it's just constant, like, mindless score, you know, where's he at? Why isn't he here? Or
overanalyzation.
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to hunt him next year or tomorrow. Oh, he's there today. I blew it. Whatever. I'm right on the edge. I agree with you in terms of, like, I want to kill the biggest, baddest, whatever's there. But I think earlier in our conversation, if I look at that deer and he starts, and I'm like, he's dead, what's it matter?
Yeah, and that's where I'm getting at. That's one thing you do lose. Like, if it's a tactical approach, and like I said, there's nothing wrong with wanting Boone or Crockett. Mm-hmm. And if that's your goal, then you can't do it without, like, because there's been times where I've went to pieces and I've killed an awesome deer, maybe a grossing 170. I had no idea there was 190 there. That kind of feels like a kick in the nuts. But at the same sense, dude, the experience that I got, like, I wouldn't trade it, 100%. Like, I just...
Because when you saw that 170, you're like, dead.
Oh, dude. Yeah, it's just one of those things where, like, it's something that nobody experiences anymore, which is crazy. And it's just because we always know. And I'm not saying it's for everybody. And maybe it's not for every... Like, obviously, like, if I go to Virginia this year, which I plan on going to Virginia, I don't have the same expectations of Virginia. And I might, or let's say I dropped the
Dude,
veil.
Was that last year when I was like, "Are you coming out to Pennsylvania in November?" You're like, "No, dude, what? No, what?"
Yeah. Well,
what are you, crazy?
It's one of those things where, like, if I adjust the expectations, or maybe it's not every property. Maybe it's, like, you know, a property that you know. Like, I just think about you guys' Illinois farm, like you. I get wanting to kill the biggest one there, because that would suck not to. But then I look at it this, well, what if that biggest one then makes it or doesn't make it or whatever? But, like, I just think you get something a little different from that aspect.
You definitely do. You definitely do. It's not just kill the biggest one there. I think for Jeremy and I, it's like, well, we have closer farms.
Yeah.
And further farms. And it's like, how do we know to go to that farm?
Yeah, see,
without them.
That's what I used to do. So, like, when I was, like, if you're on the inch game, dude, and you got multiple farms, you have to know where your A is. Like, I used to call it the A, right? Like, my first point, because, like, that's your number one priority. Mm-hmm. So you narrow all the farms down to a farm, and then because that's got the mega giant, and that's where you need to spend all your time. Mm-hmm. Like, in my opinion, that's what I used to do.
And I really think that's like. If you're going to call it like a healthy, like a moderated use of cameras, it would be identify where they are.
And 100%.
The unhealthy, like, to go overboard with it would be, okay, to overanalyze all of the data to...
Yep. And then to let them...
Use the movement and stuff and all that.
Let them do the work for you, and then start to, like, just not look beyond that.
So that's why we run them. Yeah. Truthfully.
Inventory.
We feel confident enough, I think, in our woodsmanship ability. Like, we intentionally... try not to overutilize the cameras and rely on our woodsmanship, but we want to know what's there.
Yeah, and that's that's where it's hard for a lot of guys to stop there. It's like the potato chips.
Yeah.
If you got a bag of potato chips,
I'm a fat ass at this point. If that's the case,
here's 3 chips. Like, dude,
it is hard,
and then leave the bag open there.
Yeah,
dude, it like I'm
especially
telling
put a little cream cheese on there.
Dude, I'm saying it's like
dude.
you know, I watched a really
Making
good buddy.
me
I watched a really good buddy of mine, good hunter, last year. Just completely, just decapitate himself, and got schooled by a buck. Just bopping around back and forth on trail cameras. And I'm just like, dude, you need to just get out of it. Like, it's like a gambler just losing everything. You're watching it happen. And I'm just like, oh my God, dude, just quit looking at the cameras and go hunt. Like, dude, you're a capable dude. And that deer ended up dying. Like, he never killed it. And that's what happened to me one year.
We've all done that.
Yeah, and that's
Story
it only happened to me fucking once because I ain't making that mistake again. And I know well enough. I'm a slippery slope type dude. Like, you give me a slice of, I can't have one slice of pizza.
Personality, yeah.
Dude, I can't have one slice of pizza.
That's what makes you great at a lot of things. But it's a slippery slope.
Yeah,
like
and that's where I got to limit it. So I got to be like, okay, like, and it's like I want to use the tool because it's there. And even like, you know, there's guys like even Dad. Oh, for instance, he uses a lot of cameras. Am I saying that he doesn't have woodmanship? Fuck no. He's dialed in. But I know if he would ditch cameras, he'd be a vicious motherfucker. And I think he's missing out a lot. Like, I mean, not that he isn't still vicious, but like, that's just a very good point here. I'm not saying that anybody who uses trail cameras is less on woodsmanship. I mean, a lot of them are, but that's not the stipulation. It's the fact that they're drugs, man.
Well, dude, it's the feeling. Like, and we know it. And I've said it we've been doing this podcast for 4 years. I've been saying it for 4 years. It's like, I'm this close to cutting myself off, at least in the season, simply because when you talk about like some of those stories early, like we all can remember the first time we sat in a bow stand and we looked and we saw a giant that we had no idea existed.
It's magical.
And it was like, and that feeling I have not felt in 8 years, 9 years, probably.
Dude, I'm telling, when you get that back and you get a taste of that, it's dangerous.
Because you know every deer. Honestly, last year was the first year I felt it because we were squirrely in Kansas, and I turned around and I saw that 180, and I turned around and I was like, oh my God.
They got rid of it.
But
they got rid of the cameras.
But they got rid of the cameras.
So we were like, cool, let's go.
Well, so think about it. That's the whole allure of the rut. That's everything. That's everything November is.
I just want to sit on a ridge and just what comes.
It's everybody's dream of what could show up. Why not create that for yourself all the time? But I get it. Like, and that's the same. I'm not saying it's for everybody. I'm saying I reached a point to where I hit rock bottom on what I was doing, and then I just realized like what I wanted was like my shit was all like. So
I think that's a good point because like there's a point of like you need to have success. Like, if you're not killing deer, like don't make it that much harder on yourself. Like that's probably not going to keep you in the game. But like we talked about it with Kev on yesterday about like, you know, I tilted back of like, I love my compound, but man, you know, I love making things harder. So like adding a longbow or something into my repertoire really feels like another step. Cameras being the next thing where it's like, man, I just, you know, because to your point, I want to be successful. I want to kill bucks. But that season experience, like I do not want to fill all my tags before the end of the season because the last night of the last day, I still want to have an ass in a tree stand. And it's just because I don't want to miss anything. Yeah, it's so precious, like, and it's so short from day one to end of day, like end of season. Like I couldn't imagine I can't imagine when I was younger sitting on the sidelines after killing my buck first week of the season and being like, now what? Yeah, like it's like mind numbing. The HUNTR Podcast is brought to you by Quest Hunt Co.
Man, it seems like as technology and social media and stuff just gets incorporated into our daily lives in the deer season more and more, it's like we're always looking for ways to just dial it back, spend more quality time with deer hunters, and really make deer hunting and deer camps great again.
Yeah, and I mean, we've all been part of that annual buck pull, whether it's at your camp or the local fire department, and we're trying to bring that feeling back with Quest Hunt Co. to be able to compete against other people in your state, but also be part of a national competition.
You can sign up in as many states as you want to enter deer that at the end are going to get scored, and you have an opportunity to win some big prizes. And there's an in-person banquet in February that Jeremy and I are going to be at, where those prizes are going to get held out. I think we're going to do some sort of whatever, live podcast or speaking. We'll figure that out. But just looking forward to spending time with people who sign up for the tournament.
Yeah, so you can go to Quest Hunt Co. and sign up. Use the code HUNTR15 at checkout. They'll save you a little bit of money, and then hopefully we'll be able to see you in Missouri in February of 25 at the annual convention.
To make this season a quest. Well, let's start with the difference that you guys have now, which is that you have pretty much abandoned cameras. And I know that your dad, you guys are hunting the same farms, but he's still pretty actively monitoring, using cameras. You guys have pretty different strategies.
I guess that was going to be my question. Like, are you guys hunting the same properties?
Yeah, we do hunt the same properties. I tend to avoid hunting with him a lot, just to avoid potential butting of heads. Like, that's just how it goes.
It's got to be tough, though, because, I mean, if it's like, whatever, October 26th and cold front's coming through, like, you're both hunting.
Yeah, I usually go elsewhere. I mean, it's just, so I think the dynamic changed when there was a point in time where I went from not being okay with 160s anymore, and I was like, I want the big shit. And that's inherently always what he wanted.
Yeah.
So I think everything was fine and dandy. I mean, we had the greatest of relationship. We never hunted together, but we had a really good relationship, I feel like, up until the point where I turned into competition. Because I mean, even
that sounds
very lion pride.
I mean, I don't know, man. It's.
And then you got to kill him.
It's like, yeah.
Oh shit, dude. The thing is like, I was always content, like, because I knew my mission, and I was like, okay, I want big deer. This is what I want. But I also knew his mission. Mm-hmm. So like, if I would see a giant, I'd be like, oh, dude, like. I would be totally fine with leaving that for him, because I knew that meant more to him than it meant to me. Like, I still wanted the big ones, don't get me wrong, but there was like times where I had an opportunity at shooting world-class deer, and I was like calling him to get his permission on it versus taking the shot.
Wow. Okay.
And then it got to be like, then there was this point where I was like, okay, I'm ready to step it up. And now we're both targeting the same animal, and you put us on the same farm. It's like, it'll never, I'm telling you, it always happens this way. If you let us both loose, we will find the same. It's eerie how it happens, but, and when it does happen, feathers get ruffled, and then it's like, then it's a pissing match. And really, I just try to avoid that. So, we just, keep our distance.
Seems like for the best.
Yeah.
At least in the woods. Which sucks.
I'll be curious to hear his, like, when we're in and who knows? Maybe it will not be like as satisfactory as I want for it to be, and we probably all do, but like, I think he's just the way he is, probably.
Yeah.
Well, here's why I say that, because we when we were talking with Kev from Track, we've said this before, like, hunting is a very individual mindset and activity, and again, like, we talk about that one-on-one with the animal, like, all of that is so pure. The moment the harvest happens, the camaraderie aspect, at least to us, is very important.
Yeah.
Like, he'll be the first one I call, or vice versa. I'll call my dad, whatever. Like, I want to enjoy that with people. Not as like a bragging, but it's a celebration. It's really a celebration of the animal.
You want people
as
to be
well.
happy for you. I mean, that's just human nature.
Which is why, like, even when you said, like, man, I haven't been I was never part of that traditional Wisconsin camp. My deepest, like, passion memories of deer hunting, even though not always successful, were deer camp in Pennsylvania. We'd leave the Friday after Thanksgiving, and we'd be at deer camp Monday opening day, and Tuesday we'd hunt half day and come up. But that 4 or 5 day period, the moment I left, I could not wait to get back.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's where, like, I never having that as a kid, never experiencing that atmosphere. Like, it was always very lone wolf mentality. Like, with, it's how he was, it's how I was. Like, I didn't even think, like, for the longest time, I didn't even think bow hunters like hunted together at all. I was like, it's just not a thing. That's a gun hunter thing. Like, you just go.
You think you yearn for that a little bit?
No, I like it now. Like, I'll get with buddies and like go share camp and stuff. I still like to be on my own when I'm like hunting.
Yeah.
Like, I don't, I like to tramp, 5 people through the woods while I'm scouting. But yeah, sharing camp is huge. Like, shit, the other year, Leishan busted one, and I was tracking one for another buddy. Dude, I filmed another buddy shoot one over his shoulder, and then it was freaking 2 a.m. and I'm dragging that dude's buck out of the yeah, dude, that shit's cool, man. And then we chop them up and we grill them. Like, it's an experience that I never got as a kid, So I do it now. But I'm very much about just trying to be present through it all. So like it's cool, man.
It's a healthy part of your full circle, I think, that you didn't have originally.
But yeah, exactly. And I had this buck too, like on the pedestal. I had this buck up there of like, oh, that's the buck to shoot. That's the holy grail. It's like, when you close your eyes at night, you picture a buck. I'm sure you got, or like if I asked you your dream buck,
sure.
Yours might be, freaking 10-inch mass, 25 inches wide. Like, and yours might be like just tower tines, narrow, whatever. I had my dream buck, right? And when I shot that buck, that was like the turning point, I think. I mean, it was before that. The turning point was before that, but then I shot that buck, and after I dropped it, like after that happened, it all just kind of fell apart. I was like, well, it was a false.
Yeah. You just thought this was gonna open up and reveal itself, and there was nothing.
I mean, no, it was awesome. I mean, it was one of the best hunts I ever had. But like, never got the approval, never got the aha moment, never got and I was just like, and then that's when I really had to take a turn.
Yeah, it's a hard reset at that point.
Yeah, and it's like, I was missing what was there all along. Like, it was the fuel I was getting from being out there, and it was the experience. It wasn't the inch of the deer that hit the ground. It was like you said, that's why it was, a deer's down, next spot. Because you just needed to be out there, you needed to do it. So it is the experience, but the experience of the added challenge. And now it's like a combination of everything. It's like, trying to get the biggest buck, but also just being in it and
living in that moment, man.
Yeah, for sure. It's when it all comes together. Like I've said it a bunch of times, but I'll say it again. Like, I don't think there's anything out there that's equivalent to whitetail hunting that has like the range of emotions, like literally the highest of highs and the lowest of lows, and then it can just pick you up and drop you like so many times. Like from being like, oh my god, the top of the world, to like. Yeah. Like when you brisket shoot like a 200 or something, like, oh my, like, and you're just like,
and year long too.
Melt.
It's not just like, oh, I had a crappy hunt, I had a good hunt. Literally,
all year.
Related to us Pennsylvania guys, it's like, dude, there are situations where I couldn't feel further from a deer stand, where I'm like freaking in my office, like I'm grinding these spreadsheets and blah blah blah. To tomorrow, I'm driving to Iowa, driving to Illinois. I'm gonna be in the peak of it. I've planned it. I've prepped it. We've done all this preparation. 0 to 100. And that's what makes those those wins. And if you can cap that off with to shoot a big buck that you've been after with your bow.
Yeah, dude.
There's nothing better that I've found.
No.
That's pretty much it.
I hope
and to share it with some of your best friends.
Yeah. I hope everybody gets that experience, It's like,
and for your dad someday to be like,
those
are some strong ass brow tines.
Yeah, dude. And I still think if I could combine all my biggest deer and put them together, that would probably do it.
That'd probably do it.
Yeah. But
you probably should have shot that 215 and been like, pretty good one, Dad.
Huh? Dude, honestly, that one probably wouldn't even have done it.
Dude, your dad to me at this point is, you've ever seen the movie Hot Rod?
I think
he's always fighting Frank. I'm gonna kick your ass, Frank. He's like, you're a piece of shit. At the end, he's like, nice hit.
It's funny because like I always envisioned. This is crazy. This is getting onto something different, but it was like this recurring dream I had. Right, so this is deep. This will be the last thing we end it with. Okay. But it's a dream where the old man dies. I mean, this is a little morbid, but he's dead. He's gone. Right, and I'm just like hunting hard or whatever, and like years go by and I catch up to this like bruiser, like on just some random piece or whatever. Like this is all I don't know what this was about, but this was years ago. And then I get on this like sign, right? Like, oh shit, like this is the one, you know, like this is a good sign. I see this and I get in this spot and I get set up and it's that feeling, right? You don't know what's going on. And I look over and it's this just fucking wall of tines. And it's like, anybody who knows, you know, instantly, I'm like, that's a typical world record. Like,
That's him.
There he is. That's it. That's the fucking white whale. That's the Moby Dick, right? And he comes in, you know, my setup's on point. He fucking works through whatever. Long story short, come to full draw. That fucker looks up at me and winks. And I just fucking smoke him. And it was Dad. You know, like, it was him. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the dream, it was like, he came back. And that was my close. So that was cool. I had that for a while.
Could happen, man.
It's gonna.
Here be my oath. If I ever kill the world record typical, or if I think so,
yeah,
I'll call you first.
Yeah, you got to call me, man. You got to tell me.
And Jeremy will approve.
Andre may say,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It better have
brown
big
tines.
brows. It better have
He
big
might be the
brows.
world record, but the brown tines are a little short, so. Makes up for it in the 10s.
Yeah, dude. I mean, dude, just thinking about, like, when you see the world, like, it's crazy to conceptualize, like, that typical frame, like, into net 205 is just like, oh, man, it's just when you see it in person, it's just,
monster.
Doesn't seem possible.
yeah, it's gnarly, dude.
They exist. Every year,
Yeah,
there's one walking, I think. Every year, somewhere, there's one walking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, they found some sheds in Kansas, I think, that were, this was years ago. I think those netted over 205.
Yep.
But it's crazy, man. Yeah, just what it takes for him to get, like, you know, you got all the stars got to line up for the genetics for one, and then you got to make it to the age, right? So you got to beat all the odds.
All the odds. Get the 5 or 6.
Yeah, dude. It's. But I do think that I think that world record could even be a 4.5-year-old, because I think the genetics need to be so fucking strong that, like.
Yeah, just off the charts.
Yeah, and they need to be healthy, like, you know, like one of those like first rack bucks that's got like you know, 100-inch basket cage, and they exist.
I mean, I'm telling you, dude. I think every year a world record typical is walking. Just, you know, doesn't get killed.
Hell yeah, man.
Could be you.
Yeah, could be you.
Investors.
Possibly you.
Shit.
Well, that'll do it, right? For this episode of Hunter 195, Nick? 6. Where were we
Officially the
5,
longest
6?
episode ever. I'm going to put that out there.
By far.
Right?
Yeah. Take a seat, Bomar.
Sit down.
Shit.
Without a struggle, honestly, I can't believe we went this.
No, I was actually shocked when you were like, hey, it's been 6 hours. I'm like, what?
Me too.
Holy shit.
I would have guessed 4.
We did
at
take
that
like
point.
4 pee breaks. I usually try to say, okay, it's at least an hour per pee break.
Hour per pee break, yeah.
Yeah. So, I know it was a good one. But yeah, if you're listening to this in real time, like now, it just came out. We are coming up to the farm for the Mobile Roadshow. So we'll be there.
Dude. And we get to go. We get to go do this after talking for 6 hours. We get to go hunt here pretty soon.
It's just a big step closer. And then, you and your dad are going to be on podcast here in a week or 2, depending on when it drops.
We're so excited for that roadshow. Just to come out and spend time with you guys, see the farm and stuff.
It should be pretty epic. Yeah, you guys can see. We got all the staff coming out. And for shit, I mean, this might even drop. This is going to drop before that, right?
It's right the week of.
Yeah. Well, shit. I mean, if you're in the area, come on out. I mean.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. Cool. Cool trophy room. We got everybody coming, dude. I think there's like 30 staff guys coming.
Your dad going to share his target bucks for this year?
Probably not.
Yeah. Stoked to sit down with you and your dad, too.
Dude, I get I laugh every time somebody sends me that reel of the last episode we did where I was like, oh, that fucker wouldn't show me a picture of one. Whatever, you guys cut it up perfect. I'm like, it's so true, man. Anybody that knows us or knows him is like,
It's
oh, yeah.
tight to the chest.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, somebody, I think
Maybe one day you'll own your own farm and he'll be calling asking you for permission.
I better start making some.
Hey Cody, can I shoot this buck? And you can say, yeah, Dad,
Yeah.
shoot him. That's the high red.
Yeah, put him down. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Proud times are pretty weak.
Yeah.
Full.
Your chance is coming.
Full circle.
Full circle. So cool. Well, we appreciate everybody listening. If you're in the area, stop by the Moana Roadshow this week in Iowa.
Get your tickets online.
Get your tickets online, and we'll see y'all next time.
Later.
Take me